Brilliance Audio.
The Keeper of Happy Endings by Barbara Davis. Performed by Hope Newhouse and Robin Seegerman.
There are all sorts of heroes, and almost none of them will ever have something shiny pinned to their chests. Soline Roussel, The Keeper of Happy Endings. We are the chosen, handmaids of la Mère Divine, descended from an ancient line called upon to further the cause of love and true happiness. We are les tiseuses de sorts, the spell weavers. Esme Roussel, The Dress Witch. Author's Note: though this story features historical events, this is a work of fiction. Names, characters, organizations, events, dates, and incidents are products of my imagination or used fictitiously. Prologue. Soline. Faith is the essential ingredient. If one loses faith in la magie, one has lost everything. Esme Roussel, The Dress Witch. 13 September 1976, Boston. I have always grieved the ends of things, the final notes of a song as they ebb into silence, the curtain falling at the end of a play, the last snowflake, goodbyes, so many goodbyes. They all seem so long ago now, and yet the collective rawness still chafes. I've had too much wine tonight, I think. It has made me morose. Or perhaps I've simply had too much life, too much sadness, too many scars. Still, I find myself drawn to those scars, a map of wounds that takes me neither forward nor back. I've brought the box down from the closet again and laid it on the bed. It isn't heavy in the physical sense, but the memories inside carry a different kind of weight, the kind that sits heavily on the heart. It's made of sturdy stuff, thick grey cardboard with metal fittings at the corners and a heavy cord threaded through as a handle. I hold my breath as I lift the lid and fold back layers of crumpled tissue to gaze at the dress within. It has aged over the years, like me. The packet of letters is there too, most in French, a few in English, tied with a length of ribbon. These I will read later, as I often do on nights like this, when the empty places in my life stretch like shadows all around me. There is an order to this ritual of mine, a sequence I never vary. When so much has been uprooted, so many things lost, one must seek comfort in rituals, even the sad ones. I lift out the dress and hold it in my arms, the way one holds a baby or a promise, close and perhaps a little too fiercely. I step to the mirror, and for an instant she looks back at me, the girl I was before Hitler came to Paris, full of hope and naive dreams. But an instant later she's gone. In her place is the woman I've become, worn and alone, dreamless. My gaze slides back to the box, to the brown leather case lying at the bottom, and I feel my heart squeeze, remembering the first time I saw it. For safekeeping, he said, as he pressed it into my hands on that last morning. I unzipped the case for the 100th time, running my fingers over the tortoiseshell comb and matching shoehorn, the shaving brush and razor. Such personal things. And he'd given them to me. I removed the cut glass flask from its band of brown elastic, long since empty, and unscrewed the cap, yearning for a whiff of the bright, clean scent I've engraved on my memory, a blend of seawater and a peel of fresh limes. Encens. Only this time, for the first time, there is no hint of him. For 30 years I've been lifting this empty bottle to my nose, taking comfort in the only thing of him left to me, his scent. And now, even that is gone. I wait for tears, but none come. I suppose I'm beyond them now, emptied. And perhaps it's just as well. I return the flask and zip the case closed. My eyes stray to the packet of letters, usually the final step in my sorry little ritual. I will not read them tonight, or ever again, I think. It's time to let go, time to let it all go. I return the shaving case to the box, then fold the dress and lay it inside, arranging the sleeves tenderly across the bodies, the way I've seen bodies laid out at funerals. Fitting, I suppose. I caressed the fabric one last time, then fold the tissue over it all, and lower the lid. Adieu encens, mon amour. C'est la fin.
1. Rory. May 26th, 1985. Boston. It couldn't be Sunday. Not already. Rory smacked the snooze button and fell back onto her pillow, wishing the day away. But 5 minutes later, the alarm shrilled again, which could mean only one thing. Somehow, another week had been swallowed whole, gone in a blur of takeout and old movies, interminable nights immersed in other people's happy endings. A pulpy paperback thumped to the floor as she threw back the covers and put her feet on the floor. Kathleen Woodywis's A Rose in Winter finished last night around 4 a.m. She stared at it, splayed open at her feet like a felled bird. She'd never been a fan of romance novels. Now, she couldn't devour them fast enough, a guilty pleasure that made her vaguely ashamed, like gambling or a porn addiction. She scooped up the novel and tossed it into a wicker basket filled with a dozen more just like it, waiting to be taken to Goodwill. There was another box by the front door and a third in her trunk. Junk food for the brain, her mother called them, but her eyes were already sliding to the stack of new titles on the nightstand. Tonight, Johanna Lindsay's latest awaited. She poked through the jumble of unopened mail beside the bed, including the master's program course catalog she'd been doing her best to avoid, finally locating the steel and gold Rolex her mother had given her when she finished undergrad. As expected, it had stopped running, the date in the little magnifying bubble off by 3 days. She reset the time and slid it onto her wrist, then set her sights on a mug of strong coffee. No way was she facing today without caffeine. In the kitchen, she eyed her surroundings with a creeping sense of overwhelm. The sink full of dishes, the brimming trash can, the remnants of last night's takeout from Eastern Paradise still sitting on the counter. She'd meant to tidy up after dinner, but then Random Harvest came on and she hadn't been able to tear herself away until Greer Garson and Ronald Coleman were finally reunited. By the time she stopped blubbering, she'd forgotten about the kitchen. And now there wasn't time if she was going to make it across town by 11. She toyed with calling to cancel as she splashed half and half into her mug. A sore throat, or a migraine, a messy case of food poisoning. But she'd already bailed twice this month, which meant she had to do this. In the shower, she rehearsed for the grilling she knew was coming. Questions about her studies, her hobbies, her plans for the future. The questions never changed, and it was getting harder and harder to pretend she cared about any of it. The truth was, she had no hobbies to speak of, dreaded the idea of returning to school, and her plans for the future were in serious doubt. But she would put on a brave face and say the right things, because that's what was expected of her, and because the alternative, a deep dive into the black hole that had become her life, was simply too exhausting to contemplate. She padded to the bedroom, toweling her hair as she went, doing her best to resist the familiar pull from her nightstand. It was a ritual she'd begun of late, starting each day with one or two of Hux's letters, but there wasn't time this morning. And yet, she found herself opening the bottom drawer, lifting out the box she kept there. 43 envelopes, addressed in his thin, sprawling script, a lifeline tethering her to him, keeping her from hitting bottom. The first had arrived in her mailbox just 5 hours after his flight left Logan. He'd sent it overnight delivery to make sure it arrived on the right day. He'd written another while sitting at the gate and one more while on the plane. They'd come nearly every day at first, before leveling off to 1 or 2 a week. And then they'd simply stopped coming. She glanced at the photo beside the bed, taken at a restaurant on the Cape the weekend after he'd proposed. Dr. Matthew Edward Huxley. Hux to everyone who knew him. She missed his face, his laugh, his silly jokes and off-key singing, his love of all things trivia, and his perfect scrambled eggs. They'd met at a charity event for Tufts' new neonatal intensive care wing. His smile had made her go weak at the knees, but it was who he was underneath that smile that actually sealed the deal. The child of 2 special needs teachers, he had learned the value of service early on, and by example. But during his freshman year at UNC, a logging truck had jumped the median on I-40 and hit his parents' car head-on. He quit school after the funeral, rudderless and bitter, and spent a summer on the Outer Banks playing beach bum with a pack of surfers and numbing himself with Captain Morgan. Eventually, he'd pulled himself together, returning to UNC, then going on to medical school. His plan had been to specialize in internal medicine, but after 1 week of pediatric rounds, those plans had changed. When his residency was over, he had signed with Doctors Without Borders to provide care to children in South Sudan as a way of honoring his parents' memory. It was one of the things she loved most about him. His story was far from perfect. No trust fund or country club upbringing for Matthew Huxley. He'd gone through some things that had rocked him to the core, but he'd found his footing and a way to give back. It was hard to see him off when the time came, but she was proud of the work he had committed to doing, even if his letters were difficult to read. In one, he'd admitted to taking up smoking. "Everyone here smokes like a fiend, maybe to keep their hands from shaking. We are all so incredibly tired." In another, he'd written about a journalist named Teresa who was there doing a story for the BBC and how she kept him connected to the outside world. He wrote about the work, too, about endless days in makeshift surgeries, children maimed, orphaned, terrified. It was worse than he'd ever imagined, but it was making him a better doctor, tougher, but more compassionate. The pace was grueling, the emotional trauma more than he could adequately express on paper. "We are so spoiled in the U.S. We can't comprehend the sheer scope of lawlessness and barbarity, the gut-wrenching need that exists in other places, the lack of basic humanity. What we do, me, all of us, it's a drop in the bucket when you see what's happening here." That was the last one. 1 week. 2. A third passing with her own letters unanswered. And then, one day she was listening to NPR, and the reason became clear. The U.S. was confirming that a band of armed rebels had abducted 3 workers in an early morning raid in South Sudan, including an American physician, a nurse from New Zealand, and a British journalist on assignment for the BBC and World magazine. It had taken several days to confirm what she already knew, that Hux was the captured American, but there were no leads. Nothing on the truck witnesses saw driving away, no description of the men who'd forced them out of the clinic at gunpoint, and not a word from anyone claiming responsibility, which typically happened in the first 48 hours. They had simply vanished. 5 months later, she was still waiting. According to the State Department, every resource was being brought to bear, every lead being followed, not that there'd been many. A late-night raid had been carried out on an abandoned shack in Libya 8 weeks ago, after someone reported seeing a woman fitting the description of the missing journalist. But by the time they went in, the shack was empty, the occupants long gone. The official line from the State Department was that they were continuing to work with various humanitarian agencies to locate all personnel and secure their safe return. But the truth was that information had dried up, meaning prospects for positive outcome were growing more and more doubtful. Rory stared at the box, longing to lift out 1 or 2 letters and crawl back into bed. But she had somewhere to be. 2 somewheres, actually, if she counted her promise to meet Lisette this afternoon at Sugar Kisses. 20 minutes later, she grabbed her purse and keys, checking her reflection one last time. White slacks and a sleeveless button-down in pale peach silk, damp hair scraped into a ponytail, a single coat of mascara, another of lip gloss, and simple diamond studs. Far from up to standard. But when it came to her mother, nothing ever was. 2. Rory. The aromas of blueberry scones and freshly ground coffee greeted Rory as she let herself in. She caught the whir of her mother's juicer from the kitchen as she kicked off her flats and stationed them near the door, facing out in case she needed to beat a hasty retreat. Heaven knew it wouldn't be the first time. As usual, the house was immaculate, a study in moneyed good taste, with its plush beige carpets and carefully matched furniture, and the correct art on the walls, of course, bowls of fruit and pictures of overblown poppies hanging in heavy gilt frames. Not an item askew or a speck of dust to be seen. It had looked like this even when she was little, thanks to her mother's militant rules about cleanliness. No shoes beyond the foyer, no hands on the walls, no food or drink beyond the dining room unless there was a party, and there were plenty of parties. Tea parties, cocktail parties, dinner parties, and of course the fundraisers for her mother's pet charities, each catered to perfection, then painstakingly cleared by a crew of professionals kept on speed dial. She found her mother in the kitchen, pouring fresh squeezed orange juice into a cut glass pitcher, her signature gold charm bracelet tinkling as she worked. She looked crisp and tidy in khakis and a starched white blouse, her heavy gold waves pulled back in a low town and country ponytail. As usual, her makeup was flawless, subtle eyes, lightly rouged cheeks, a hint of frosty peach gloss on her lips. At 42, she was still capable of turning heads. She looked up when Rory entered. "There you are," she said, performing a quick but thorough inventory of her daughter. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming again. Is your hair wet?" "I didn't have time to blow it out. What do you need me to do?" "Everything's done, and I hope not cold." She handed Rory a plate of perfectly sliced melon and a bowl brimming with strawberries. "Take those out to the table. I'll bring the rest." Rory took the fruit and headed for the terrace. It was a perfect morning, the sky a dizzying blue, the breeze ripe with the promise of an early summer. Below, Boston stretched in all directions, a jumble of crooked streets and tumbling rooftops. Sturrow Drive with its endless ribbon of traffic, the Esplanade, sprawling leafy and green, the shining stretch of the Charles River, dotted with bright little sailboats. She adored the city with all its contradictions, its rich colonial history and vibrant melting pot culture. Art, food, music, and science all rubbing elbows and vying for attention. But there was something about seeing it like this, away from the bustle and noise, that had always felt a little magical when she was growing up, as if she might suddenly grow wings with which to fly away. She used to dream of flying away a lot when she was a little girl, of being someone else, living another life, one that was her own, a career that had nothing to do with her mother, a husband who was nothing like her father. She'd almost done it, too. Almost. The word felt like a stone in her chest, the weight of it always with her, making simple tasks like going to the market or meeting a friend feel almost overwhelming. It wasn't normal, this need to retreat from the world, but it wasn't new either. She had always leaned toward the introverted end of the spectrum, doing her best to avoid dinner parties and other social events, not to mention the attention that came with being the daughter of one of Boston's most prominent social and philanthropic elites. Never a hair out of place, never a faux pas made, that was Camilla Lowell Grant. The right clothes, the right home, the right art, the right everything, if you didn't count the chronically unfaithful husband and the intractable daughter. Still, Camilla bore her burdens admirably, most of the time. Rory took in the table as she set down the fruit plates. It looked like something out of Victoria magazine. Crisp white eyelet, laid with her grandmother's Royal Albert china, linen napkins flawlessly folded beside each place setting, and in the center, a bowl of waxy white gardenias, her mother's signature flower. Perfection. As usual. The brunch tradition had begun on her 12th birthday and had quickly become a weekly event. The menu varied from week to week: fresh fruit and some sort of pastry baked from scratch, toast points with smoked salmon and creamy Boursin cheese, flawlessly turned omelets made with whatever was in season, and the one constant, mimosas, made with freshly squeezed orange juice and perfectly chilled Veuve Clicquot. It was meant to be a time for catching up, but lately their tete-a-tetes had become increasingly tense as her mother found new and not-so-subtle ways to suggest it might be time to move on with her life. Rory fingered the ruby ring on her left hand, a small oval with a tiny nick at the bottom. It was the ring Hux's father had used to propose to his mother, all he'd been able to afford as a soldier returning from the Korean War. Hux had promised to take her shopping for a proper ring, but he'd wanted to use his mother's ring to actually pop the question. Touched by his sentimentality, she had opted to keep the original, thrilled that he would entrust her with something so precious. Now, his mother's ring was all she had. She pushed away the thought when Camilla appeared carrying 2 plates. "Mushroom and asparagus frittatas," she announced, setting down the plates with a flourish. "It looks delicious," Rory said, taking her usual chair. Her mother had never been the domestic type, but she certainly knew her way around a kitchen. Camilla slid several catalogues from beneath her arm and handed them to Rory before settling across from her. "They came last week, but you skipped out on brunch. I was tempted to tell the postwoman I didn't know anyone named Rory, but did she have anything for my daughter Aurora?" Rory managed a dry smile. "You need some new material, Mother. That joke's getting old." "Rory is a boy's name. Your name is Aurora. And it's a beautiful name. A lady's name. An old lady's name, Rory shot back. And it was Daddy who shortened it. It obviously never bothered him. Camilla responded with a huff. You have to be around to be bothered. Rory picked up her fork, poking listlessly at her frittata. It was true. Her father's interests had always lain elsewhere. She had no idea how many affairs there'd been, though she suspected her mother could provide an exact tally. She'd kept careful tabs on the women who moved in and out of Geoffrey Grant's life over the years, carefully adding each name to the collection, like quarters to a swear jar. Why she'd never divorced him was beyond Rory, though she suspected the weekend at Doral with his 28-year-old receptionist might have proven the coup de grace if he hadn't ended up dying in her bed first. It was the type of scandal from which most society wives never quite recovered, a cliché of the most delicious and disastrous variety. But for Camilla, it became the crown jewel in her collection of betrayals, a badge of honor purchased with her pride. Aren't you eating? Rory picked up a strawberry, nibbling dutifully. Camilla had pulled the bottle of Veuve from the ice and was wrestling with the cork. After a few minutes, Rory reached across the table and took the bottle from her. Let me have that before you take out someone's eye. The cork came free with a hollow pop. Rory poured champagne into a pair of flutes and topped both with a splash of orange juice. They touched glasses, wordlessly out of habit, then turned their attention to the food. Camilla did most of the talking, with only a minimum of input required on Rory's part. Gossip about plastic surgery and rumored divorces, a friend's upcoming trip to Ireland, what was coming to the Boston Opera House next season, the theme for the holiday charity ball she was organizing again this year. Eventually, the small talk ran out, and the conversation wandered into familiar, if uncomfortable, territory. I ran into Dinah Marshall the other day when I was dropping off my watch to be repaired. Denise, her youngest, is heading to Boston College in the fall. She's going to study music. The harp, I think. I told her you were back to Tufts in August to finish up your master's, and then perhaps on to Paris next summer for that internship we talked about. She asked me to pass along her congratulations. Denise plays the piano, Rory answered flatly. Patricia plays the harp. Yes, of course. Piano. Camilla lifted her napkin, dabbing daintily at her mouth. And what about you? Are you excited about going back? Rory reached for the champagne bottle and topped off her glass, forgoing the orange juice this time. She sipped slowly, then raised her eyes to her mother. I'm not excited about anything. Camilla sighed as she slid a scone onto her plate. Are you pouting, Aurora? I'm 23 years old, Mother. I don't pout. Really? What do you call what's happening now? Rory put down her mimosa and sat up very straight. We haven't seen each other in 3 weeks. Were you not even going to ask about Hux? Camilla blinked at her. Of course I was. When? We've finished breakfast. We've talked about Vicky Foster's facelift, the appalling food in the UK, your plans for the holiday ball, and Dinah Marshall's daughter going back to school, yet you couldn't find time to slip my fiancé's name into the conversation? Really? You can't expect me to just blurt out something like that over breakfast. What does breakfast have to do with it? The corners of Camilla's mouth turned down in a nearly perfect pout. I was being delicate. Delicate? The word set Rory's teeth on edge, as if good table manners were an excuse for not giving a damn. I don't need you to be delicate, Mother. I need you to care. But you don't. You never have. Camilla's eyes widened. What a thing to say. You never liked him. From day one, you acted like he was some phase I'd grow out of, the way you hoped I'd grow out of liking soccer. That isn't true. It absolutely is. You didn't like his looks, or his surfing, or the fact that he left private practice. But the real problem is, you don't like that he's from a little beach town in North Carolina that no one's ever heard of. that his parents taught high school instead of organizing card games and dinner parties. There it was, her mother's patented look of indignation, the squared shoulders and tilted chin, the cool glare aimed straight down her perfect patrician nose. That's an awful thing to imply. I didn't imply it. I said it straight out. Most mothers would consider someone like Hux a great catch, but not you. You want someone with the right last name and a Mayflower sticker on their steamer trunk. And now that Hux is missing, you see the chance for a do-over, though I'm not sure why you think your marital track record qualifies you to choose anyone else's husband. Camilla went still, her face frozen as if she'd received a slap she hadn't seen coming. "I'm sorry," Rory blurted. "I didn't mean—" "Of course you did." Rory blew out a breath, angry with herself for striking such a low blow. "I'm sorry. I was just lashing out and you got in the way." Camilla's expression morphed into one of concern. "Has there been news?" No news. Never mind, I don't want to talk about it." "Then what do you want to talk about? I have no idea what's happening in your life these days. You don't return my phone calls. You turn down my invitations for dinner. You've skipped brunch 2 weeks in a row. What have you been up to?" Rory stared into her glass, her throat suddenly thick. "Waiting, mostly." "Sweetheart." Camilla reached across the table, brushing Rory's bangs out of her eyes. "Don't!" Rory snapped, jerking her head away. "I don't want you to feel sorry for me." "Then what do you want? I'm worried about you. You spend your days with your nose buried in one of those awful books, or glued to the television, watching some old black and white tearjerker until all hours. We talked about this. It isn't healthy." "I'm fine. She looked away, wanting desperately not to be having this discussion again. "I just need time." "Sweetheart, it's been 5 months. Rory shot her a look. "I wasn't aware that there was a time limit." "That isn't what I meant. I only mean that whatever has happened to Matthew, whether he's alive somewhere or—" She broke off as if weighing her next words carefully. "You're still here, Aurora. Still alive. You have to go on, no matter what." Rory swallowed the sting of tears. She wanted to believe Hux was alive somewhere, that he would come home to her one day. But the dread was always there, like an invisible hand hovering at her shoulder. Would tomorrow be the day she got the news? How would it happen? A letter? A phone call? Would someone knock on her door? She'd never screwed up the courage to ask. Asking would have made it too real, and it was already real enough. "What if I can't go on?" she asked quietly. "Don't be silly. Of course you can. It's what the Grants do." Rory smothered a sigh, wishing she could make her understand. "I just don't care about anything." She looked at her mother, so cool and well-groomed, unflappable. "You have no idea what that's like, do you? To wake up in the morning and not have the will to put your feet on the floor. To shower and dress and go out into the world where everywhere you look, life is galloping off without you. You've never lost someone you cared about. And don't say Daddy, we both know it's not the same thing." Camilla opened her mouth, then closed it again as if rethinking her initial response. "You have no idea what I've lost, Aurora," she said finally. Rory narrowed her eyes, surprised by Camilla's cryptic tone. There was so much about her mother's life she didn't know, so much she'd sealed off or refused to talk about. "Was there someone?" she asked softly. "Someone before Daddy?" "I was 18 when I married your father. There wasn't time for anyone else." "Okay, then, not before. But later? During?" Camilla stared at her aghast. "Certainly not." "Then what What don't I know?" Camilla waved a hand, clearly ready to change the subject. "Nothing. It doesn't matter now. But for the record, mothers are human too. We've had lives and been disappointed. We bleed like everyone else. But we have responsibilities, duties to fulfill, and appearances to maintain. And so, we keep moving forward." Except I can't see forward. I can't see anything. It's like the future's just gone. "You need to get out, Aurora, to be around people. There's a cocktail thing happening at Marco's next week. One of Cassandra Maitland's private dues for some new cellist she's discovered. Why don't you come with me? We could go to Rosella for hair and nails in the morning, get those bangs of yours trimmed, then pick up something fun for you to wear. There's nothing like a good splurge before a party to lift your spirits. And it'll do you good to see some of the old crowd, to feel normal again." Rory eyed her coolly. "Normal?" "Please don't look at me like that. You can't just keep hiding. I'm worried about you. Maybe it's time to talk to someone." Rory stiffened. "You think I'm crazy?" Camilla folded her napkin carefully before setting it aside. "I think you're having trouble coping with what's happened, and that talking to someone about it might be helpful." She paused, then added gently, "Someone you trust." Rory sat quietly, absorbing the sting of her mother's words. "I'm sorry," she said finally. "About before and what I said, it's just Huck's." Her throat tightened around his name. "I spent 2 hours on the phone again Friday, most of it on hold. It's always the same runaround. We're doing everything in our power. But it isn't true. How can it be when they don't even know where he is?" Camilla responded with another of her customary huffs. "How is that even possible? Surely we have people who specialize in this sort of thing. Ambassadors, diplomats, the president, for heaven's sake." A familiar stone lodged in Rory's chest, the same stone that always lodged there when she let herself think about the unthinkable. "It's starting to feel like he isn't coming back." "Hush now," Camilla said, reaching for her hand. "None of that talk. You must keep your chin up and be brave." Rory gulped back a flood of tears, recalling her freshman year of high school when she'd vowed never to show her face in school again after failing to make the swim team. Camilla had wrapped her up tightly, whispering those same words against her ear. "You must keep your chin up and be brave." But she didn't feel brave. She felt numb, lost, and exhausted. "I read somewhere that the longer he's missing, the lower the odds of him being found alive." She reclaimed her hand to wipe her eyes. "I'm starting to lose hope." "Stop that now. I mean it. You mustn't dwell on such thoughts. You'll feel better when school starts in the fall and you're back to your old routine. Classes and activities with your friends. It'll help fill your time." Rory thought of the class catalog on her nightstand and nodded, because it was what was expected of her. A stiff upper lip and back to school to finish her MFA, then the internship if her mother had her way, perhaps a curator position someday. So different from the future she and Hux had planned when his time with DWB was over. "You know," Camilla said hesitantly, "I was thinking it might be a good idea for you to move back home until things are settled. It's just me rattling around the house now, and your room is just like you left it." "Move back home?" "I could look after you, cook for you. You wouldn't have to worry about anything but your studies." "Studies, school, the meeting with Lisette. Oh no, what time is it?" Rory glanced at her watch. "I have to go." "What? Now?" "Janelle Turner's little sister signed up for summer session, and I promised I'd meet her to drop off a couple of my old textbooks." "Today? When you knew we were having brunch?" "I know, I'm sorry, but she's gotta be in Braintree by 3 for her parents' anniversary party, and classes start tomorrow. It was the only time we could make it work." "But you barely ate anything. At least let me fix you a plate." "Thanks," Rory said, pushing to her feet. "I'm good, but I hate to leave you with all this." "It's not like I have anything else to do. Will I see you next week?" Something, the crease between Camilla's finely penciled brows, or the downturn of her mouth, tugged at Rory's conscience. "Yes, next Sunday, I promise." She was about to leave when she bent down and dropped a kiss on her mother's cheek. "I really am sorry about before, about the marriage thing. I shouldn't have said it." Camilla shrugged. "No, you shouldn't have. But you weren't wrong. Now go, meet your friend." 3. Rory. Rory glanced at her watch as she stepped out of Sugar Kisses and into the crush of pedestrians moving along the sidewalk on Newbury Street. Her meeting with Lisette had taken longer than expected, and she'd have to hoof it if she was going to get to her car in time to avoid a parking ticket. At the corner, as she waited for the signal to change, her thoughts turned to this morning's conversation with her mother. She'd said things she promised herself she would never say, even if they were true, and she had touched a nerve. But it wasn't just her mother's indignation that had piqued her curiosity. There had been a moment, while she was talking about Hux, about what it was like to lose someone, when her mother had closed her eyes and gone perfectly still, as if warding off an unwelcome memory. A rare moment of vulnerability from a woman who was never vulnerable. "We bleed like everyone else." Except in Camilla Grant's case, it wasn't really true, at least not that Rory'd ever seen. When she was a child, her mother had seemed to be carved of marble, pure and fine and cool to the touch. Hiram Powers the Greek slave, but with the bronze spine of Rodin's Eve. Impervious, or so she'd thought. But that moment this morning, that look on her face, "You have no idea what I've lost, Aurora." What had she meant? Not a lover, apparently. Not that she would have blamed her mother for seeking comfort outside her marriage. She couldn't remember her parents sharing a room, let alone a bed. How lonely she must have been. Finally, the signal changed, and the crowd at the curb began to shuffle forward. She was preparing to step into the crosswalk when an old row house on the opposite corner caught her eye, and she halted. As row houses went, it was nothing special. 3 stories of weathered red brick with a rounded corner tower and a witch hat turret overlooking the road. Newbury Street was lined with dozens just like it. For that matter, so were half the streets in Boston. But there was something about this one that felt different enough to stop her in her tracks. Curtainless windows filmed with grit, an overgrown strip of grass out front, bits of trash blown up around the cracked front stoop. It was vacant, she was sure of it, and yet she had the strangest feeling that she was being watched from one of the upper windows. She was contemplating a closer look when a passing police car reminded her that 6 blocks away, the meter was running. She didn't have time to indulge her curiosity. But as she continued down Newbury Street, she found herself glancing over her shoulder with a pang of regret. It was a peculiar sensation, like leaving a party just as things were getting interesting. Something told her the row house wasn't finished with her yet. It was nearly 4 by the time Rory finally returned home. She had narrowly avoided a parking ticket, which she decided to take as a good omen. These days she had to take her wins where she found them. She took off her makeup, then stripped out of her brunch clothes, swapping them for sweats and a t-shirt. The bedroom TV was on, as it always was, but with the sound turned way down. Cary Grant and Katharine Hepburn, bringing up baby. It was another quirk she'd developed, leaving the television on day and night. It gave the illusion of company, and helped buffer the silence, which was too easily filled with dark thoughts. "I think you're having trouble coping with what's happened." Her mother's words echoed annoyingly. Of course she was having trouble coping. Her fiancé had vanished without a trace, and pouring out her troubles to a stranger who mumbled, "Yes, I see," at regular intervals wasn't going to change that. In the kitchen, she worked around discarded takeout counters and a sink full of dirty dishes as she popped a bowl of canned minestrone into the microwave. Was this her life now? Living on canned soup and takeout while the dishes piled up? Stacks of romance novels and weekly skirmishes with her mother? If she wasn't careful, she'd end up like one of those women whose entire life revolved around the care and feeding of her 18 cats. Hyperbole? Maybe. But it certainly wasn't out of the realm of possibility. She'd need to get some cats, though, and a few floral print house dresses, maybe a pair of fuzzy slippers. She closed her eyes, shutting out the depressing images. She'd grown up privileged, the quintessential trust fund baby. Cars, clothes, designer everything, elite summer camps, and the very best schools. She'd wanted for nothing, except a life of her own. Growing up, she had dreamed about escaping her mother's gravitational pull to chart a course of her own, and she'd been on the verge of making it happen. Then Hux disappeared, and it all fell apart. Where would she be today, this very minute, if she'd followed through on Hux's advice to chase her dream? A gallery of her own for up-and-coming artists. Unheard of, she was going to call it. Hux had been the impetus behind the name. In fact, the whole idea had been his. They'd gone to hear a new band at one of the local pubs and ended up staying till last call. The streets were quiet, and they'd opted to walk rather than hail a cab. Hux had curled an arm about her shoulder, his warmth welcome against the chilly autumn night. She'd slowed as they passed a small gallery, pausing to admire one of the pieces in the window. "You like art," Hux had observed, sounding unusually serious. "You study art. Your degree is in art. How is it you don't make art?" She grinned up at him mischievously. "Who says I don't?" "Wait. You paint?" "Paint? No. I've experimented a little with textiles, but just as a hobby. Just as well. Art can be a messy business, and my mother could never abide a mess in the house. If she has her way, I'll follow in her footsteps and become a historian or conservator, respectable and tidy." "And if you had your way?" She blinked at him, dismayed to realize he was waiting for an answer, and even more dismayed to realize she didn't have one. No one had ever asked what she wanted. She'd been given options, from her mother mostly, like a menu for Chinese takeout. Choose one from column A and one from column B. Column A being marriage to a suitable man, children, and a tasteful home, and column B having to do with her career. Strictly speaking, none of the Grants had to work, but in families with old names and even older money, not making oneself useful in some conspicuous way was considered vulgar. They weren't from Palm Beach, after all. "I really don't know," she'd answered at last. "I suppose I'd have a little studio somewhere. A real one, overlooking the sea, and I'd make beautiful seascapes out of all kinds of fabrics." "That's an actual thing?" "It's called textile art. Think of a combination of sculpture and painting done with bits of fabric. I started playing around with it when I was a kid. I loved the beach, but my parents never had time to take me. So I made my own beaches, out of fabric scraps. I still play around with it sometimes, but with school it's hard to find the time." "Why didn't I know anything about this?" She shrugged, suddenly shy. "It's just a hobby." He'd pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "You, Rory Grant, are full of surprises." They'd begun to walk again, her hand tucked into his jacket pocket. "So, why haven't I ever seen any of your work? I don't recall seeing anything like what you just described hanging in your apartment." "There's one in the spare room, and a few more in the closet." The spare room you won't let me go into? Because it's a mess. I used to use it as a studio when I was selling them. He stopped walking and turned to face her. I thought you said it was just a hobby. She shrugged. It is. Or was. Like I said, no time. But a friend took some pictures once and showed them to an interior designer she knows. He took 7 pieces on consignment and sold them in 2 weeks. Uh-huh. Another piece of the story emerges. So, when do I get a look? Or don't I rate? His enthusiasm sent little whirls of pleasure dancing in Rory's chest. She was usually squeamish about mentioning her art, but it felt good to have someone take her seriously. If you're really interested, I can arrange a private showing, unless you're in a hurry to get home. What, now? She reached for his hand. Come with me. 15 minutes later, they were standing in front of Finn's, one of Boston's most exclusive seafood restaurants, gazing at a beautifully lit seascape in the front window. She stood quietly, trying to see the piece as Huck's would for the first time. A tortuous sea and rock-strewn shore, a low leaden sky. She had chosen the fabrics with painstaking care. Watered silk and bits of crushed taffeta, denim and twill, and crepe de chine, tulle, and foamy bits of lace, carefully layered to create a sense of movement and depth. It had taken nearly 6 months to finish, and had fetched a whopping $700. Not that she cared about the money. Unlike most artists, she had that luxury. For her, what mattered was that it was hanging in the window of a prominent restaurant, her initials in the lower right-hand corner for all of Boston to see. You really did this? He asked, his eyes still riveted to the window. It's incredible. It feels like I could just walk right into those waves. And the sky. His face was half in shadow when he finally turned to look at her, but the half she could see was smiling. Rory, this is more than just a hobby. It's a gift. Were they all like this one? Similar, but this is my favorite. It's called North of November. I still can't believe it. You should have pieces in galleries all over town. She laughed. If only. What? You don't just put your work in a gallery, Hux, especially if you're a nobody. A new artist has a better chance of winning the lottery than getting into a decent show. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only reason this one ended up here is because my last name is Grant. The owner thought it would ingratiate him with my mother. He certainly read that one wrong. Your mother isn't supportive of your art? That's the problem. She doesn't see it as art, at least not proper art. What is proper art? The masters, Rembrandt, Raphael, Caravaggio, they've all been dead for hundreds of years. Exactly. He frowned, shaking his head. So, you have to be dead for your work to be worthy? That hardly seems fair. It's not, but there we are. Unless you've sold well at auction, no one wants to take a chance on your work. If I had my way, I'd see to it that there were galleries dedicated entirely to artists no one's ever heard of. Would you? Yes. Then open one. Right here in Boston. She stared at him as the idea began to take shape. A showcase for artists no one had ever heard of. She had no idea how to go about it, and her mother would absolutely hate the idea. Still, it was hard to ignore the sudden flutter of excitement she felt at the thought. Do you really think I could? Why not? You have the resources, the connections, the dream. What if that's all it is, a dream? He'd wound an arm around her shoulder, pulling her close enough to drop a kiss on the top of her head. Dreams are like waves, babe. You have to wait for the right one to come along, the one that has your name on it. And then when it does, you have to get up and ride it. This dream has your name all over it. She'd believed it then. But did she still? Her dream of being a textile artist had actually begun as a fetish for vintage clothing. Not because she loved clothes. She'd never cared about fashion. It was fabric that captivated her. The way it moved and felt and behaved. Watered silks and pebbly knits, crisp organdy, diaphanous lace, nubby tweeds and lamb-soft worsteds, each with a texture and personality all its own. Her first attempt had been crude and unsophisticated, but a passion for creation had already found its way into her blood, driving her to perfect her craft with practice and new techniques. What had started as a fetish had become a quiet obsession, resulting in a series of pieces dubbed the Storm Watch Collection. Her mother had referred to them as her arts and crafts projects, but the owner of the interior design shop had been enthusiastic enough to put several pieces in his window. By summer's end, he'd sold the entire collection, including the one hanging in the window of Finn's. When the call came that North of November had sold and would hang in a public place, she was so excited that she'd burst into her mother's study without knocking. Camilla had smiled indulgently at the news, declaring herself not a bit surprised. It was a pretty piece, and tourists loved that sort of thing. She hadn't meant to be condescending, but the remark stung more than Rory ever let on. After that, she'd worked less and less on her art, until Hux had rekindled her creative flame with talk of a gallery. But when he disappeared, the flame had gone out. By the time the microwave dinged, Rory had lost interest in her soup. Instead, she headed for the spare room she had set up as a makeshift studio. She hadn't set foot inside since Hux vanished, too frantic to work at first, and then later, unable to look at anything that reminded her of him. The room felt smaller than she remembered, cluttered and a little overwhelming, with the faint tang of fabric glue still hanging in the air. A desk strewn with art supply catalogs occupied one corner, an easel used for sketching filled another. Shelves piled with fabric swatches lined one wall, and under the window sat the second-hand Bernina she'd bought early on, but rarely used after discovering she preferred hand-stitching, all collecting dust now. Her eyes slid to the unframed piece behind the desk, an enormous wave purling around the eastern wall of a stoic granite lighthouse. It was her personal favorite, inspired by a photo she'd seen once and never forgotten. She had titled it Fearless, because that's how it felt, stoic and indomitable. There were 4 more in the closet, part of the new collection she'd been working on when Hux disappeared. Not long ago. Had it really only been 5 months? She'd imagined them hanging on a gallery wall. On her gallery wall. Now she couldn't imagine anything. Moving deeper into the room, she stood before 2 large needlework frames, where a pair of unfinished pieces had languished for months. She ran her fingers over one, recalling the hours of felting required to create each whirl and eddy. She wouldn't finish them now. School would start in the fall, and there wouldn't be time, and there really wasn't much point. Out of nowhere, the row house on Newbury Street sprang to mind. It had been such a peculiar moment, as if she'd felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to find an old friend standing there. It was nothing like the cold, angular places she'd looked at last year, but suddenly she knew it would be perfect for the gallery, brimming with history and old Boston charm, and, once filled with the kind of pieces she envisioned, the perfect marriage of old and new. Unheard of. The name, like a whisper, seemed to stir to life, like a thing coming awake after a heavy sleep. Was she actually considering this? Moving forward with plans she'd laid to rest months ago? And what about Hux? Was it selfish to contemplate such a thing while his life, their lives together, still hung in the balance? But she could feel it. The plans she believed long dead, slowly coming to life. This dream has your name all over it. Before she could check the impulse, she opened the desk drawer, shuffling through the contents until she found a business card for Brett Gleason, the real estate agent she'd hired last year to scout properties. She stared at it, wrestling with the urge to pick up the phone. What harm could there be in checking it out? It wasn't like it would amount to anything. There wasn't even a sign-up. It was simply a matter of satisfying her curiosity, she told herself as she picked up the phone and punched in the number. 2 days later, Brett called back with the information. Rory was carrying a plate of scrambled eggs to the living room when the phone rang. She froze, as she did any time the phone rang now. Was this it? Was there news? She set down the plate, ran her eyes around the room looking for the cordless. Her heart was pounding by the time she found it. Hello? Hey, it's Brett. The breath went out of her at the sound of his voice. I didn't expect to hear from you this soon. Were you able to find out anything? I did, as a matter of fact. According to city records, the property is owned by one Soline Roussel. Apparently, she operated a bridal shop there until it burned a few years back. They gutted it right after the fire, right down to the lath. Started renovations but never finished. It's been empty ever since. No recent MLS listings, though, which means she probably isn't looking to unload it. It's odd that she'd let it sit empty rather than leasing it. With a little work, the place could be a real cash cow. Rory sagged onto the couch, grappling with possible responses. Just how far did she want to take this? Rory, you still there? Yes, I'm here. Are you really thinking about doing this? I don't know. Maybe. Well, then this is great news. I always thought it was a great idea. But after all the places we looked at last summer, why this one? I don't know. I saw it, and I just knew. It was like it was sitting there waiting for me. One of those woman's intuition things? Yeah, I guess. Would you be willing to contact her about a possible lease? There was a brief stretch of silence, the sound of a phone ringing in the background. I can certainly do that, Brett replied finally. But I've got to be straight with you. We scouted at least 20 properties and you passed on every one of them. If I'm going to go sleuthing around and lean on this woman, I need to know you're actually ready to move. It was a fair statement, and absolutely true. She had turned down every property he'd shown her, not because she couldn't have made them work, or because she was squeamish about committing, but because none of them had felt right. But this one, a building she'd never noticed until yesterday and had never set foot in, did. Rory? I'm ready to move.
4. Soline. We may forsake the work, but the work will never forsake us. It will fight to keep us, throwing itself into our path again and again, until at long last we pay attention. This is what it means to be chosen. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 29 May 1985, Boston. I'm startled when my phone rings at precisely 8 a.m. I don't get calls anymore, or at least not many, and when I do, they seldom come before I've finished my coffee. I let the phone ring as I filled the carafe and pushed down the plunger of the press, hoping whoever it is will hang up. There's no one I want to talk to. The phone keeps ringing. I lift up the receiver and immediately hang it up. Seconds later, it rings again. I hang up again, without a word, hoping whoever it is will get the message and leave me alone. When it begins to ring a third time, I snatch the receiver from its cradle. I don't want to buy anything. I am about to slam the receiver back down when I catch a sharp bark of laughter. It's a familiar sound, and a surprisingly pleasant one, even at this uncaffeinated time of day. My solicitor, and a friend too, I suppose, who I've not spoken to in months. Daniel Ballantyne? Is that you? Yes, it's me, and I'm not calling to get you to buy anything. I'm calling to ask you if you're interested in selling something. Or, to be more specific, leasing something. What are you talking about? I had a call last night. We've had an inquiry on the Fairfield property. I feel as though a blast of cold air has just hit the back of my neck. Someone wants my shop? There's a pause, the polite but uncomfortable sort. Well, it hasn't been a shop for years now, but someone's interested in your building, yes. Who? The agent didn't mention his client by name, but if the guy found me, he's obviously done his homework. Brett Gleason's his name, with Back Bay Land Group. They've asked for a sit-down. It's not for sale or lease. Daniel makes a noise he makes when he's frustrated with me. Half grunt, half sigh. Soline, it's been 3 years. More than 3, actually. And we both know reopening isn't in the cards. The fire caused a lot of damage, and what with everything... Everything. I hold out my free hand, palm up, staring at it. The shiny pink skin, mottled with bits of waxy white. The slight claw-like curling of the fingers. The other hand, the one holding the phone, is a little better, but not much. The result of second-degree burns sustained when a cigarette I left burning set my bridal shop on fire. There were splints, physical therapy, a series of grueling surgeries, more splints, followed by more therapy, until the doctors all agreed there was nothing more to be done. You mean my hands? I say quietly. I mean everything, Soline. You came here alone and worked your ass off, built a name for yourself out of nothing. People will never forget the name Roussel and what it stood for, but you're retired now. Why leave the place sitting empty? We're talking top dollar in the current leasing market. I don't need the money. No, you certainly don't. But you don't need the memories either. Maybe it's time to let go of them and move on. His words touch off a spark in me. You think that's all it would take? I sign a contract, someone else moves in, and it all goes away? Daniel sighs. I didn't mean it like that. I know what you've been through, and that there are reasons you're reluctant to let go. But you wouldn't be letting it go. Not completely. Though, truthfully, I'm not sure holding on is serving you at this point. I scowl at the coffee press, cursing him under my breath. Why did he have to call now, when I've been doing so well pretending to be numb? I don't want to talk about this now. Just promise me you'll think about it. I heave a sigh, weary of being hectored. All right. All right, you'll lease it? All right, I'll think about it. I'll call you tomorrow. Not tomorrow, I snap. The day after. All right, the day after. I hang up the phone and go back to my cold coffee. I have to start over now. I remove the plunger and toss the tepid slop into the sink. I know Daniel has my best interests at heart, and not only because I pay him to, but there are parts of my story, even he doesn't know, parts I have put away for good, and after so many years, what does it matter? People like me, like the Roussels, are a dying breed, our gifts of little value to a world that no longer believes in la magie. For generations, my family has been part of conte de fées, a fairy tale. Though perhaps fairy tale is the wrong term. Fairy tales have happy endings. Fables are meant as cautionary tales, lessons intended to teach us about life and its consequences. And over the years, the Roussels have learned much about consequences. There are many names for what we are: gypsies, hexers, white witches, and shamans. In England, we're called cunning folk, though I've always hated the term, perhaps because it conjures thoughts of slick-handed cheats waiting to separate the unsuspecting passerby from the few pennies in his pocket, the charlatans with their phony magic and vulgar showmanship, making up fortunes and doling out platitudes. We are not those people. For us, the work is sacred, a vocation. In France, where I come from, we are les tisseuses de sorts, spell weavers, which is at least closer to the truth. We possess certain skills, talents, with things like charms and herbs, cards and stones, or, in our case, needle and thread. There are not many of us left these days, or at least not many who depend on the craft for their living. But there are a few still, if one knows where to look. And for a time, I was one of them, like my mother and her mother before her, living in the narrow, twisty lanes of Paris, discreetly known as the Craft District. We were the Roussels, a family of dressmakers, bridal designers to be precise, but with a particular speciality. The bride who wears a Roussel gown on her wedding day is guaranteed a happy ending. We are the chosen, or so the story goes. Handmaidens of La Mère Divine, the Divine Mother, and like all handmaidens, we are meant to be content with our solitary lot, to sacrifice our happiness in service to others. Like the Holy Catholic Sisters, the black and whites, as Tante Lilou called them, we are taught from a tender age that happy endings are for other people. A gift, Maman claimed, though, looking back, I'm not convinced it was ever worth the price. And yes, there was a price. With magie, something must always be rendered, and the Roussels have learned only too well the price for disobedience. A malefice, a curse, passed down through the generations, because one of us, some foolish Roussel whose name has long been forgotten, once used la magie to steal another woman's husband, breaking the first tenet of our creed: do no harm. A myth, probably, though I suspect, like all myths, some thread of truth runs through it. And a thing repeated often enough takes on a truth of its own, like the steady drip of water carves its way through the stone. And so, the curse has been drilled into us, into my mother and hers before that, warning us against the unhappy fate of those who have strayed from their calling. Our hearts are to remain locked up tight, close to temptations that might cause us to forget our true purpose, to ensure the happiness of others. So goes the Roussel Catechism, but the heart often demands its own way, and the Roussels have fallen prey to both love and its consequences. Superstition, some might say, but I've seen the evidence myself, or at least heard of it. Giselle, My mother's mother, deserted by her failed artist husband after giving birth to a second daughter. Tante Lilou, widowed when her handsome Brit husband rolled his car into a ditch the day they returned from honeymooning in Greece. Maman, abandoned by her mysterious young lover when she turned up pregnant. And me, of course. But that is a story for another time. For now, let us return to the work. Maman called it sacred, a vocation carved into our hearts long before we were born. That too is like the Catholic sisters, I suppose, though we take no formal vows. Our name is our vow. Our blood is our vow. Our work, charms, painstakingly sewn into the seam of a white silk gown, is our vow. And we are well paid for our work. In Paris, where fashion and name-dropping go hand in hand, we were relative nobodies. The name Roussel wasn't likely to be heard in the fashionable salons, where the bon ton sipped champagne and nibbled tarte tropiciennes. Such distinctions were reserved for the likes of Chanel, Lanvin, and Patou. But in the more discreet corners of the city, where women with certain skills were paid to keep other women's secrets, Maman, born Esmée Roussel, daughter of Gisèle Roussel, was known as la sorcière de la robe, the dress witch. The name passed to her when my grand-mère died and was to be mine when Maman finally laid down her needle. But it wasn't a name I ever wanted for myself. I had inherited my mother's gift with a needle and far exceeded her abilities in design, but I could never match her when it came to spell work. I had no patience for such things, because my thoughts, my dreams, lay elsewhere. Maman did her best to rid me of them. She was a harsh taskmaster, quick to scold and slow to praise. To her, I was selfish and ungrateful, a wildling who would come to harm one day if I didn't stop my silly dreaming and bend myself to my calling. A rêveur, she would bark, when my mind would wander and the distraction came out in my hands. Daydreamer. I deserved it, of course. I was a daydreamer, as starry-eyed and fanciful as any young girl should be. And, like any other young girl, I kept my dreams in a book. Not the one I used to record Maman's teachings, but an entirely different sort of book. One with blank white pages, just waiting to be filled with my very own designs. Pages and pages of clothes I would create one day and put my name on. Dresses and suits and stunning evening gowns in every color of the rainbow. Ochre and azure and aubergine. Such were the colors of my girlhood dreams. Alas, we women seldom get the life we would choose for ourselves. Instead, our lot is chosen for us by those who claim to know best, and before we know it, we've been shaped into someone we don't recognize, remade in someone else's image. For the Roussels, this is especially true. For 70 years, we kept a salon in the Rue Legendre, with a small apartment above for living. It wasn't much as salons go, small but smart, with shuttered windows and a purple door to distinguish it from its neighbors. Purple is the color of our kind, the color of la magie, of magic. We could have afforded to put on a better show, a fancy sign or smart canvas awnings, but our clients valued discretion almost as much as they valued Maman's gift with a needle. And who could blame them? No woman, a French one least of all, wants it known that she requires help with les choses de cœur. Many did require it, though. Still, many were turned away, deemed a poor match with their chosen grooms and therefore ill-suited for a binding. One did not simply walk in off the street and commission a gown from Maman. To become a Roussel bride, 3 things were required: a referral from a previous client, a vow of discretion, and absolute honesty. And even then, there was no guarantee that the prospective bride would be found worthy. There was a process, tests that must be passed, questions asked and answered, and of course the readings, all of which took place in Maman's little sitting room at the back of the shop. The would-be client would arrive at the appointed time, alone, never with her mother in tow. A tray of refreshments always awaited, a plate of biscuits and sweet dark chocolate served in tin china cups. The bride would settle into her chair with her refreshments. Maman would smile her disarming smile over the rim of her cup, and the questions would begin. How long have you known your young man? How did you meet? Does his mother approve of you? Does yours approve of him? Have you discussed having children? Have the 2 of you been intimate? Does he please you physically? Has he ever been unfaithful to you? Have you been unfaithful to him? Occasionally they would try to lie, but it did them no good. Maman could smell a lie before it left someone's mouth. And the price of a lie was to be turned away. After the questions, she would move on to the true test. The women were instructed to bring a personal article of their own to the interview, and also one belonging to their fiancés, a hairbrush or a ring, something each used and touched every day. Maman would hold the items in her hands, one at a time, letting her eyes go soft and her breath go deep, until the images began to come up. Echoes, she called them, of what has been and what is to come. It will sound strange to you, like make-believe. It was stranger still to watch it through a keyhole when I was a little girl, spying on things I did not yet understand. And then one day, Maman explained. Every soul creates an echo, like a fingerprint or signature that becomes infused in the things around us, who we are, where we belong, what we're meant to bring to the world. No 2 echoes are alike. They are ours and ours alone, but they're incomplete, one half of a perfect whole, like a mirror without a reflection. And so each echo is constantly seeking its other half to complete itself. That is what we look for in a reading, a sign that the lover's echoes are a match. Nearly 2/3 of the brides who sought Maman's help were turned away, and no amount of money could entice her to change her mind. These were critical considerations, after all. It was her reputation on the line, and she must be careful of it. One failure could ruin her, ruin all the Roussels. I was 12 when she began to school me in earnest, a year earlier than her Maman began with her. When I asked why, she said there wasn't time to wait. I would need to be ready when the time came. I didn't understand then. I wouldn't for several years. But I did as I was told, and so began my lessons at the knee of the dress witch. My training consisted of 3 parts. The first was divination, which, according to Maman, was where any sorcière worth her salt should focus first. It is known by other names: scrying, dowsing, invocation. Naming it one rather than the other makes no difference. La magie is a supple thing, powerful, yet pliant, adaptable to many forms and uses. Smell, sound, sight, touch, even taste can be used if the practitioner is sufficiently schooled. For the Roussels, it is touch and the ability to channel a person's story, one's echoes, through our fingertips. When it comes to spells and to happiness, there is no such thing as one size fits all. Good magic, effective magic, is about knowing your client's story, who they are, and how they live their lives, what makes them tick. To be effective, you must get at the truth. We would work every day after the shop closed, with items Maman found or picked up cheap at one of the second-hand stalls. She taught me to go quiet inside, to soften my gaze and slow my breath. So very, very slow, until everything fell away, and the images shimmered to the surface. Loves, losses, babies, weddings, accidents, illnesses, flicking past my eyes like pages in a scrapbook. Afterwards, Maman would quiz me to see if my readings matched hers. I was terrible at first, overwhelmed by the kinds of things that came up. I was young and found being privy to the intimate details of a stranger's life uncomfortable, as if I'd been peering through their blinds or reading their diaries. Maman would simply roll her eyes. "The echoes do not lie," she would remind me. "They are a person's memoir, stripped of fancy and self-delusion, the raw and unvarnished truth, and those truths are the foundation for everything else." By everything else, she meant charm crafting. A particular charm must be created for each Roussel bride, the words carefully chosen and shaped into a kind of verse, meant to dissolve specific impediments and ensure a happy outcome. The writing of a binding charm is considered sacred work and is to be entered into reverently, never in haste, and never ever with the intent to bend the will of another. Both lovers must come willingly to the union and must have full faith in the charm's binding power. Faith is the cornerstone of all magic. Without it, even the most powerful charm is useless. When the charm is complete, it is sewn into the dress, discreetly worked into the seam that will lay closest to the bride's heart. The words should be wrought in white silk thread, the stitches nearly invisible to the naked eye, as a guard against copying and misappropriation. Binding spells call on powerful magic, and in careless hands can do harm that is difficult, if not impossible, to reverse. But in skilled hands, a thoughtfully worked binding assures both protection and happiness. On the wedding day, when the lovers exchange vows, their union is said to be envoûté, spellbound. This part of the training came hard for me. I was impatient, which made me clumsy, perhaps because I found the work so achingly dull. I longed to make dresses, beautiful, shimmering gowns like the ones pictured in La Joie des Modes. But Maman refused to let me do more than pin a hem or trace a pattern until I had mastered charm crafting. I thought her terribly unfair. At 15, I was already as good with a needle as she, perhaps better, and had a sketchbook full of ideas I ached to bring to life. Voluminous princess skirts, tightly nipped waists, bead-encrusted bodices, and wide satin bows with sashes so long they skimmed the floor. There were gowns meant to celebrate the female form, offering glimpses of shoulder and back and bosom. Maman detested them all, pronouncing them fanciful and vulgar, fit only for the stage. Her opinion stung more than I let on. But one day, after yet another harsh critique, I informed her that her shapeless confections were très démodées, dreary and outdated. No woman, I snapped sullenly, not even the ones who need our help, wanted to walk down the aisle in a dress that looked as if it had been fashioned from her mother's best tablecloth, and certainly not at the prices we were charging. She responded as I knew she would, by pointing out that our clients weren't paying for fashion, but peace of mind. Still, I scorn the idea that a Roussel bride should have to choose between fashion and la magie. I saw no reason they couldn't have both. If she would only let me make up a few of my dresses and display them in a salon, she would see that I was right. But Maman was not persuaded, and so I began to sew in secret, working every night after her light went out, dreaming of the day women would walk down the aisle in gowns bearing my name on the label. Now, years later, and an ocean away from where I began, the memories are still raw, but it was work that helped put me back together again after Paris and all that came after. Daniel is right. Despite it all, I managed to make a name for myself and carried on the Roussel legacy in a way I hoped would make Maman proud. With my shop, I found my feet, and I found myself. Selling it, no matter how long it's been sitting empty, would be like letting go of all that, like letting go of me, and I don't know if I'm ready for that. 5. Soline. Always there must be free will. It is not for us to impose our beliefs on others or to endeavor to persuade one to the practices of our faith. We do not seek those who need our help. Rather, they must seek us and request our assistance. Esme Roussel, The Dress Witch. 31 May 1985, Boston. This time, Daniel waits until after breakfast to call. I consider letting it ring, but I know it's pointless. He'll only show up at my door with a box of my favorite truffles. After so many years, he knows how to get around me. I take my time refilling my coffee cup while the phone continues to ring. 7 times. 8. 9. I still don't know what I'm going to say. I haven't allowed myself to think about it since his first call. But now I have to think about it, because he knows I'm here. Where else would I be? And he isn't giving up. You're becoming a nuisance, I growl when I finally pick up. What if it wasn't me? There's a smile in his voice and a hint of annoyance that I've made him wait. Who else would be calling me? True enough. Have you thought about what you might want to do? I take a sip of my coffee, wincing as it goes down, hot and strong. What I want to do is turn back the clock, go back to a time when I still had dreams, before my heart froze over. No, I say flatly. I haven't had time. I know a little more than I did the last time we spoke. The agent called again yesterday. His client's been looking for a space to open a gallery. They're definitely thinking lease rather than sale, which means you wouldn't actually be letting go of the place. You'd just be sharing it for a good cause. I let out a sigh. There's property all over this city. Why does he have to have mine? It's a she, actually, though the agent still wouldn't drop her name. He did tell me the gallery would showcase up-and-coming artists. She's even got a name. She wants to call it Unheard Of. I run the name around in my head. Clever. Intriguing. Of course it's a woman. You should have told him it wasn't available when he called the first time, I snap, annoyed that life seems determined to throw me back into the past, when all I want is to be left alone. I'm not your guard dog, Daniel says, in the voice he reserves for me when I'm being exasperating. I'm your lawyer. My job is to offer counsel when there's a serious opportunity on the table. And this one is serious. They know about the fire, that repairs were never completed. Gleason says she doesn't care. Apparently, they've been looking for a space for almost a year, but nothing he showed her measured up. Eventually, she shelved the idea. Then she spotted the row house and just knew it was the one. Her exact words. She said it was as if the building had been waiting for her. Waiting for her. The words seemed to vibrate in my chest, the way a tuning fork resonates when struck. She thinks the building, my building, has been waiting for her? That's what he said. Who knows with these artsy types? I'm an artsy type, I remind him dryly. Of course you are. So maybe you and this wannabe gallery owner are kindred spirits. Should I set up a meeting? I didn't say that. I know, but maybe she's right. Maybe the building has been waiting for her. Maybe you have too. They're only talking about a lease. And you'd know it was being used for something meaningful. For art. Stop your wheedling, Daniel. I'm not a child. To his credit, he remains silent. The truth is, I can be rather childlike at times, sullen and immovable, and yes, difficult. I suppose that's what comes from a life that's denied you everything you ever wanted. But now it's someone else doing the wanting. Someone with a dream. Someone who believes in art and artists. Do I really want to play the spoiler? Soline? Daniel prods finally. Set up a meeting. There's a beat of startled silence. For what day? You pick the day. I won't be there. You don't want to meet this mystery woman? No. My answer comes so fast it surprises even me. I've never cared much for the business end of things. That's why I have a solicitor. Daniel can oversee the negotiations and finalize the deal if one is reached, then send the necessary paperwork by courier. I can bear that much, as long as I don't have to sit through it all with a smile on my face and pretend I don't remember the stitch-by-stitch unraveling of my life. Because I do. I remember the day I learned the Nazis would come. I remember where I was and what I was wearing. I remember what Maman was wearing and what she said. And I remember not wanting to believe any of it. It was impossible. But Maman knew better and had quietly begun hoarding what we would need, what I would need. And on my 16th birthday, she decided it was time to prepare me for what was coming. 6. Soline. A crucifix around your neck and a charm magique in your pocket may keep away the witch hunters, but they are worthless against the Nazis. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 17 September 1939, Paris. It's near closing time, and I'm tidying up the workroom, complaining about the bolts of fabric beginning to pile up in the corners when Maman's sewing machine goes quiet. There will come a time, she says gravely, when we'll need more than flour and sugar to survive. My mother has never been given to dramatics. She's a woman who lives her life in the cool and careful middle, with no time for theatrics. So this dire prediction, delivered out of the blue, takes me by surprise. I blink at her. Who said anything about flour? She reaches over and clicks off the radio, then folds her hands in her lap. It's time for me to say a few things, Soline, and I want you to listen. This alone is enough to put me on my guard. Maman is not a talker, unless it's to point out an uneven hem or shabbily cut pattern. But war changes things. My belly tightens when I meet her eyes, dark like my own, with a fringe of black lashes that are suddenly and inexplicably spiked with tears. She points to the empty chair beside her work table. Come sit by me and listen. Her tears, so rare, terrify me. What is it? There are changes coming, she begins. Dark times that will test us all. Even now, the winds are blowing. She is fingering the gold crucifix she has taken to wearing every day. A new habit, like the garnet beads she keeps in her apron pocket and works absently when her hands happen to be free. Maman carries a rosary and wears a crucifix. It isn't uncommon for our kind to practice a blend of Catholicism and la magie des esprits. She doesn't attend Mass or make confession, but she goes to the church now and then to light a candle as a kind of hedge against malchance. Perhaps it's to do with the early days of the church, when our feast days were assumed into the Christian calendar in an effort to herd women like us into the one true faith. Or a holdover from darker times, when being anything but Catholic might result in one being bound to a stake and set alight. Whatever the reason, many of the gifted in France continue to straddle the line between saints and spirits, especially the women. The female sex has always been troublesome for those in power, because we see things, know things, and now Maman knows something. And so I sit quietly, waiting. The Germans again, she says harshly, picking up the thread of the conversation. Led by a fou, a madman, with a shadow on his soul, he will take everything, and what he cannot take he will destroy. She pauses, laying a hand on my arm. You must be ready, Susu.
She rarely touches me, and she never calls me Susu. It was one of my Tante Lilu's pet names for me, and has always set her teeth on edge. Her sudden show of tenderness sends a chill through me. How do you know this?
I've lived it before, and not so long ago. Now, it's coming again.
She squeezes her eyes tight, as if trying to rid herself of the images.
It will be no little thing, this war. Barbarity the world has never seen, and so will not see coming.
Her head comes up, her gaze riveted to my face.
You will need to be strong, ma fille, and careful.
She looks pale suddenly. Her dark eyes bead hard as she forces me to meet them. How have I not noticed the new sharpness in her face, the thinning of her once full mouth? She's frightened, and I have never seen her frightened. There's something she isn't saying, something that frightens her more than the prospect of war. Suddenly, I'm frightened too. When, Maman?
A year, perhaps more. But I've been preparing, laying up stores against what's to come. It will be harder and harder to get things. Food, clothes, even shoes. Money won't matter because there won't be anything to buy and no one to buy it from. That's why the workroom is jammed and the pantry downstairs. So you will have what you need when the time comes. Things you can barter.
Her hand creeps back to the crucifix.
I'm afraid for you.
The words hang in the air between us, heavy, solitary. Only for me? Her eyes remain steady, her emotions unguarded for the first time in my memory. Fear, sorrow, and a silent apology. Suddenly, I understand what she isn't saying, and what I haven't let myself see until now. The hollow cheeks and shadowed eyes, the cough I sometimes hear in the night. Maman is sick and will be gone soon.
7. Soline. For more than 200 years there has been a dress witch, the keeper of our secret and the teacher of our craft. Our gift, though taught, is at its roots hereditary, the title passed from one generation to the next. When the mother lays down her needle, the daughter takes it up, and so goes the work. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch.
17 January 1940, Paris. For now at least, nothing seems to be happening. The tables at the sidewalk cafes are still full, the coffee houses humming with artists and philosophers, sipping endless cups of black coffee, gnawing on life like a bone. The chefs keep cooking and the wine keeps flowing. The cinemas draw their usual crowds, and fashion continues to be the chief pastime of Parisian women. More importantly, at least for the Roussels, young lovers continue to marry. Maman says it's to do with Hitler's troops sweeping through Europe like a plague of locusts. The prospect of soldiers on our streets is making everyone nervous, and brides are desperate to get down the aisle before the worst comes to pass. Every day now we wake to reports of new atrocities. A woman who had fled Berlin with her aging parents told Maman about the night she witnessed dozens of Jews from her neighborhood being rounded up, for the camps, their synagogues burned, their businesses destroyed, the streets where they lived and worked littered with shards of broken glass. Kristallnacht, they called it, the night of broken glass. We'd heard about it, of course, on the radio, but not the way she told it. And this morning, there are reports of mothers putting their children on trains, giving them up to strangers in order to save them from what's coming. Maman has been sobbing on and off for hours. She's declining rapidly now, so thin, the bones of her face have begun to show through her skin, and her cough worsens every day. She refuses to see a doctor, assuring me with alarming calm that it will make no difference. There is no longer any pretense between us. She's dying, and all I can do is watch. Will it be much longer? I ask as she clicks off the radio and settles back against her pillows. Before they come to Paris, I mean. She turns her head, coughing into her handkerchief, a broken rattling that leaves her winded and pale.
They're closer every day now. They won't stop until they have it all.
Her answer comes as no surprise. It's what they're saying on Radio Londres, too. They've already taken half of Europe. Why do they need Paris?
They want to purge all of Europe, to purify it. Many will die, and the ones who don't will lose everything.
I nod, because there's no longer any doubt about her being right. Every day brings fresh horrors. Raids and roundups, trains crisscrossing Europe, loaded with prisoners bound for the camps. Communists, Jews, Roma. Will no one be safe then?
Those willing to turn a blind eye and go along, but only those. Some will even profit from it. For the rest, they will come with their scythes, cutting down anyone who stands in their way. And I won't be here. There will be no one to protect you.
I want to tell her she's wrong, and that she'll get well and everything will be fine. But we both know better, and so I say nothing.
I've had a letter from Lilou,
she says abruptly. The news leaves me speechless. Maman has never forgiven her sister for falling in love with an Englishman and running off to get married. He was wealthy and dashing, with a flat in London and a house in the country where he kept horses and sheep. I found it all terribly romantic. Maman felt quite differently and had shown little emotion when a letter arrived telling us Lilou's husband was dead. She had torn the letter to pieces and thrown it in the fire, muttering that it had all been inevitable and it served her right for abandoning us. Now, more than a decade later, it seems there has been another letter. I didn't know you and Lilou were writing letters.
War changes things,
Maman replies stiffly.
and there were things to say.
You told her you were sick.
She said you should come.
I stare at her. To London?
It's still possible, but not for long.
She surprises me by reaching for my hand, her knuckles white as her fingers close around mine.
I want you to go, Soline. I want you to be safe. And you won't be in Paris. No one will. You must go. Tomorrow.
Without you? Her eyes flutter closed.
Oui, ma fille. Without me.
But how? She shakes her head, cutting me off.
You can't stay, Soline. I was a fool to think a pantry full of coffee and sugar could keep you safe. It won't. Nothing will if they decide to come for you.
The panic in her eyes is so raw, I feel the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. I narrow my gaze, certain she knows something I don't. What reason could they have to come for me, Maman? Her eyes glitter, fever mixed with fear.
Don't you see? They don't need a reason, but they'll find one. People always find a way to justify their hate and give others an excuse to fall in line. They put words in people's mouths, plant them like viruses, then watch them spread. People here in Paris, people we know, will be infected. And when the fever spreads, they'll point the finger at anyone they think might save them. Please, I beg you, go to Lilou.
How can I go? The words spill out more sharply than I intended. But she is asking the impossible. We've never been close, not the way most mothers and daughters are. But she's my mother. I can't just abandon her. You're so weak. You can't get down the stairs and you can barely feed yourself. If I go, there would be no one to take care of you.
You must, Soline. You must go now.
What about the work? Someone has to be here to do the work. She lets out a sigh, clearly weary of arguing.
There won't be any work, Soline. There will be no brides because there will be no grooms. The men will be gone, all of them.
I feel the air go out of my lungs. I've heard stories about the last war, the shortage of marriageable men after, because they went off to fight and never came home. I never imagined it happening again. But of course she's right. Referrals have already slowed to a trickle, and it will only get worse. And then what? Still, I can't do what she's asking. I won't leave you here by yourself.
You little fool!
Her eyes flash as she catches me by the wrist.
Do you think it will matter if you're here when my time comes? That you can somehow stop what's happening to me? You can't. There is no magic for this, or for what's coming. There's nothing left for you here.
I turn away from her, stung by her harshness. Ours has always been an awkward relationship, filled with chilly truces and prickly silence, her disapproval always there, like a current running between us, because I'm a reminder of past mistakes. Once upon a time I had a father, a man who managed at least once to woo Esme Roussel to his bed. I don't know his name. I only know he was a musician, attending school in Paris, and that he left without marrying her. Maman has never spoken of him, and Lilou was strangely silent on the subject, despite my curiosity. And so he has remained a shadow, a nameless lapse in judgment for which a baby girl was the penance. I remember Lilou telling me once that Maman had been one of the most beautiful girls in Paris, and that it had to do with the Roma blood running through our veins. She said it was what gave the Roussels the look of gypsies, and what gave us our magic, and that Maman had gotten more than her share of both. Perhaps it's true. Perhaps Maman was beautiful once, but bitterness has hardened her, something I vowed would never happen to me. And yet, I see her sometimes when I stand at the mirror, the me I might become if I'm not careful, cold and brittle, and so very solitary. But Lilou is there sometimes too, looking back, asking me what I will make of my life. Lilou, who lopped off her hair and rouged her lips and called me ma pêche, who followed her heart and married her Brit and left Paris far behind her. She was different from Maman. In every way it was possible to be different, and I adored her. She wasn't fond of rules and didn't believe in regrets or sin, which she claimed was a ruse to make women apologize for what they wanted. How I longed to be like her when I was a girl, to look the world straight in the eye and dare its opinion, to follow my own dreams and chase my own wishes. And perhaps I will one day, but not while Maman needs me.
8. Rory. June 16th, 1985, Boston. Rory held her breath as she stepped into the row house's murky interior. The power wasn't due to be turned on until tomorrow, but as of 6 p.m. last night, the place was hers. Lock, stock, and lease payment. She couldn't stay long. She was due at her mother's for brunch at 11, but the freshly cut set of keys Danielle Ballantyne had handed her yesterday had been burning a hole in her pocket. Now that it was light, she was here to soak up the atmosphere and savor the moment. A wash of dull light filtered in through the gritty front window, creating a murky underwater atmosphere. Rory squinted, willing her eyes to adjust as she wandered about the front room. In its current condition, the place could hardly be considered glamorous, though it had once been home to one of the most exclusive bridal salons in Boston, owned by a Parisian dressmaker known for her exquisite taste and avant-garde designs. If she'd ever had a second thought, which she hadn't, the building's history would have been enough to make her take the leap. The idea that once upon a time, the row house had been a place where taffeta, organza, and creamy satins had been used to create something lasting and beautiful. It felt like a sign, as if fate had, in fact, sent a wave with her name on it. Perhaps that's why Soline Roussel hadn't sold the building after the fire, because it was meant for her, for the gallery. Things had moved relatively quickly once the decision was made. After several rounds of phone tag and one very brief showing, she'd made an offer, requiring yet another round of phone tag before finally being accepted. She'd been a nervous wreck, waiting for the papers to be drawn up, afraid her mysterious new landlady would change her mind and back out of their deal. Thankfully, everything had gone as planned. Or almost everything. She'd been hoping to finally meet the elusive Ms. Roussel at the signing, but as usual, her attorney had acted on her behalf. She'd asked Daniel for Ms. Roussel's phone number when the business was done, or an address where she might send a thank-you note, but he had quickly nixed the idea, explaining that his client was an extremely private person and preferred to leave matters of business to him. All future inquiries would be handled through his office. Rory doubted there would be need for future inquiries. She was ready to get the renovation started. The fire damage was largely confined to the second-floor apartment, where the blaze had actually started, but smoke and water had left their marks down here, too. The roof and dormers, along with the windows on the upper floors, had been replaced soon after the fire, but after the initial gutting, work on the interior had been abandoned, leaving the place little more than a shell, stripped to the lath and littered with drop cloths, abandoned tools, and discarded paint pails overflowing with trash. The contractor she'd hired to do the renovations, a friend of Brett's, estimated the first-floor work could be completed in 90 days, give or take. After that, she'd need several weeks to furnish the place and complete the art installations. If all went well, an October opening might be doable, November at the latest. A bloom of anticipation warmed her as she imagined the finished product. Glossy black floors and discreet lighting, soft gray walls lined with beautifully framed art, black lacquer plinths, acrylic vitrines, well-placed benches for lingering and conversation, and later, upstairs, rooms for readings, lectures, perhaps even a workshop now and then. She eyed the staircase with its black marble newels and Art Deco ironwork. Like everything else, it would require some TLC, but thank goodness they hadn't torn it out. She ran a palm over the cool black marble, the almost sensuous curve of the iron railing, envisioning it all dramatically lit from above, mirrored in shadow on the wall behind, very film noir. For a moment she toyed with the idea of going upstairs for a quick poke around, but there wasn't time. Not that she was in a hurry to tell her mother she wouldn't be heading back to school in the fall. She'd been skirting the issue for several weeks, determined to keep her decision quiet until the lease was signed. But now, it was time to face the music. Maybe she'd come back after brunch, clean the windows and round up the trash before the workmen showed up tomorrow. It would give her something to look forward to. She was turning away, her hand still on the stair railing, when she felt it, or thought she felt it. A subtle vibration coursing through her fingers and up her arm, like the hum of a tuning fork running through her bones. Stranger still were the quicksilver flashes she'd experienced as she squeezed her eyes shut, like heat lightning, imprinting the backs of her lids with a strange jumble of images. She jerked her hand back, rubbing her bare arm. A shock? But how? The power had been off for years. Against her better judgment, she touched the railing again with the flats of her fingers, fast, as if testing an iron or a burner on a stove. Nothing. Had she imagined it? She was sure the contractor had checked the wiring as part of his walkthrough, and she didn't recall him finding any problems. Just the same, she'd ask him to take a second look. The last thing she needed was an electrical fire, or worse, someone getting electrocuted on opening night. Opening night. Just thinking the words set little wings fluttering in her belly as she picked up her purse and moved to the door. Because it made her think of Hux and his belief in her vision. His voice had been in her head all morning, while she brushed her teeth, while she stirred cream into her coffee, while driving over, and she heard it again as she locked the door behind her. Dreams are like waves, babe. You have to wait for the right one to come along, the one that has your name on it. And then when it does, you have to get up and ride it. Her mother was already on the terrace when she arrived. She glanced up from her issue of Town and Country as Rory approached, her penciled eyebrows lifting a notch. Aurora, you're nearly on time. Rory offered the barest of nods. Good morning to you, too. I just meant I haven't brought the food out because I didn't expect you yet. I have a spinach and tomato strata warming in the oven, and those little zucchini muffins you like. She laid down her magazine and stood. Go ahead and open the Veuve, and I'll bring out the food. Rory went to work on the champagne cork, hoping her news might sit better after a little lubrication. She'd spent the drive over rehearsing what she was going to say, only to conclude that it didn't matter. There was simply no good way to break this news. Moments later, Camilla returned carrying a pitcher of orange juice. I think we are ready to sit. Rory stared guiltily, nearly overturning one of the champagne flutes. Camilla eyed her curiously. Are you all right? You seem distracted. I'm fine. Let's eat. A silence fell as they filled their plates. Finally, Camilla lifted her glass. To sunny Sunday mornings. Rory raised her glass obediently, going through the motions. She could feel her mother's eyes on her, assessing, inquisitive. Finally, Camilla lowered her knife. Are you certain you're all right, Aurora? You don't seem to be yourself. I'm fine. She reached for her glass, took another sip. Any progress on the holiday event? Camilla blinked at her, clearly surprised. Well, yes, actually. I've been toying with a Gatsby theme, You know, roaring 20s costumes, a nice jazz band, lots of feathers and sequins for decorations, black and gold and cream, very elegant, of course. Of course. Will you go as a flapper? Camilla's laugh echoed across the terrace, light and almost girlish. Certainly not. No one wants to see that. I was thinking of a pinstripe suit and spats, maybe a wide fedora. What do you think? I could go as a mobster, and you could be my moll. Lots of fringe and a boa, and those bright red cupid lips. Sounds fun, but you could still pull off the flapper. You've certainly got the legs for it. Camilla rolled her eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I'm long past the age for flashing one's knees. She paused, scooping up several bright red berries. And what about you? Did you manage to get your classes lined up for the fall? And here it was, the moment of truth. Rory reached for her glass, finishing it off in one go. Not exactly, no. But honey, you promised. I'm not going back in the fall, she blurted. So much for a tactful opening line. I've decided to go ahead with my plans for the gallery instead. Camilla lowered her spoon, sending several berries skittering across the tablecloth. The gallery? I thought... I know, I did too. Then I saw this building, an old row house on the corner of Newbury and Fairfield, and I knew it was what I was supposed to do. Camilla let out a sigh. Aurora, we've talked about this. You have no business experience and no real experience in the art world yet. You need to finish school before you jump into something like this. Bulk up your credentials so you'll have something to fall back on. In case I fail, you mean? Well, yes. And don't look at me like that. Have you any idea how many galleries fail in their first year? No, but I'm sure you're about to tell me. I don't want you to become a statistic, Aurora, and you will if you pursue this. She shook her head as if bewildered. You didn't say a word about this the last time you were here. Now, just like that, you're thinking of quitting school? Rory lifted her chin. I don't need your permission. Camilla was clearly taken aback, but kept her voice even. No. You're over 18, and you have your own money. Your father made sure of that. But I'm asking you to slow down and do your homework and to finish your schooling while you're doing it. A master's degree is a real accomplishment, something you can be proud of no matter what you decide to do down the road. And Paris. You've always wanted to go, and it's the kind of thing that looks good on a resume. Who knows what the future holds for you? Maybe it is this gallery of yours, or maybe it isn't. Just wait a little, that's all I'm saying. Rory wet her lips once, twice. I signed the lease last night. Camilla's face went blank. Oh, Aurora, tell me you didn't. I'm sorry. I don't want to go back to school, or go to Paris. I want to do this, to follow my dream. Your dream. Camilla shook her head dismissively. Until a year ago, I never heard you utter the word gallery. And then it was only because Matthew put the idea in your head. He thinks because you have a trust fund, it doesn't matter if you fail. He doesn't know a thing about the art world, but he's filled your head with this silly notion, a gallery for artists no one has ever heard of. You gave it up once. Now you're running back to it because you don't know what to do with yourself. That isn't true. But even if it were, why does it matter? Why can't I just want what I want? Why does everything I do have to pass some kind of test with you? This isn't about me, Aurora. It isn't even about you. It's about Matthew. You're trying to prove something to someone who isn't even here because you're miserable and afraid. You don't know the first thing about running a gallery or what happens when you step out on a limb and fall, but I do. You're nowhere near ready to take on something like this, and if you'd slow down for a minute, you'd see that." The words rankled more than Rory cared to admit. It had all happened so fast, and with no due diligence to speak of. What if her mother was right? What if she had jumped into the deep end of the pool because of something Hux said once, because she couldn't bear the thought that she might never see him again? "You haven't thought this through, Aurora. Let me contact Stephen Mercer and have him make a call or two. It might cost you a little something. Rash decisions generally do, but the man knows his way around a contract. I don't care what you signed. He'll get you out of it." Rory stiffened, infuriated by her mother's cool assurance. "I don't want to get out of it." Camilla leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table with both hands. "What if you can't make a go of it? Have you thought about that? Or do you intend to keep throwing money at it until you've burned through your trust fund?" Rory sagged back into her chair. "Your faith in me is overwhelming." Camilla's face softened. "It has nothing to do with my faith in you. I just don't want to see you disappointed, and I'm afraid you will be. It's a big thing to open a gallery, and an even bigger thing if you're not ready. Statistically..." Yes, you already said that. "I promise if I go belly up, I'll move away and change my name. I won't embarrass you. And who knows, maybe I'll finally make you proud." For a moment, Camilla looked genuinely startled. "You've always made me proud, Aurora. Always." Rory held her gaze. "Have I?" "Of course you have. Then be happy for me. After all these hideous months, something good is finally happening. Celebrate with me. Please." Camilla nodded coolly, a reluctant gesture of defeat. She reached for the bottle of Veuve and refilled both their glasses, then, after a splash of orange juice, held up her mimosa. "To my daughter, the gallery owner." "Thank you," Rory said over the rim of her glass. It was hardly a ringing endorsement, but then she hadn't expected one. They'd reached a kind of armistice, though, and for now that would do. It's what their relationship had always been, an endless cycle of arrows and olive branches. "I know it isn't what you wanted for me, but it's what I want for me." Camilla's smile faded. "You've always been so much braver than me." It was a strange admission. Not a confession. Her mother didn't believe in confessions, but an unexpected compliment. "I promise you it's nothing to do with being brave. In fact, I'm terrified that everything you just said is true, that I'm not ready, that I'm doing it for the wrong reason. But this gallery is the first thing I've cared about in months. Yes, it happened fast, and yes, it's a huge risk. But it's a reason to get out of bed in the morning, and getting out of bed was starting to feel much harder than it should." She paused, realizing for the first time just how true those words were. It isn't just a matter of wanting this. I need it. "Then, I suppose, you'd better tell me about this row house of yours. I'm afraid the strata's ice cold. Shall I pop it in to reheat?" "No, it's fine. Let's just eat." Camilla scooped out a portion for herself, then held out her hand for Rory's plate. "I think it's still a little warm. The cheese is still stretchy. Now, tell me about this place you found. Where is it? What is it like?" "It's right off Newbury, next to DeLuca's. Red brick with a lovely turret and a big bay window in front. It needs some work, though. There was a fire a few years ago and the repairs were never finished." "So it's been empty all this time?" "It has. The owner decided not to reopen after the fire, but held on to the building. The contractor says an autumn opening is doable. We'll tackle the ground floor first, then start on the upper floors once we're open. Oh, and there's this amazing staircase, black marble and wrought iron, very dramatic. I'm thinking pale gray and mother of pearl. Low lighting, glossy black floors. Camilla looked up from her plate. Sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this. I always knew the kind of feel I wanted. Clean, monochromatic. The minute I saw the row house, I knew it would be a perfect fit. I just got that feeling, you know? Camilla arched a brow as she spooned a few more berries onto her plate. What feeling would that be? I don't know. Like it was meant to be, I guess. I probably walked past the place 100 times and never noticed it. Then a few weeks ago, on my way home from meeting Lisette, it just jumped out at me. I swear it was like magic. What was it before? A bridal shop? The woman who owns it is named Soline Roussel. I was hoping to meet her when I signed the lease, but she didn't show. Her lawyer says she doesn't go out much anymore. Camilla frowned as if searching her memory. I think I know her. You know Soline Roussel? I'm sorry, I meant I know who she is. Everyone did in my day. From Paris, or so she claimed. I don't remember the name of her shop, something French, but she had quite a clientele, as I recall. She was famous for her bows. Her bows? Her trademark, you might say. The Roussel bow. All her dresses had them in some shape or form. At the waist, the shoulders, the bustle. She was quite à la mode back then, with her accent and her elegant little shop, promising that her dresses would bring good luck. Rory glanced up, intrigued. Good luck? That was the talk. Some nonsense about her dresses guaranteeing a happy marriage. She made them all by hand, a custom-made good luck charm for each and every bride. A great gimmick, I suppose, if you can make people believe it. But then most brides will believe anything. Throw in the French thing and you'll have them eating out of your hand. And she did. My friends were all wild for her dresses. But not you? Camilla shrugged. What I wanted was immaterial. A local salon would never have done. Why? I was a Lowell, darling. Nothing but a proper gown from Paris would do for a Lowell. And so off to Paris we went to visit Maison Dior. We left Boston with 2 trunks and came back with 7. Dior, Rory breathed. She'd never cared about fashion, but even she knew a wedding dress from the House of Dior was worthy of awe. I wish the photos hadn't all been ruined. He must have looked gorgeous. Camilla sniffed dismissively. It was white and French, and so tight I thought I would pass out before I got down the aisle, but it did the job. The job. Those 2 words conveyed all anyone needed to know about Camilla's feelings regarding the holy state of matrimony. They also signaled that it was time to steer the conversation back to safer waters. What else do you know about Soline Roussel? Not much. Why? Well, it's quite a story, isn't it? Enchanted wedding dresses and happily ever afters, and then her business being destroyed by fire. I wonder why she never reopened. I got the feeling from her lawyer that she's something of a recluse. It's sad. I remember the fire, or at least the news about it. It was right around the time your father died. I don't recall how it started, but I remember hearing that she ended up in the hospital with some pretty bad burns. Burns. That would explain her desire for privacy. Do you know what happened to her? Later, I mean? I don't. You know how the news is. They only care about the tragedy. The aftermath is never quite as exciting. Anyway, she's renting you her building, which is all that matters. Rory nodded half-heartedly. It was true. Soline Roussel's story shouldn't matter. But it did somehow. Perhaps because Rory had come to understand how the loss of something precious could completely unravel a life. 9. Rory. June 19th, 1985, Boston. Rory sagged onto the bottom step with her legal pad, weary, but happy to be able to check another item off her to-do list. The contractor's men had delivered the scaffolding required to begin work on the ceiling. She'd scrubbed all the windows, hauled out the remaining trash, done a walkthrough with the electrician, and contacted someone to come look at the furnace. Not bad for 2 o'clock. There was plenty to do if she was going to be ready by fall. She'd need to start lining up artists, create a marketing plan and an event calendar, figuring out what drafting a press release entailed, and brainstorm ideas for the grand opening. The learning curve would be steep, and there would almost certainly be missteps, but come hell or high water, she planned to make a go of it. No one would be able to say unheard of was just a trust fund-fueled vanity exercise. Rory's stomach let out a groan, reminding her that she'd skipped lunch. She ran down the legal pad one more time, concluding that she'd done what she could for now. She'd head home, grab a sandwich and a shower, then get to work on the brochure copy. She had just finished locking up and was hunting for her purse when she spotted what appeared to be a small door cut in the dark wood paneling of the staircase's outer wall. She'd never noticed it before, but there it was, with a small hole where presumably a knob had once been. After a few tugs, the door yielded, revealing a low, inky crawl space. There was no switch or string, no light anywhere that Rory could find. Going down on one knee, she squinted into the opening, trying not to think about what might have taken up residence under the stairs of a building that had been abandoned for almost 4 years. The floor was bare wood, gritty with dust, but at least nothing seemed to be moving. She held her breath, not sure what she expected to find as she groped about blindly. She came up empty on her first attempt, but on the second try, her knuckles grazed what felt like a large, flattish box. It took some doing, but she finally managed to extricate the box and drag it into her lap. It was an old dress box, similar to the elaborate hat boxes women used to carry when they traveled. This one was fashioned of heavy gray cardboard, with metal fittings at the corners to avoid crushing, and a length of badly frayed cord threaded through as a handle, so it could be carried like a suitcase. There appeared to be a bit of writing in one corner. She wiped at the grime with the heel of her hand until a single line of cursive finally emerged. Madame Roussel, Paris. Apparently, Soline Roussel had owned a shop in Paris and had brought this box with her all the way to Boston. But what was it doing under the stairs? She willed herself to go slowly as she worked the cord free, then gently lifted the lid. There were several sheets of tissue paper, crumpled and yellow with age. One by one, she peeled them away, breath held, until an expanse of creamy white lace came into view. It was like something from a fairy tale. A sweetheart neckline, encrusted with iridescent crystals and tiny seed pearls, sleeves of slashed organza, as filmy as a pair of dragonfly wings, folded almost tenderly over one another. Clearly vintage and, judging by the quality of the beadwork, almost certainly hand-sewn. Rory eyed it longingly, itching to explore its landscape, frothy lace and tissue-thin silk, the cool nubby texture of the beading. And yet, she hesitated. Disturbing it now, after it had languished so long in the dark, felt wrong somehow, like casually handling the contents of Tutankhamun's tomb. But that was silly. If the dress meant anything to anyone, it wouldn't be here, shut up in a box covered with dust. The gown gave a little sigh as she lifted it out of its box, as if relieved to at last be free. The paneled organza skirts unfurled like flower petals as Rory gave them a gentle shake, luminous and frothy. Even the back was stunning, with corset-style lacing and a wide satin bow with sashes that trailed all the way to the floor. The Roussel bow. She was beginning to see why Soline Roussel had made such a name for herself. It was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen, or imagined. A dress fit for a princess, albeit a very small princess. The sleeves, clearly meant to be full length, fell a good 6 inches shy of her wrist, and the waist was ridiculously tiny. A custom-made gown, then, and not a mark on it, so probably never worn. What had happened to the bride who was meant to wear it? The question unsettled her more than she cared to admit, perhaps because every scenario she imagined was more heart-wrenching than the last. Illness, betrayal, death, and they all ended the same way, with a wedding that never happened. Rory closed her eyes, willing the thoughts away. Whatever the story, and there was almost certainly a story attached to the dress, it was someone else's story. It wasn't a sign or an omen. It had nothing to do with her. The smart thing to do would be to put it and the box back where she'd found them. But as she rearranged the sheets of tissue, she discovered a packet of letters at the bottom of the box, and a zippered leather case, monogrammed in gold. A shaving kit, she realized as she picked it up, the kind men used for travel. The calfskin was scuffed, and the monogram had begun to wear, but it had clearly been expensive. She unzipped it, letting it fall open like a book. On one side was a shaving brush and a silver-handled razor. On the other, a tortoiseshell comb, matching shoehorn, and an empty flask meant to hold cologne. She traced a finger over what remained of the monogram. A.W.P. Andrew? Alan? She would likely never know, unless the packet of letters offered some clue. She slid them free of their ribbon, counting as she fanned out the envelopes, 18 in all. None was stamped or properly addressed, though several bore the words Mademoiselle Roussel across the front. Hand-delivered, then, rather than mailed, and kept together, presumably for sentimental reasons. Love letters from A.W.P.? She selected one at random, teasing a single sheet of blue vellum from its envelope. It was written in French. A disappointment, since she'd long since forgotten the French she'd learned her freshman year at Tufts. But she could read the date. 17 Décembre, 1942. December, 42 years ago. She tried another, and then another. Both bore similar dates and were also in French. Finally, toward the bottom of the packet, she discovered a handful written in English. The first was dated August 4th, 1964. Dearest Mademoiselle Roussel, it's been almost a year since David and I exchanged our vows, and though you asked me to wait for our 1-year anniversary, I find I cannot wait a day longer to express my gratitude for your kindness when I came to you with my troubles. Your generosity still astonishes me. To walk down the aisle in one of your gowns was more than a poor girl from the south side of Boston could ever have hoped for. But more importantly, David has had the most miraculous recovery from his accident. It's so astonishing his doctors can hardly believe it, let alone explain it. It took everything in me not to tell them that it had to do with your dress. They would think me quite mad, and a year ago I would have agreed. But now I know I have you and your charm to thank for my happy ending, and for our baby, who will arrive in the new year. If there is ever any way I can repay your kindness, you need only ask. With my deepest gratitude, Kathleen P. Shore. Rory reread the letter several times, picking up something new with each pass. A poor girl from the south side of Boston, a miraculous recovery from an accident, a wedding dress given credit for a happy ending, a charm of some kind. It was inconceivable, but wasn't it exactly what her mother had said at brunch last week? Enchanted gowns? Guaranteed happy endings? Was such a thing actually possible? Kathleen Shore certainly seemed to think so. Another letter chosen at random read much the same, though it was dated 2 years later. A young bride writing on her 1-year anniversary, thanking Ms. Roussel for the resolution of some tricky financial problem just 1 month after walking down the aisle in one of her lucky gowns. A third bride wrote of being able to forgive her groom for a reckless infidelity on the eve of their wedding. A fourth had recovered from a chronic illness doctors believed would see her using a wheelchair within 2 or 3 years. Each letter seemed more fantastic than the last, and each credited her astonishing good fortune to Soline Roussel's special skills as a dressmaker. It seemed reasonable to assume those written in French contained similar stories. 18 brides, 18 letters, 18 happy endings kept in an old dress box. Rory gathered the letters together, retying them before returning them to the box. A stack of letters spanning decades, a bridal gown worthy of a princess, and a man's shaving kit. The whole thing had the feel of an unfinished story. A sad, unfinished story. 10. Rory. June 20th, 1985, Boston. Rory was used to waking with a book beside her, but this morning it was a letter she found lying open amid the rumpled sheets. She folded it carefully and placed it on the nightstand with the others. She'd read them all again last night, or at least those written in English. They were all variations of the same story. Health recovered, fortunes repaired, careers saved, feuds mended, lost things found, and all as the result of a Roussel gown, or so the grateful brides believed. Her eyes slid to the dress box on the chest beneath the window. The easy thing would have been to put it back under the stairs, where it wouldn't make her think about weddings that never happened. Instead, she'd taken it home, uncomfortable with relegating it to the dark again. It was silly, she knew, but she couldn't get past something her mother had said. A custom-made good luck charm for each and every bride. She crossed to the box and lifted the lid, trailing a hand along one sheer sleeve. So lovely, and clearly not off the rack, since Mademoiselle Roussel didn't do off the rack. It had been created for someone, belonged to someone. But to whom? And how was the shaving kit connected? There was always a chance that it wasn't, but it didn't seem likely. And where did the letters fit in? They'd obviously been important at some point, and yet they'd been shut up under the stairs along with the other things, abandoned when the shop closed. Unless, was it possible Soline Roussel didn't know they'd survived the fire? Rory started a pot of coffee, then dialed Daniel Ballantyne's number. She was surprised when his receptionist put her straight through.
Miss Grant, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. I hope there isn't a problem.
No, not exactly. But I need to get in touch with Ms. Roussel. I know you said she doesn't like to be bothered, but it's rather important. I was hoping I could persuade you to give me her number.
I'm afraid not. As I've said, all her business goes through me.
It's Rory, please. And this isn't business. It's a personal matter. I promise not to pester her. I just need to speak to her this once.
Concerning what, if you don't mind my asking?
Rory wasn't sure how much to reveal and how much to keep to herself. I'd prefer not to share that with anyone but Ms. Roussel, if you don't mind. It's rather delicate.
The best I can do is pass along your number, he said finally, though I doubt it will get you anywhere. Ms. Roussel isn't a fan of the telephone. She barely talks to me.
All right, then. Tell her I found something that might belong to her. A box.
What kind of box?
Once again, Rory was reluctant to reveal too much. Just tell her I found a box. If it's important, she'll know.
All right, I'll pass it along. But don't be surprised if you don't hear back.
2 hours later, the phone rang. Rory abandoned the to-do list she'd been working on and grabbed the handset. Hello? There was a stretch of silence. Then finally a woman's voice.
I'm calling for Miss Grant.
Rory's pulse ticked up. This is Aurora.
My name is Soline Roussel. I've had a call from my attorney, Daniel Ballantyne. He said you found something? A box?
In the space under the stairs, yes. I don't know how it ended up there, but I thought you might like to have it back. Another pause, briefer this time, and then the words came tumbling out.
I didn't know. I thought, yes, I'd like to have it back.
I'd be happy to bring it to you if you'll give me your address.
No, I couldn't. I don't receive guests.
Rory swallowed her disappointment. She'd been hoping to finally meet the elusive mademoiselle. Apparently that wasn't going to happen. I could deliver it to Mr. Ballantyne's office if you'd like, and he could get it to you.
Thank you. No, Daniel's sweet, but he can be a bit of a nag, and I prefer not to have to answer a lot of questions. The contents of the box are, well, they are rather personal, as I'm sure you've guessed.
Is there somewhere else, then? The gallery? The row house?
There's a patisserie on the next street over, called Bisous Sucrés. Do you know it? I could meet you there at 1:30.
Sugar kisses. Rory translated. Yes, of course. I'll be there. She felt a ripple of excitement as she hung up the phone. She was finally going to meet Soline Roussel. Rory seesawed her Audi into a cramped parking space along Boylston Street, dropped several quarters in the meter, and set off down the sidewalk with the dress box in her arms. After a few minutes, the patisserie's familiar black and white awning came into view. Its proper name, Bisous Sucrés, was splashed across the canvas in loopy gold script, with its lowercase English translation bracketed beneath in hot pink. As usual, business was booming. Rory navigated the crowded bistro tables in the courtyard, scanning faces until she realized she had no idea who she was looking for. In her excitement, she'd forgotten to ask Ms. Roussel how to recognize her. Then she remembered her mother's mention of burns. Presumably there would be scars. The heady aromas of chocolate, cherries, and rich dark coffee greeted her as she pushed through the front door. The line at the counter snaked nearly to the door. Rory sidled past, peering around the dress box. Families, tourists, students bent over textbooks, but no one who fit her invented image of Soline Roussel, who she now pictured as a fragile octogenarian with burn scars and an uncomfortable gaze. Her eyes suddenly connected with those of a woman sitting alone near the back of the shop. Her dark hair was swept up in a glossy chignon, and she wore a smart suit of crimson knit with black velvet cuffs and shiny gold toggles running down the front. At her throat, a checked scarf of red, white, and black was arranged cravat style and fastened with a pearl stick pin. She looked startled as their eyes met, as if briefly struck by a wave of panic. After a moment, she seemed to compose herself and inclined her head ever so slightly. Rory shifted the box to her hip and made her way to the table, not noticing until the last moment that there was a mug and plate in front of the empty chair. "I'm sorry," she blurted. "I thought—"
"Miss Grant?"
Rory recognized the voice from the phone, smoky and low, French. But she was so young, late 50s, perhaps older, but not much, and absolutely beautiful, with porcelain pale skin and a perfect red bow of a mouth. Not a scar to be seen. "You're Ms. Roussel?"
"I am."
She gestured with her chin toward the empty chair. Rory set the box on the corner of the table and took a seat. She couldn't stop staring.
"I took the liberty of ordering you a little something, as a thank you."
Rory glanced at the table where a millefeuille and a café au lait sat waiting for her. "Thank you. I love their pastries, but you really didn't have to, Ms. Roussel. I was happy to come." Soline, please. You have questions, I'm sure. Rory blinked at her, caught off guard by the matter-of-fact invitation. She had no idea how to begin. Soline seemed to sense her awkwardness. Your name is Aurora. A beautiful name. In France, we say Aurore. It means goddess of the dawn. Rory couldn't help smiling. It sounded so lovely when she said it. Not matronly at all. I go by Rory, she said sheepishly. My mother hates it. Soline's lips twitched, the flicker of a smile. Mothers like the names they give us. Her smile faded as her gaze settled on the dress box. You opened the box, yes? Rory ducked her head. I did. I'm sorry. I was just so surprised to find it, I couldn't imagine why. Ask what you want to ask, Soline prompted when Rory went quiet. Rory was surprised by her abrupt tone, and by the fact that she hadn't so much as touched the box. Instead, she sat stiffly, her hands folded primly beneath the table, as if braced for an interrogation. The dress, Rory began tentatively. It's one of yours? Yes. And the other things? They belong to me as well. The dress is so beautiful, like something from a fairy tale. She paused, not sure how to proceed. It looks brand new. It is new and very old. You mean it was never worn? Soline dropped her gaze. Oui. The single word posed more questions than it answered. Why had the dress never been worn? Infidelity? Or a tragedy of some sort? She thought of the letters, all penned by grateful brides who'd received the fabled happy ending, but it seemed the owner of the fairy tale dress had had no such luck. Why? I read some of the letters. Did you? Rory nodded. The ones that were in English, I couldn't read the others. The recent ones were written to me. The others are from women my mother sewed for a long time ago, back in Paris. She paused, swallowing as she looked away. She died not long after the Nazis came. When people heard the news, the letters started showing up. And you kept them all these years? To remember her by, yes. And to remind myself that once upon a time, there were happy endings in Paris, and that my mother played a part in a few of them. Rory laid a hand on the box. With dresses like this one? She managed a thin smile, not quite bitter, but almost. No fairy tale is complete without a proper dress, chérie. But not just any dress, Rory pressed, sensing evasion in the response. A Roussel dress. There's something special about them, isn't there? Something that makes them lucky? Drink your café, Aurore, before it gets cold. Rory lifted her mug obediently. I'm sorry for prying. I'm just trying to understand what I read. All those grateful brides with such amazing turns of luck, and they all seemed to be thanking you, as if somehow you'd made it happen. I know what people used to say, my mother told me, and the letters seem to be saying the same thing, that your dresses are magical. The corners of Soline's mouth curled, lending her a faintly feline air. Any businesswoman worth her salt knows the value of a good gimmick. Toothpaste that makes you kissable, shiny flowers that make you the envy of your neighbors. Brides want fairy tales, so that's what I gave them. Rory eyed her skeptically. You're saying your dresses had nothing to do with what was in those letters? I'm saying people have ways of clinging to ideas that make the world seem nicer than it is. And perhaps that's to be expected. When life is hard, it helps to cling to illusion. I suppose the letters were that for me once, but life has taught me that even in fairy tales, the heroine must make her own magic, or not, as the case may be. But you kept them. You could have thrown them away, but you didn't. Soline pulled in a deep breath and let it out very slowly. There was so much ugliness back then. So much heartache and loss everywhere you looked. The letters were a way to remember the good. And yet they wound up in a box under the stairs. There was an uncomfortable beat of silence, but finally Soline replied, Before she died, my mother told me there is a time for holding on and a time for letting go, and that I needed to learn the difference. I didn't understand then, but there came a time, a moment, when I knew I had to let go of those broken pieces of my life. In the end, I couldn't bear to part with them. I thought if I hid them from myself, put them where I wouldn't see them every day, it would be enough. Rory studied her over the rim of her mug. Beneath the flawless style and carefully applied cosmetics, there was an air of tragedy that reminded her of Camilla. Was it? It must seem silly to you, clinging to such painful reminders, but they were all I had left of that part of my life, of Paris, and the life I thought I would have. The life I thought I would have. Rory rolled the words around in her head. They might just as easily have come out of her mouth. No, she said finally. It doesn't seem silly at all. We all have our own ways of coping. And you, chérie? Soline asked, her eyes suddenly keen. Are you coping? Rory shifted in her chair, unsettled by both the question and Soline's steady regard. I think we're all trying to cope one way or another. She'd been aiming for nonchalance, but missed badly. Time to change the subject. I was sorry to hear about your shop, about the fire. I mean, did you never think of reopening? Soline looked down at her lap as if weighing her answer. Life as a way of letting us know when something is over. It's not always pleasant, but it's always obvious if we're paying attention. I spent half my life reaching for things that weren't meant to be mine and paying dearly for it. At some point, one must read the signs. Rory sipped her coffee, wondering about the kinds of things Soline had reached for and why they hadn't been meant for her. You have other questions, Soline said brusquely. Go on, then. Ask them. I owe you that, I suppose. Rory found her bluntness both unsettling and refreshing, a welcome change after so many careful conversations with her mother. The shaving kit. It's connected to the dress, isn't it? It belonged to the groom? An ambulance driver who was killed in the war. And the dress is yours? Tears suddenly pooled in Soline's eyes. It was meant to be, yes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed you. Soline gave her head a little shake as if annoyed with herself. I'm sorry to get soppy. It's just, after the fire, they said everything was lost. I never expected to see it again. Please, don't apologize. I'm the one who should be sorry for pressing you. Please forgive me. C'est oublié, she murmured, reaching for a napkin and carefully blotting her eyes. It's forgotten. Rory tried not to stare. Until that moment, Soline's hands had been in her lap, but now she saw the gloves. Black kid with tiny jet buttons at each wrist, and glaringly out of place in the middle of June. Scars. Not her face, on her hands. She averted her eyes, pretending not to notice. Before I forget, I want to thank you for letting me lease the row house. I had actually given up on the idea of opening the gallery, and then one day I was crossing the street and there it was. I was crushed when Daniel said it wasn't available. I'm so glad you changed your mind. Soline rolled her eyes.
Mr. Valentine knows how to get around me. He told me about your gallery for new artists. He knew it would soften the ground. When will you open?
Rory found herself breathing a sigh of relief as the conversation shifted to safer territory. October, if all goes well. I'd love for you to see it when it's finished. Maybe you could come to the opening. I'd be honored to have you there. Soline's shoulders stiffened.
Thank you, no. I don't go out much these days, and I haven't been back to the shop since the night of the fire.
Not once in 4 years?
Soline shrugged. Memories, you know. It's hard.
I'm so sorry. About everything.
Never mind all that. Pity is my poison.
She pushed to her feet then, surprisingly petite despite her sleek black heels.
Thank you again, Aurore. It was kind of you to go to the trouble. I wish you bonne chance with your gallery.
She picked up her handbag. Rory watched as she fumbled with the strap, her gloved fingers stiff and clumsy. After several attempts, she managed to get the strap up onto her shoulder, but the dress box was nearly as big as she was. She'd be lucky to make it out of the cafe, let alone navigate the crowded sidewalk. If you'd like, I can walk you to your car.
Thank you. That won't be necessary. I don't drive anymore, but my townhouse is close.
Then let me give you a lift. The box.
I've already been in enough trouble, and I'm quite capable of walking.
Rory eyed Soline's shoes with skepticism. Boston's frost-heaved sidewalks, the byproduct of decades of harsh New England winters, could be challenging in flats. Pencil-thin heels, coupled with a box she'd barely be able to see over, spelled a disaster. It's no trouble, she assured Soline as she pushed to her feet and grabbed the box from the table. I'm parked right up the street. Soline nodded, but her discomfort was plain.
Yes, all right.
Rory held the door open as they stepped out onto the sidewalk. She couldn't explain her sudden solicitousness. Soline Roussel wasn't remotely feeble, and yet there was an air of fragility about her, like a broken bit of porcelain whose pieces hadn't been properly mended. If she were jostled too roughly, she might break into a million pieces, and Rory knew only too well what that felt like. 11. Rory. Soline sat stiffly in the passenger seat, hidden behind a pair of Hepburn-esque dark glasses, her purse clutched tightly on her knees. She hadn't spoken since rattling off her Beacon Hill address. Rory glanced at her as she turned onto Cedar Street and let off the gas. Which house?
That one, she said, pointing. The red door. Just drop me here, I'll be fine.
Rory pulled up to the curb and cut the engine. I'll carry the box inside for you. Before Soline could protest, Rory was out of the car, retrieving the dress box from the back seat. Soline struggled with her seatbelt a moment, but eventually climbed out of the car and sailed past, keys at the ready. Rory fell in behind her, eyeing the house's Georgian facade as they moved up the walk. Weathered red brick, glossy black shutters, a pair of chimneys at each end, and in one of Boston's most desirable neighborhoods. Apparently, Soline had done quite well for herself. After some fumbling with the key, Soline pushed inside, leaving Rory to follow her into a spacious entry hall, dominated by an ornate pedestal table and a French Empire chandelier. She shed her sunglasses, depositing them on the table along with her handbag, and immediately set to work on her gloves. Rory looked on uncomfortably until it became obvious that Soline wasn't making much progress. Those buttons look tricky. Why don't I help you? Soline's shoulders sagged like a flower wilting all at once. She said nothing as she held out her hands. Rory set down the box and unbuttoned both gloves, then met Soline's gaze. "Would you like me to—" Soline nodded.
"But don't pull them off by the fingers. Peel them back, slowly."
Rory did as she'd been instructed, holding her breath as she eased back the leather. There was an audible sigh as the first glove came free, though whether hers or Soline's she couldn't be sure. When the second hand was presented, she set to work again, aware that Soline's lower lip was now caught between her teeth. Clearly embarrassment wasn't all she was suffering. When the job was done, Rory laid the gloves on the table, limp now and turned inside out, like the molted skins of some enormous insect. The thought sent a shudder through her, and she looked away, back to Soline, who had begun to massage her hands with long repetitive strokes. They were waxy white in places, puckered and pink in others, the fingers curled and faintly claw-like. Rory averted her gaze, not wanting to appear rude.
"Go on," Soline said evenly. "Look at them."
A lump formed in Rory's throat as she surveyed the damage. The contracted palms and thickened scar tissue, the slightly webbed appearance of the fingers, useless to a woman who made her living with a needle and thread.
"It happened in the fire," Soline explained. "But of course you've guessed that."
Rory nodded. "I did wonder why you were wearing gloves in June."
"Scars make people uncomfortable, so I cover them when I'm in public, which isn't often anymore. It's easier to keep out of people's way than to endure their pity. It isn't their fault. They are rather awful to look at."
It was on the tip of Rory's tongue to say she was sorry, but she caught herself. No pity. "That's why you never reopened the shop," she said. "Because of your hands."
"For a while, I thought I might be able to go back. I wanted to believe the doctors could work some sort of miracle. I think they believed it too in the beginning. But there was too much damage."
"Is it painful?"
"Not in the way you're probably thinking. They're numb, mostly. Scar tissue has no nerve endings, but there's a thing called contracture that happens with deep burns, especially to the hands. As the scar tissue forms, it draws the fingers inward or twists them sideways."
She held up her hands again, inviting Rory to look more closely. Most of the nails were gone from her right hand, leaving the fingertips shiny and flat.
"I'm one of the lucky ones, if you can believe that. There isn't a lot of pain involved. But when I wear the gloves for too long, my fingers are stretched, which makes the joints ache. Like arthritis, I suppose."
"Isn't there... Can they operate or something?" She'd begun to massage them again, alternately applying pressure to each palm with the balls of her thumbs, wincing as she worked at the scarred flesh.
"I've had 6 operations. Debridement, tendon repair, skin grafts, and every kind of splint known to man. Then came the therapy, pressure therapy, stretching therapy." She shrugged. "Eventually, one reaches the end of the road. They gave me exercises to help with flexibility and range of motion. I did them for a while when I thought there was a chance, but I stopped eventually. I didn't see the point once I knew I'd never pick up a needle again."
Rory hated the finality in her voice. "Couldn't you hire someone to do the sewing?" Soline's gaze slid to the box at Rory's feet.
"Not with my dresses. The work is delicate, very specialized."
"But couldn't you train someone, an apprentice or something?"
"The work I do can't be taught and must be done by hand. By me."
"My mother remembers your shop. She said it was the most elegant bridal salon in town. I wish I could have seen it before." Rory caught herself. I'm so sorry. I only meant it must have been lovely. Soline stepped away, then paused, glancing over her shoulder. Follow me and bring the box. They passed through a large parlor with slate-gray walls and a long sofa upholstered in caramel-colored leather, then through a set of French doors into a small study. It was a warm, welcoming room, though sparsely furnished. An antique writing desk, a reading chair, and a small table in front of the fireplace, shelves lined with old books bound in jewel-toned leather. But it was the opposite wall that captured Rory's attention, a montage of photographs mounted in identical black frames. Photos, newspaper clippings, magazine covers, and several rough pencil sketches of Soline's designs. She let the dress box slide to the floor and inched closer, scanning the captions, many of which stretched back 30 years. Ooh la la, a taste of Paris arrives in Back Bay. Bridal couture comes to Boston. The Roussel bow, a must-have for this year's bride. The photos were wonderful. Soline hovering over a frothy creation with a mouthful of pins, perched on a ladder, pulling a bolt of cloth from a shelf, tweaking a large taffeta bow at the waist of a whip-thin blonde. Rory lingered over that one a moment, studying Soline's hands. Long, tapered fingers and neatly manicured nails. Beautiful and so capable, but ruined now. The most recent photo was of the salon itself, taken 4 years ago for a spread in Boston Bride, less than a year before the fire. It was strange to see it as it had been then, elegantly furnished in shades of pewter and cream, everything carefully chosen and very French, or at least what she'd always imagined French decor to look like. There was also a shot of the large bay window taken from the street. The salon name was lettered on the glass in elegant gold script, but she couldn't make it out. She turned to Soline. What does it say? L'aiguille enchantée. Soline answered softly. It means the charmed needle. The charmed needle, Rory repeated with a dreamy air. Even the name smacked of magic. A perfect name for a shop that sells fairy tale dresses and happy endings. Make-believe, Soline shot back. Silliness passed down through generations of Roussels. You don't believe in fairy tales? Not for a long time now. Rory peered at Soline's reflection, captured in the glass of the picture frame. But you did once? Fairy tales can be dangerous, Aurore. It's easy to forget they're not real, and then, before we know it, we are lost in them, which is why we must learn to let go of what's gone and live with what is. Rory felt a shiver run down her neck. Soline had been referring to her own loss, of course, of AWP, but the words could just as easily have been meant for her. There was no denying the similarities in their stories. Their passion for the creative, their lost loves, their penchant for withdrawing from the world, and now the row house. A coincidence? Or had some invisible hand nudged her into the path of this tragic woman and her forsaken dress? A cautionary tale, perhaps, about what happened when one clung too desperately to the hope of a happy ending? AWP, Rory said quietly. His name was Anson. Anson, then. Do you still... Have you forgotten his face? I thought I might, but no, I haven't forgotten. She pulled in a breath, letting it out slowly. I saw him everywhere at first. On the street, hailing a cab, at the bar in a crowded restaurant, through the window of a barber shop. He was everywhere, and nowhere. Does it still happen? Sometimes. The response filled Rory with a vague dread. How do you bear it? Soline lowered her lashes. We all have our ghosts, chérie. Faces that belong to our past. except they don't always stay in the past. Sometimes they reappear when we least expect them. That's why I put the box under the stairs, because I couldn't bear it. Rory understood that kind of pain. The ache that waited for you every night when you closed your eyes and was still there in the morning when you woke. The empty place where your heart should be. Before she could check herself, her eyes had filled with tears. Soline narrowed her gaze, clearly alarmed. Chérie, what is it? Are you unwell? No, I'm fine, but I should go. Something's wrong. No, really. I shouldn't have pestered you. She nearly tripped over the dress box as she sidled past Soline toward the door. You don't need to show me out. I can find my way. Aurore. Rory kept moving, desperate to reach the front door before she was reduced to a pathetic puddle. She'd gotten what she wanted. She'd been determined to learn Soline Roussel's story, and she had. Now, as she beat a hasty retreat, she couldn't help wondering if she'd been given a glimpse of her own in the bargain.
12. Soline. We traffic in the promise of happily ever after, but not all are destined for such fairy tale endings. Some are unable, others unwilling, and still more have been taught they are undeserving. It is up to the spell weaver to discern which is which. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 20 June 1985, Boston. I close my eyes as the first sip of wine goes down. Louis Jadot Gevrey Chambertin. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. Chocolate and ripe cherry, chalky on the tongue, velvety on the way down, plush and pricey. It's funny, I had to come all the way to America to learn to appreciate French wines. Maman never had wine in the house, but I have learned to appreciate them. Perhaps a little more than is good for me. But it helps with my hands, with the pain, and with other things. Or at least I pretend it does. Today's events have shaken me, for reasons I understand too well, and for others I do not understand at all. I don't often have guests in my home. In fact, I never have guests in my home. No dinners or cocktail parties or lunches with friends. No friends. Oui, I know how awful that sounds. How sad and pathetic. But I don't want pity. It's a choice I made years ago, after the fire. It seems my whole life is marked as either before the fire or after the fire. Not that there's been much of a life since that terrible night. Again, my choice. I can't remember when I last had company. A year? No, longer than that. And then it was only Daniel and his wife the Christmas before last. I'm comfortable alone, or at least used to it. Still, I was surprised by the pang of regret I felt when I heard the front door close behind that girl. But then, so much about today has surprised me. A phone call from a stranger, a packet of old letters, the dress. Mon Dieu, the dress! Memories I've been hiding from for more years than I care to admit. And now they've found me. Because Rory Grant found me. Rory, the girl who has resurrected my past. When she entered the patisserie, for the tiniest moment, I thought I knew her. One of my clients, perhaps, or a bride I turned down. There was something familiar about her, a connection I sensed the instant our eyes met. And yet, as she drew closer, I saw that I was wrong. I didn't know her, except I did recognize her. She was me, or a shadow of me when I was her age, lost, grieving, desperate for a glint of light at the end of a very dark tunnel. She was lovely, a sharp, pretty face, and a pink and cream complexion, eyes the color of the sky when a storm approaches, neither blue nor grey, and a mane of honey-hued waves forever falling across her face. A clever way to hide from the world. I understand that part, not wanting the world to see your sadness. You think you're the only one singled out by fate to suffer. You're not, of course, but it feels that way. The rest of the world is moving forward, living their lives, and dreaming their dreams, while you're frozen, forever suspended in that terrible moment when your world stopped turning and the ground suddenly fell away. You exist in a void where everything's empty and endlessly dark, until, little by little, the light becomes unbearable. She wanted to know my story, wanted me to open the box then and there, and was disappointed when she saw that I wouldn't. Still, she'd gone out of her way to do me a good turn. I felt obliged to satisfy at least part of her curiosity. She was delicate with her questions, careful of my feelings. There's a particular brand of sympathy that comes with shared sorrow, an invisible thread that connects us, wound to wound. Why else would I have let her drive me home? And then, that awful business with the gloves, when I invited her to look at my hands. I can still see the look on her face when I held them out. Tenderness rather than pity. I could have kissed her for that. And then later, when her eyes filled with tears and she rushed out of the house, I wanted to go after her, to put my arms around her and let her cry her poor heart out. There's a story there, a sad one, I think. So sad she couldn't hide it, though she did try. I don't know what's happened to Rory Grant to make her sad. I only know that something has. But she's young. There's time for her to escape the void. Her gallery will be her lifeline, as the shop was mine. I like the idea of it, a gallery for undiscovered artists. And the title, Unheard Of. I like the girl, too, and what she said about the building, that it felt like it had been waiting for her. Perhaps it's right that her lifeline should begin where mine ended. Fate has taken up our threads and woven them together. Not seamless, perhaps, but inextricable now. I top off my wine glass and return to the study, lingering in front of the wall of framed photographs. I rarely look at them these days. Even now the loss is hard. But this afternoon, when Rory was here, I found myself peering over her shoulder, trying to see them as she did, for the very first time. She was staring at a photo of the front window, asking if I still remembered Anson's face, when I suddenly caught our reflections in the framed glass. She was looking back at me, and for a fraction of an instant, Anson seemed to be standing there too, his face superimposed over hers. Then I blinked, and he was gone, leaving only our faces in the glass. It was only a fluke, a trick of the light and memory, but it felt so real at that moment, so startlingly and achingly real. The dress box is still on the floor where she left it. I carry it to the chair and sit with it in my lap for a time. I don't need to open it. I know what's inside. Pieces of my past, threatening to burrow into my heart like wounded things. Reminders of my lost happy endings. I thought them gone, relegated to the dark space beneath the stairs, then reduced to ash. But they've been exhumed now, and I have no choice but to remember. I feel my breath catch as I lift the lid and peel back the tissue. The dress is just as I remember, shimmery and frothy white. I run my hands over the beading, recalling long nights spent sewing in secret. Maman would never have approved had she known. She would have thought it a terrible waste, since there were precious few grooms left in France by the time I finished it. Still, I brought it with me when I left, because I had dreams of my own happy ending. One day, I would wear my lovely dress with its clever enchantment, and I would prove Maman wrong. I would prove all the Roussels wrong. It nearly worked, too. Instead, I lost everything. Tears scorched my throat as I set the box aside and turned out the light. I thought I was ready, but I'm not. My wineglass dangles from my fingers as I make my way down the hall to my bedroom. I'm tired, and my head aches. I forget how loud public places are and how much they take out of me. My thoughts drift to the plastic vial in the nightstand, a prescription one of my doctors wrote the day I left the hospital to help manage the pain. I stopped taking them after a week. They made me feel so heavy. But the vial is still there. An insurance policy, should the nights get too long or the days too empty. I think of them now and then. Sometimes I even take them out, pour them into my palm, imagine swallowing them all at once. I won't, of course. I have other things on my mind tonight. I undress in the dark and climb into bed, my thoughts wandering back to Rory. If I were to read her the way Maman taught me, what would I see? She would be easy, I think. She's like me in that way too, or how I used to be. Wide open to the world. Maman used to scold me for it. She said I could never hide anything, that my face would always give me away. It was true once, but I've learned over the years to hide a great many things from the world. From myself too, I suppose. Pain has a way of hardening us, each new heartbreak laying down a fresh layer of protection, like the nacre of a pearl, until we think ourselves impenetrable, immune to both our present and our past. What fools we are to believe it. 13. Soline. The temptation may arise to use la magie for selfish ends, but such transgressions will always bring an ill wind, which will then be visited upon future generations. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 11 December 1942, Paris. 2.5 years of Nazi occupation have decimated Paris. I will never forget the morning they came. I heard the soldiers before I saw them, like the distant roll of thunder as I hurried along the Rue Legendre and made my way to the Place de la Concorde.
I don't know what I expected as I turned onto the Champs-Élysées. War, I suppose. Panicked Parisians taking to the street in one last attempt to stave off the invaders. Soldiers brandishing weapons and taking prisoners. Guns, bombs, fire, blood. The chaos of war. But there was no chaos. In fact, there had been a strange and sinister order to it all, a steely precision that was almost breathtaking. Motorcycles, horses, columns of tanks and armored cars, and thousands upon thousands of soldiers moving in lockstep, immaculate in their helmets and grey-green uniforms. As for Parisians taking to the streets, there had been none of that either. Instead, onlookers lined the sidewalks, silent and slack-jawed, awed by the machine that was swallowing their city whole. Or what remained of it at that point. The wealthy and well-connected had been pouring out of Paris for weeks, cars, trains, horse-drawn carts clogging the roads, bound for the coast as l'exode began in earnest. Shops had closed, hotels had emptied, theatres went dark. Even the market stalls had gone quiet in anticipation of the invasion. And finally, in June of 1940, it came to pass. Hitler's Wehrmacht entered Paris without firing a shot. And by late afternoon, swastikas flew over the Arc de Triomphe and the Tour Eiffel. Life has been a blur since that terrible day. Curfews are in effect and strictly enforced. German street signs have replaced French ones, and clocks are now set to German time, a term in the eye of a city already demoralized. Not even our time is our own now. French newspapers have been shut down, and all radios must be turned to German propaganda stations. There are posters, too, tacked up all over, urging us to see our occupiers as friends, as if we can't feel them steadily tightening their grip around our throats. Ration cards have been issued for food and clothing, resulting in endless queues for the barest of necessities. Paris has become a city obsessed with food, finding it, affording it, making it stretch. Women spend the better part of their days in search of an egg or a soup bone, while magazines teach us how to stretch butter with gelatin and make a cake without eggs. Maman's careful hoarding means we suffer less than most, but our stores are thinning at an alarming rate. Getting around is also difficult. There's no petrol to be had, leaving only bicycles and the metro, or walking, which is what I usually do. Nazi soldiers are everywhere, in the cafes and the shops, drinking our wine and clearing our shelves, loitering on corners and chatting up our women, as if everything in France is theirs for the taking, which I suppose it is. But no one suffers more than the Jews. In addition to having their property and possessions seized, the Statut des Juifs prohibits them from working in certain professions, going to the theater, shopping in most stores, and even owning radios. All Jews over the age of 6 must wear a yellow star printed with the word Juif over their heart to more easily mark them for persecution. For dishonor, they are made to use an entire month's cloth ration. Some defy the new law, though they do so at great risk. Those caught or denounced by Nazi sympathizers are beaten, or worse. And the roundups have begun. Thousands of Jews, mostly women and children, detained for days, without food or water, shipped first to the holding camp at Drancy, before eventually being stuffed into cattle cars and taken away. Operation Spring Breeze, one of the roundups was called, organized and carried out by the French police, by our own police. But it was only the beginning. Details of the death camps have begun to leak out. Whispers of gas chambers and ovens, shallow trenches filled with bodies all over Europe. Jews are being erased, and the French government is helping to do it. We get our news, the real news, the way most Parisians do, from banned BBC broadcasts on Radio Londres, or from whatever underground paper is being quietly passed from hand to hand. Like everything else these days, being caught means severe punishment. Maman has been taking the news especially hard, which surprises me a little. I've never known her to be weepy, but after 2 years of debauch, we are all worn to a raveling. Her illness has taken a firm hold now. Her fits of coughing so severe she's forced to submit to nightly sleeping draughts in order to rest. And there are the blood-flecked handkerchiefs I pretend not to know about, until she could no longer hide them from me. Now, as another winter sets in with no fuel for warmth, her condition has become dire. What little work there is has fallen to me now. It's fittings mostly, but I'm grateful for anything that fills the days. And then, in the evenings, when the blackout curtains are drawn and Maman is asleep, I continue to work on my dress, though I doubt she will live long enough to see it finished. One night, she calls me to her room and tells me to pull up a chair. It's painful to see the changes that have come over her. We're all thinner these days, but Maman's thinness is of a crueler variety, a slow ravaging that has left the skin stretched taut over the bones of her face. And yet, her eyes are bright and hectic as they move over me. "Sit," she says, swatting my hand when I reach out to touch her forehead. "I have something to tell you, something I should have told you years ago." "You should be resting," I reply, hoping to put her off. I don't want to talk about that, or Nazis, or how hard things are going to get. We've spoken of little else lately. We can talk later, after you've had some sleep.
What I have to say cannot wait until tomorrow.
I nod, waiting.
Go to my dresser. In the top drawer near the back, you'll find a box. Bring it to me.
The box is where she said it would be. A jeweler's case of dark green velvet, about the size of my palm. I carry it back to the bed and return to my chair, watching with a kind of fascination as she presses the case to her chest with inexplicable tenderness. When her gaze finally lifts to mine, it's as if she'd forgotten I was there. Her hands tremble as she fumbles with the lid. In the end, she gives up and hands it back to me.
Open it, please.
I do as I'm told, not realizing I'm holding my breath until it escapes all at once. Inside is a pillow-shaped locket engraved with a pair of lilies. I find Maman's eyes. She blinks slowly, offering the slightest of nods. It takes a moment to locate the catch, but finally I'm staring at the face of a stranger. He's handsome in a sharp, brooding way, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a head of thick, dark curls. His mouth is full, almost feminine, tilted up at the corners, as if trying to suppress a smile.
His name was Eric Fried.
Maman says softly.
He was a student at the Conservatoire de Paris the summer before you were born.
She falls silent then, though I can feel her gaze on me as I continue to stare at the photograph. Eventually, her words sink in. The summer before you were born. I look up, a question caught like a bone in my throat.
He was your father.
Father? The word sounds foreign on her lips, but her gaze never wavers. Why are you telling me this now?
Because we've never spoken of him. We must do that now.
I've always been curious about a man who managed to find a chink in my mother's armor, but suddenly I don't want to talk about him or why she suddenly decided to have this conversation.
He was on his way to a rehearsal when we met. I was delivering a dress on Rue de Madrid, near the school. It had rained all morning, and the streets were full of puddles. I was waiting to cross at a corner when a car sped past, soaking me with muddy water. I was horrified when I looked down at the dress box. It was soaking wet and filthy, and all I could think was, Maman will murder me if this dress is ruined. And then he was there, holding out a handkerchief.
Eric, I say, pronouncing the name slowly, getting used to the feel of it.
Yes, Eric.
A rare smile softens the lines illness has etched into her face.
He was wearing a white summer suit that looked like it had been made for him, and black and white brogues so shiny I could have used them to powder my nose. One of the smart set with his straw boater and immaculately knotted tie. And there I was, dripping like a wet cat.
And he fell in love with you then and there, I supply, reading the rest in her eyes. Her expression goes soft and dreamy.
We both did. He was so handsome that when he asked me my name, I couldn't remember. It was as if my mind had suddenly been wiped clean, as if nothing had happened to me before that moment. He helped me clean up the box, then bent down to wipe the mud off my shoes. I was so flustered, I knocked his hat off into the street, and before we knew it, neither of us could stop laughing. He gave me his coat to cover my wet clothes and walked me the rest of the way.
I find myself smiling. It's a side of Maman I have never imagined, a young woman on the brink of a grand passion. What happened after you delivered the dress?
We spent every spare moment together, usually in some park or other. It wasn't much, but it was enough. He would bring a blanket and food, and I'd make some excuse about where I was going. We'd eat, and then he would play his violin for me. He played so beautifully, as if he were telling a story every time he picked up his bow. I went to a few of his concerts at the school. All those musicians playing together on one stage. And all I could hear was him. Or at least it seemed that way to me.
How long did it last?
7 months and 13 days.
The swiftness and precision of her answer surprises me. What happened?
He finished his schooling. It was time to go home.
Home? She closes her eyes, wincing.
Berlin.
Her anguish is palpable and so uncharacteristic. Perhaps because I thought her incapable of such feelings. I'm sorry he left you, Maman. Her eyes open slowly, dark and bottomless.
It was me,
She whispers.
I ended it.
You? Why?
He wanted me to go back to Germany with him, to marry him. But your grandmother forbid it, even when I told her there was going to be a baby.
Because of the shop?
Because of the war.
She replies quietly.
Eric was a German, a Boche, as they were known then, and still are, I suppose. My mother never forgave them for the Somme. So many of our boys were killed there, slaughtered in the trenches by the thousands. She couldn't forgive it. Many couldn't. She said, marrying a German would bring far more shame than a bastard child.
So, that was it? You just let him leave? She nods, pulling in a phlegmy breath.
His parents were dead, and his sisters had gone to live with an aunt while he attended school. It was time to go back to his responsibilities. I could have made him stay.
She whispers thickly.
If I had told him about you, he would have stayed.
I stare at her, stunned. You never told him you were pregnant? She turns her face away.
It would only have made things harder for us both. We had responsibilities.
I blink at her, trying to understand. It isn't that I've missed having a father. You can miss what you've never had. But her argument makes no sense. What could be more responsible than marrying the father of your child?
It wasn't as easy as that. There was the shop to think about. I couldn't leave Maman with only Lilou to help. Not when I knew she wouldn't stay. Even when we were girls, my sister had one foot out the door. And then there were the stories. All the broken Roussel hearts. The ones who defied the rules of our calling and suffered for it. Maman said mine would be next, and that when it happened, I couldn't come back.
A pair of tears squeezes from between her clenched lids, leaving thin silver tracks in their wake.
I would be on my own, like my mother was after Lilou was born.
So you kept your secret and broke Eric's heart instead.
I was afraid.
The admission brings a lump to my throat. And you never saw him again? She shakes her head slowly, painfully.
I had a letter once, begging me to reconsider. I was afraid I would weaken, so I threw it in the fire. Lilou was livid with me. She never understood duty. And I...
Her eyes drift from mine.
I never understood anything else.
I'm so sorry, I say softly, because I am. But I'm angry too, that I never had the chance to know this man who told stories with his violin, or the woman my mother had been then, the one who'd fallen in love with a stranger on a street corner. I would have liked that woman, but the years have transformed her into someone else, into an unhappy echo of the very mother who had forced her to deny her heart. It seems a terrible irony as I sit listening to her story, and I wonder if she realizes it too, and if that's why she decided to tell me her story. It must have broken your heart to let him go, I say gently. And then a thought suddenly occurs. Is that why you're telling me now? Because you want me to help you find him? Her tears come suddenly and noisily, like a dam breaking, and I can't think of anything to say. I have no experience in offering her comfort, and I'm apparently doing it badly. I'm so sorry, Maman. Whatever I said, I'm sorry.
He was Jewish,
she sobs raggedly.
Eric Fried was Jewish.
I stare at her, struggling to connect the words with the anguish in her eyes. It takes a moment, but finally I understand. A Jew in Germany. The Nazis, I say quietly. Mon Dieu! She closes her eyes, dragging in another sob.
The stories, the camps. I can't bear to think of it.
I glance at the locket in my hand, recalling the day one of Maman's clients shared her account of Kristallnacht, how she had closed the shop and gone to her room and not come out until morning, and how, when she heard about the Veil d'Iv roundup on the radio, she had wept uncontrollably and refused to eat for days. She hadn't been crying for humanity. She'd been crying for Eric Fried, because she'd never stopped loving him. It was why she'd been hanging on every word of the daily BBC broadcasts, scouring every line of the contraband newspapers that sometimes found their way into our letterbox. And perhaps why she's taken to feverishly fingering her rosary of late. I hedge against evil. Have you had news of him?
No.
She covers her mouth, eyes clenched as a fresh pair of tears spills down her cheeks.
For years, I've imagined him playing all the great halls in Europe, holding audiences in the palm of his hand. It was a way of holding on to him, imagining him happy after everything that happened, and now I don't know where he is. I don't know if he's alive or dead.
My heart aches as I watch her speak, but I'm afraid too. Her breathing is thick and raspy, her lips blanched of color as she labors to breathe. Please, Maman, you mustn't upset yourself.
If only I hadn't listened to my mother. If I'd told him about you and asked him to stay, he might be safe now.
You don't know that, Maman. Jews are being rounded up here too. We're doing it. The French. She struggles up from her pillow, clutching at my hand.
But it might have been different, don't you see? If he had remained in Paris, I would have been able to warn him. Instead, I broke his heart. And now I've killed him.
I press her back against her pillows, hushing her like a child in the throes of a nightmare. I tell her to close her eyes, and I stroke her hair, trying to recall a time when the roles were reversed and she was the one to comfort me. I can't. She's never been that kind of mother. Still, I can't deny her that small bit of tenderness. Not when her heart is breaking. I sit on the edge of her bed, waiting for her to quiet and thinking of the malefice, the curse. Maman's mother had warned her that loving Eric Fried would lead to heartbreak. But how was that different from her current anguish, wondering if the man she loved was hiding somewhere, like a cornered animal, or imprisoned at the mercy of monsters at one of the camps? If that's what comes of protecting your heart, I want no part of it. Maman withdraws her hand from mine, brushing impatiently at her tears.
I wanted you to have the locket because I want you to have a part of your father, and because I need you to do something.
I nod mutely.
You will leave Paris one day. Take the locket when you go. Take him away from this place with all its terrible memories. Promise me you will.
Leave Paris? I stare at her, stunned. But where would I go? Paris is my home.
Not anymore. And you will leave. You must.
But the shop, the work. You always said...
I said a lot of things. I taught you to live for the work, because that's what I was taught. But I was wrong. I was wrong about so much.
Maman!
Let me speak.
I open my mouth, then close it again. It will do me no good to argue.
I've always kept you at arm's length. No, don't shake your head. We both know it's true. But you don't know why.
She drags in a breath, rattling and wet.
You were so like him, Soline. So much it hurt to look at you. You have my eyes, my hair, my mouth. But you have always had his heart. He was a dreamer, a rêveur. He had such plans for us.
She pauses to drag in a shuddering breath.
I took that from him, and I was reminded of it every time I looked at you.
Something in my chest lets go as I process her words. For years, I've wondered what I had done to deserve her wintry brand of motherhood, hoping to find something, anything that might thaw her toward me. Now I understand that there was nothing. There's a strange relief in knowing. I lay my hand over hers. I think you should rest. Your medicine. Her eyes flash feverishly.
Be quiet and listen. A chance is coming for you, Soline. One that will take you away from here. You must take it.
It's too late to go to Lilou. London is in the crosshairs too.
Not Lilou. Farther away, and for good.
But the shop. She shakes her head, silencing me.
That's over now. The Nazis have seen to that. They'll scorch the earth before they're finished. But you will start again, in a new place.
An uneasy churning has begun beneath my ribs. How do you know this? Her eyes flash again.
How do you think? I took the hairbrush from your bureau while you were gone to the butcher.
You performed a reading? On me?
Not fully. You came back too soon. But I saw enough.
The admission astonishes me. She's always been so adamant about the dangers of using la magie to meddle in our own affairs. But you always said...
Yes.
She sighs, flapping a bony hand.
I know what I said, but I bent the rules. There are times when we must know which way the wind will blow. And it will blow you far away, ma fille, far from Paris and all this madness. But You will not escape unscathed. There will be hardship and heartbreak along the way. You must hold tight to your faith, Soline, whatever comes.
I look at her, bewildered. The Roussels have no fate, as such. We have our needles and our thread. That is our fate, the work. Please don't speak in riddles, Maman.
My fate was tested once when I was little older than you. I failed.
She stops, craning her neck to pull in a breath.
I had no faith in what could be, a life of my own and love, because I was not a dreamer, and so I followed the path marked out for me. But you, so, you have such dreams, and you're gifted, more gifted than I ever was.
For a moment, I can't even blink. I've waited so long for even the tiniest crumb of recognition, proof that she saw me at all. Now, suddenly, praise. I want to weep, but I know Maman would not like it. I had a good teacher, I say instead. She waves the words away, impatient to finish what she has to say.
This chance I spoke of, it will test your heart. It might even break it. But the most precious gifts always come at the highest price. I learned this too late, which is why I'm telling you now. You must.
She breaks off, clutching a handkerchief to her mouth to muffle a sudden bout of coughing. By the time the spasms finally stop, she's ashen and shaking, her lips faintly blue. I reach for her hand, the bird-like bones fragile beneath my fingers. And it suddenly strikes me how seldom I've seen them quiet over the years. Always with a needle, a tape, a pair of shears, stitching, pinning, hemming. But soon her illness will steal them for good. My eyes well before I can look away. She catches me by the sleeve, and for an instant I glimpse a softness in her face.
No tears, mon tendre. Not for me. You will need them later. So many changes are coming, and you must be ready.
I do as I'm told, and blot my eyes on my sleeve. But her grave predictions have me rattled. You're frightening me with all this tired talk, Maman. Can't you just tell me what you know? But the moment the words leave my mouth, I regret them. Never mind, I say quickly. You're tired. You mustn't talk any more tonight. She turns her head away, and for a moment, I think she's crying. But when she looks at me again, her eyes are dry. When she finally speaks, her voice is slushy and thick.
Here is what I know, ma fille. There is a grief worse than death. It is the grief of a life half lived. Not because you don't know what could have been, but because you do. You realize too late that it was there for the taking, right there in your hands, and you let it slip away, because you let something or someone keep you apart. But when your time comes, you can do it differently, ma fille. And it will come. But you must keep him alive, so.
She pauses, pressing a fist to her breast.
Here, in your heart. And never give up on what can be true for you. As long as you keep his beautiful face in your heart, he will never truly be lost. There will always be a way back.
She's rambling now, hovering on the edge of sleep, confusing her past with my future. Her sleeping draught is taking effect. Rest now, Maman. Close your eyes and rest. Her eyes remain locked on my face, suddenly wide and fever bright.
There are times for holding on in this life, so, and times for letting go. You must learn to know the difference and trust your heart enough to let it break. It's a hard thing, this holding on, but that's where the faith comes in. Do you understand?
I nod, because finally I think I do. I glance at the locket, still open in my lap. Eric Fried's dark eyes stare back at me. Keep his face, his beautiful face, always in your heart. Yes, for Maman's sake I will. Sleep now, I say softly. She lets go of my hand and closes her eyes, settling into her pillows with a long, spongy sigh. I linger briefly, digesting all that has passed between us, wishing it could have come sooner, stunned that it's come at all. The silence stretches. I stand, then turn to go.
Leave him with me,
she calls softly, her voice thin and childlike.
Just for a little while.
I close the locket and press it into her palm, curling her fingers around it, then bend down to place a kiss on her forehead. It's an act I've never performed before, and will never perform again. The next morning, I enter her room to find that she has slipped away. She lies quiet against her pillows, her face pale in death. But beautiful too, as if sleeping her skin has at long last freed her to be happy. Her hand lies open against the sheets, the locket and her rosary lying loose in her palm. I put the rosary in her bureau, then fasten the locket around my neck. The weight of it between my breasts feels foreign. My father, a stranger, but I've made a promise, and I will keep it. I feel no surprise at finding her gone, only a dull wave of sadness as I pull the bedroom door closed behind me. I knew in my bones that our talk last night was meant to be a kind of goodbye. As usual, Maman has had the last word. 14. Soline. We do not create love from thin air, using filters or glamours or any other manner of manipulation. We do not create love at all. We merely shepherd its expression and assure its survival. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 3 March 1943, Paris. I have closed the shop for good. Not that anyone noticed. Maman was buried quietly in a cardboard casket, covered with cloth, because there was no wood for a proper coffin. Flowers appeared on the stoop, small posies, tied with bits of ribbon or twine. And of course, the letters. Dozens of envelopes pushed through the shop's letterbox. Heartfelt remembrances from brides Maman helped to find happiness over the years. So many seeming miracles, accomplished with a handful of stitches and a little bit of magic. I've saved some of the letters, bundling them together with a length of ribbon. They're Maman's legacy to me, a collection of her happy endings.
It helps to read them now and then, to know she will be remembered. But life must go on. Death is everywhere these days, on the radio and in the papers, in the camps and on the battlefields, the prisons and field hospitals. To most, Esme Roussel is just one more missing face in the queues, but I feel her absence keenly. For as long as I can remember, she has been the voice in my ear, directing my work, shaping my thoughts, shaping me. And with her gone, I suddenly feel unshaped. I've never been much more than Esme Roussel's daughter. Suddenly, I'm not even that. After years of clandestine work, I have finally finished my dress, a Soline Roussel original. But there seems little point in starting another. As Maman predicted, there are no brides in Paris, because there are no grooms. Unless one counts debauch, which I do not. My life has simply lost its rhythm. I have no one to cook for, sew for, care for, and I'm at a loss to see what comes next. My world, never more than a few miles wide, has shrunk to a handful of rooms, with entire weeks passing when I do not venture outside. But my hoard of supplies has dwindled alarmingly. It is time to rejoin the living in the food queues. It's a drizzly Wednesday morning. I grab my umbrella and my ration cards and head to the shops. It's a midday, and the queue at the butcher's is already spilling out into the street. Thin faces all in a row, sharp with hunger and mistrust. I take my place among them, sharing my umbrella with the woman behind me. It's impossible to ignore the talk rippling up and down the queue. Murmurs of diphtheria and the tuberculosis that killed Maman. Children with rickets, babies born too weak to survive, people dropping dead of starvation in Poland, and the question no one speaks aloud: how long before it's us? But worse than the threat of hunger, for me at least, is the smothering weight of boredom. I need something to fill my days, some way to be useful again, or I'll run mad. A few of the couture houses are still open, Lelong, Gray, Schiaparelli, but they're dressing the Nazi wives now, and Maman wouldn't approve of me having a hand in that. Not that I'd ever get my foot in any of those doors. Sadly, I haven't the slightest idea what else I might be fit for. And then, one morning, I ride Maman's old bicycle to Neuilly-sur-Seine, on the outskirts of the city, to trade 2 skeins of lace, more prized than beef on the black market, and twice as hard to find, for some butter and a handful of eggs. I'm near the American hospital when a trio of ambulances grinding up the street sends a shiver through me. Sirens aren't uncommon on the streets of Paris, far from it, but I don't think any of us has gotten used to that jarring, plaintive wail. We all know what it means: more butchered men, more widows. I watch transfixed as they pass through the hospital gate and into the large front courtyard. There's a clamor as the sirens die, a bustle of slamming doors and swarming uniforms as the drivers spill out to unload their cargo. Hospitals all over France are overflowing. We've all heard the horror stories. Doctors performing amputations from sunup to sundown. Nurses so overwhelmed they often collapse from lack of sleep. Volunteers changing linens and manning bedpans. anything to lighten the load. Before I realize what I'm doing, I've abandoned my bicycle in the shade of a chestnut tree and am marching toward the courtyard. After 2 years of caring for Maman, changing her linens and helping her bathe, washing her bloody handkerchiefs and dosing out her sleeping draughts, I'm no stranger to the baser duties of nursing. Suddenly, I see a way to fill my days and be useful. No one notices me. There's so much going on. Men scurrying in every direction, orders being shouted as the American drivers scramble to unload the casualties. Bandaged eyes, a shattered jaw, a leg grotesquely twisted, a palm-sized bit of shrapnel jutting from a hastily dressed chest wound. A boy, no older than me, with a blood-soaked stump where his right arm should have been. A wave of nausea washes over me as I take it all in, the courtyard tilting dizzily as I fight to keep down my breakfast. I cover my mouth, willing the faintness to pass as I search for the shortest route back to my bike. And yet, I can't seem to make my feet move. I just stand there, paralyzed and clammy, caught between the overwhelming urge to flee and the need to render whatever aid I might be capable of. In the end, the choice is made for me. One of the drivers, the one who seems to be in charge, suddenly notices me standing very still amid the chaos.
"Tell Alice we've got 7 total.
He barks at me.
3 critical."
Alice? I blink at him, then turn to peer over my shoulder. When I find no one there, I turn back to him and blink again.
"Parlez-vous anglais?"
He snaps in nearly perfect French. Oui. I mean, yes, I do. He narrows his eyes, surveying me from head to heel. There isn't much to see. I haven't bothered with my appearance since the shop closed, and I've bothered even less today. I'm wearing a pair of old culottes, practical when one must get around on a bicycle, and a plain white blouse with one of Maman's cardigans over it.
"Are you a volunteer here?"
He asks, in English now. I look around awkwardly, then blurt the first word that comes into my head. Oui.
"Then get a move on. 7 and 3.
He turns away before I can ask him anything else and resumes barking orders. With my eyes averted, I pick my way around several stretchers and head for the entrance. There's no guard posted, I realize. No sign of a German anywhere, which seems odd. You can't go a block without tripping over a Nazi these days. Inside, the chaos is more controlled, somber, and antiseptic, like a hive where every inmate knows its purpose and goes about it with grim determination. Nurses, dull-eyed with fatigue, bustling about in their crisp whites and practical shoes. Volunteers crisscrossing the receiving area with carts and basins and armloads of linens. Soldiers in wheelchairs, clustered in corners and along walls, rehashing the glories of battle or smoking cigarettes and staring into space. It's overwhelming, but exhilarating too, to be standing in the middle of so much activity. Paris has fallen under a kind of spell since the Nazis arrived, as if the city itself has gone into hibernation, hoping to sleep until the nightmare is over. But the doctors and nurses, and even the volunteers, can't afford to hibernate. They're on a mission, and suddenly, I desperately want to be part of it. I catch the eye of a nurse with a head full of coppery curls beneath her starched cap. I'm supposed to talk to
Alice, I say tentatively. There. She responds with a high-cover thumb.
The one with the clipboard. If you run, you might just catch her.
I catch up with Alice as she's about to push through a set of double doors. Excusez-moi. She turns, grey eyes wide beneath iron-colored brows. For an instant, she looks genuinely amused.
You must be new. No one says excuse me around here. What do you need?
A man outside, the one in charge of the ambulances, sent me to say 7 total, 3 critical. The steely brows shoot up, all traces of amusement gone.
Right.
And with that, she's off, snapping out orders in a voice that can be heard long after the doors swing shut behind her. Moments later, the first stretchers appear, accompanied by a flurry of low voices and scuffing feet. I watch uneasily as they disappear through a different set of doors marked triage, wondering how many, if any, will go home to their families. The bustle quiets once the wounded have been dispatched, and I suddenly feel exposed and out of place. Before I can ask who I should talk to about volunteering, a woman I recognize as the mother of one of Maman's brides spots me and makes her way over. She wears no makeup, and her usually impeccable coif has been reduced to a few hastily applied pins.
You're Madame Roussel's girl, Soline.
Her face softens when I nod.
I heard about your maman. Je suis désolé.
Merci, Madame Laval.
Please, it's just Adeline these days. Have you come to help the boys then?
I have, but I don't know where to go. She pats my arm and gives me a little wink.
Come with me.
I assume she's taking me to an office somewhere where I will speak to whomever is in charge and fill out some papers. Instead, she leads me to a corner piled with cardboard boxes. She lifts 3 from one of the stacks and drops them into my arms.
Take those to the storeroom through there and to the right, and come back for more.
Are you in charge?
In charge?
She throws her graying head back and laughs.
Bonté divine. Dr. Jack is in charge here, and make no mistake, I'm just doing my bit, same as everyone else. Now, off with you. And mind where you go. It wouldn't do to blunder into the surgery on your first day.
I do as I'm told, and find myself in a narrow corridor, lit with light bulbs that have been painted blue to comply with blackout restrictions. The combined smells of alcohol and iodine grow sharper as I move down the hallway in search of a sign that reads storage room. There are so many doors, most of them unmarked, and I imagine myself walking through the wrong one or, worse, being called out for trespassing where I don't belong. But no one seems to pay me the least bit of attention, too busy with their own tasks to notice a confused new face in the crowd.
Are you lost?
I start guiltily, nearly dropping my boxes as I whirl around. It's the ambulance driver who barked at me in the courtyard. He seems taller than he did outdoors, broad-shouldered and lean in his uniform khakis, blonde and tan, the way only an American can be. I'm afraid I am, I admit, embarrassed to be caught flustered for the second time by this man, who seems to have command of himself and everything around him. It's my first day, and my words trickle to a halt. There's a smear of blood on his shoulder, dark, but not quite dry, and another one on the side of his neck, just below his ear. And all I can think is it the blood of the boy with half an arm, or the man with the metal sticking out of his chest? Suddenly, my mouth is full of saliva, and the room begins to sway.
Overhead, the blue-painted light bulbs seem to dim. Still, I can't look away from the blood, as if it represents all the dead boys in France. All the ache and loss and horror. The American seems to sense my distress and quickly relieves me of the boxes.
Are you going to be sick?
The words seem to come from a long way off, as if spoken underwater, but eventually they register, sick. Am I going to be sick? I turn my head and pull in a lungful of air, ashamed of my weakness in front of this stoic man. I don't know, I manage thickly. I think, before I can finish, he has hold of my elbow and is steering me back up the corridor. We stop in front of a narrow door marked lavatory. He opens it and pushes me inside.
Go ahead. Don't fight it. It'll only drag things out.
I blink at him a moment, then fold myself over the toilet and bring up the remains of my breakfast. It's over soon enough, but my legs are shaking miserably, and my face is clammy with sweat. To my horror, I begin to cry. I hear him turn on the tap, then feel something cool and wet being pressed into my hand. A handkerchief. I wipe my mouth, then blot my eyes. He takes the handkerchief and rinses it out, then carefully folds it and hands it back.
Hold this on the back of your neck. It'll help.
I'm so sorry.
What for?
I shake my head, blinking away a fresh rush of tears. I am not usually squeamish, but I saw the blood on your uniform and it reminded me of the boy you brought in, the one with half his arm gone, and all I could think was how many there are just like him now, and how many more who would feel lucky to have only lost an arm.
You're new,
he says quietly. I nod, wiping my eyes again. I don't know how I even ended up here. I left home on my bicycle this morning to barter for some eggs. I'm surprised when he barks out, I laugh. It's the opposite of what I'm expecting, but I suppose my response wasn't what he'd been expecting either. And I suddenly find myself laughing too.
You'll get used to it,
he says when we've laughed ourselves out.
Okay, not used to it, but better able to cope. In the meantime, remember that everyone in this place had a first day.
I look away. Not like this one. He leans in with a sly smile.
Can I tell you a secret?
What?
I've been doing this for almost a year, and I still toss my cookies at least once a week.
I don't know whether to believe him or not, but I'm grateful for his kindness, and I'm about to say so when I'm interrupted by a conspicuous cough.
Let's go, Romeo,
a voice calls gruffly from the hallway.
Time to move out.
Romeo. I feel my face go red. This disembodied voice, whoever he is, thinks he's interrupting a rendezvous romantique, which is what anyone coming across a young French girl and a handsome American huddled in a bathroom would think. Romeo blows out a breath.
Yeah.
For the first time, I notice how tired he looks.
Tell Patrick I'll be right there.
He waits until he's sure we're alone again, then smiles sheepishly.
Sorry. Duty calls.
Of course. I hold out the soggy handkerchief. Awkward again. He glances at it and grins.
Hang on to it. I'll be back.
I watch him go, then turn on the tap to rinse out the handkerchief. It's made of fine cotton, expensive, with a thin satin stripe woven through at the edge. My hands go quiet when I see the bit of red in one corner. For a moment I think it's blood, then realize it's a monogram.
It seems strange, like finding a silver tea service in the middle of a battlefield. What kind of soldier carries monogrammed handkerchiefs? I hold it to the light, peering at the letters picked out in fancy script. A.W.P. I spend the rest of the day looking for his face in the corridors and wondering what the letters stand for. 15. Soline. Before proceeding, one must be certain that lovers are destined for happiness. It is not a matter of attraction. Rather, it is a question of capacity. The potential to be happy must be there in both parties. If it is not, no charm, however skillfully worked, can guarantee a happy outcome. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 10 March 1943, Paris. A week has passed with no sign of my American Romeo. I bring the handkerchief with me to work every day, hoping for a chance to return it. Not because I'm worried he might need it. A man who carries a monogrammed handkerchief in a war zone will have plenty more just like it. But because I want him to know I'm still here, that I haven't quit. In fact, I'm getting used to the place, the smells and the sights, the long hours and the war-battered faces. I give sponge baths and fill water pitchers, deliver meals and empty bedpans. I even help write letters to sweethearts. The hardest part has been learning my way around, to know which doors are off limits and which are allowed, which ward holds which type of casualty, and the quickest way to get to the mess when I finally get a break. And that's where I am when I finally see him again. Romeo. I've just finished a letter for a Canadian airman with 2 broken arms, when I look up from my coffee cup and I see him in the doorway. I can tell from his expression that he's been there a while, watching me, and I feel my cheeks color. My pulse skitters as our eyes meet. He's smiling that big American smile of his, lounging against the door frame with his arms folded across his chest. When I return his smile, he drops his arms and heads for my table. There's a bandage on his forehead, a bruise at his temple.
You're still here,
He says, grinning.
I wasn't sure you would be.
You're hurt? He shrugs, rubbing a hand along his jaw.
One of the field hospitals got caught short, and I was stuck for a few days. Things got a little hairy one night, but we managed. Anyway, looks like you've settled in for the long haul.
I had no choice. I owe you an handkerchief. His blue-green eyes flash mischievously.
My plan worked then, I'm glad.
I feel timid suddenly, and breathless and giddy, and I find myself wondering if this was how Maman felt the day she met Eric Fried. The monogram, I ask shyly. AWP, what does it stand for?
Anson. My name is Anson William Purcell. Now you.
I'm Soline Roussel.
Pleased to meet you, Soline Roussel.
He holds out a hand. I take it, briefly startled by the warmth of his fingers.
So, how are things? Easier now that you've found your footing?
A little, yes. One of the other volunteers has taken me under her wing. She knew my mother before she passed away and has been very kind. His grin disappears, his face softening.
I'm sorry about your mother. When did she die?
3 months ago now, I think. I'm losing track of the days. We had a small bridal salon in the Rue Legendre. But she got sick, and the Boche came. I thought, since I had nursed her, I would be prepared. But that first day, seeing those poor boys, I wasn't ready.
Of course you weren't, but you stayed anyway. That was brave.
I peer at the red and green American Field Service patch on his sleeve. I've heard stories about the American drivers, how many of them had joined up before the United States even entered the war and had come over at their own expense, earning them the nickname the Gentlemen Volunteers. There's a lot of talk about the drivers. They say you volunteer to come and that you actually pay your own way. Is it true? He makes a face.
It's not as big a deal as it sounds. Most of us are rich boys from Princeton and Yale, looking for adventure.
Which are you?
Yale, like my old man and his old man. Or was.
You left university to do this? Why? He shrugs, but there's something evasive about the gesture, as if the subject makes him uncomfortable.
I wanted to do my part, and I like the AFS's motto, that freedom and mercy shall not perish from this earth.
Another shrug.
Anyway, here I am.
Your family must be proud.
My mother's been gone almost 3 years, so it's just my sister and my father now. And proud isn't exactly the word I'd use. The Purcells have always been Navy men, and I was expected to fall in line. My father was set to pull the required strings to get me into the officer candidate school when I graduated, but I didn't want that, any more than I wanted to get roped into the family business. Needless to say, he was pretty steamed when I told him I'd quit school to sign up.
I surveyed the damage to his face. We've all heard stories of AFS drivers killed in the line of duty or detained and questioned by the Gestapo for aiding escaped prisoners. Perhaps he's just concerned for your safety and thinks you'd be safer as an officer in the American Navy. The corners of his mouth twitch, with something like a grimace.
No, I've just spoiled his plans.
Are you being careful? He tips his head to one side, studying me in return.
Does it matter to you that I'm careful?
My cheeks go hot. He's nothing to me, and isn't likely to be, but I tell myself it's a perfectly valid question. I think it must matter to your father and sister. His smile slips, replaced by something flinty and unreadable.
There isn't time to be careful. You do what you're sent to do. If you're lucky, you get back in one piece so you can do it all over again the next day.
How do you do it? Aren't you afraid?
Every single day.
But you do it anyway.
Same as you.
I shake my head, unwilling to concede that his work and mine are in any way similar. You save lives. I change sheets and write letters.
Don't think for a minute that writing letters to a soldier's mother or sweetheart isn't saving his life. It's a lifeline, a reason to keep going.
He pauses, running a hand through his thatch of blonde hair. His expression is deadly earnest.
We're all doing what we can, Soline. And we're all scared silly, but we show up every day because it's important stuff. All of it. All of us. Important.
I'm trying to think of something to say when I hear my name. I turn to find Adeline standing in the doorway, pointing to her wristwatch. I throw her a nod and stand. I have to go. Anson pushes to his feet, catching my hand.
I'll miss you, Soline Roussel.
His voice, low and warm, makes my pulse quicken. Don't be silly. You can't miss someone you don't know. He shoots me a roguish grin.
You're Soline Roussel from Paris, France. You're kind and beautiful, and once upon a time you and your mother owned a bridal salon. Now you spend your time nursing soldiers. I'm Anson Purcell, Yale dropout, My family is from Newport, Rhode Island. My father is named Owen, and he builds racing yachts. My mother's name was Lydia. My sister is Cynthia, Thea for short, and she wants to be a French impressionist when she grows up. There, now we know each other, which means I can miss you properly.
Something warm and unfamiliar spirals in my belly. My world has been one of women, brides and their mothers, maman. No one has ever flirted with me, but I recognize it when I hear it, and I can't blame him. It's easier than talking about war and death. But I've been warned about Americans, all disarming smiles and apple pie. I take an awkward step back, pulling my hand free. I have to go. The patients need their lunch. I turn toward the door, then glance back at him over my shoulder. Try to be careful. I feel curiously removed from my body as I walk away, as if my feet aren't quite touching the floor. Adeline is waiting with an arched brow and a sly cat's grin.
And what was that about?
Nothing, I reply quickly. A lie, because even in that moment of flushed confusion, I know it was the very opposite of nothing. He lent me a handkerchief on my first day, and I was just saying thank you.
Over coffee?
I reach for an explanation, but quickly give up. Nothing I will say will wipe the grin off her face. It was nothing, Adeline. He was kind to me. She chuckles knowingly.
They usually are, kind, but be careful, chérie. This isn't the cinema. The hero, however handsome, isn't always a safe bet.
Do you think he's a hero? I ask, sounding every bit as dreamy as I feel.
Well, if he isn't, he certainly looks the part. And the AFS must think so. They're terribly picky about who they accept. Then I suppose they have to be. It takes a special breed to do what they do, which is why you should be careful with your heart, little girl. Attachments are dangerous things in wartime.
I nod obediently, but in my bones, I know it's too late. An attachment has already been formed, at least for me. Adeline claps her work-reddened hands as we approach the orthopedic ward, where a cart stacked with metal mess trays awaits.
Voilà, c'est très bien. We'll feed the man, and then you and I will have some lunch, and you can tell me about this handkerchief.
I don't know where I would be without Adeline. She helps me find my footing, introducing me to the other volunteers and stepping in to smooth over my blunders. I remember one day in particular, we had a flurry of casualties come in, and everyone was scurrying to make up fresh beds. I just left the laundry with an armload of linens and was coming around a corner when I blundered into the hospital's resident physician in charge, Dr. Jack, as he's known, soaking him with a scalding cup of coffee. Sumner Jackson's temper is a frequent topic of discussion among the nurses, but as I looked up at him that day, at his dripping white coat and thundercloud face, I realized the rumors hadn't done him justice. He was tall and broad, with thick shoulders, heavy brows that sat low over his eyes, and a nose that reminded me more of a prize-fighter than a surgeon. I gulped out an apology in French, and then in English, then in French again, all the while trying to keep my armload of sheets from tumbling to the floor. As usual, Adeline appeared to rescue me, explaining that I was new and still a little clumsy. I held my breath while he looked me over with his dark, flat eyes. Finally, in place of his scowl,
The hint of a smile appeared. Mademoiselle, it is my considered medical opinion that coffee, while highly effective when taken internally, is of little value when applied to the skin, perhaps a little slower around the corners in future. And with that, he stepped around me and moved off down the hall, leaving me with knocking knees and an armload of coffee-spattered sheets. In the weeks since, I have learned a great deal about Sumner Jackson, about his personal mission and the extraordinary lengths he has undertaken to make sure no German soldier ever occupies one of our beds. The patients we tend are either French, Canadian, English, or American. For the most part, we've stopped paying attention to their nationalities. All we know is that the beds are full, and so are the bedpans. Some of the men, boys really, not much older than I, are from prison camps and are sent back when they're well enough. Others, the worst of them, are shipped home, too mutilated to return to the battlefield. And some die, sometimes after seeming to make a full recovery. It's always a shock to arrive in the morning and find a bed empty or already occupied by an unfamiliar face. The stories are always the same. A sudden turn for the worse, sepsis, hemorrhage. The doctors did all they could. It's always so sudden, so horribly and tragically unexpected. In the beginning, I asked questions, but no one seemed to want to talk about those empty beds. The living are what the doctors and nurses are about. And, as I have quickly learned, it is what I need to be about too, if I want to remain at the hospital. I'm to do as I'm told without question or comment, and keep my nose out of matters outside my purview. And so, I do as I'm told. I keep my head down and make myself useful, seeing to meals, stocking supplies, fetching and carrying whatever needs fetching and carrying. But my favorite duty is writing letters for soldiers who can't write for themselves. Perhaps it's to do with what Anson said in the mess that day, that writing letters saves lives too. The words I take down are often sad, but they're always brave. It's hard sometimes not to cry as I write, knowing that somewhere there's a mother or a wife or a fiancée who would soon read them and would weep with a mixture of gratitude and anguish. Maimed but safe, blind but spared, alive but forever changed. There was no way of knowing when or even if the letters would arrive. Personal correspondence would sit in a pile for days, even weeks, waiting to be inspected by the censors. Finally, after being cleared, they were put on a ship or a plane, and with any luck, would reach their destination in 4 to 6 weeks, if they arrived at all. Still, the men write, some of them every day, glossing over the muddy, bloody grind of war with false assurances and newsy bits of this and that. It's hope they're sending home, a slender thread tethering them to someone across the sea, to mothers and wives and sweethearts, all enduring a hell of their own. Weeks without word, prayers gone unanswered, letters that never come, and telegrams that do.
16. Rory. June 23rd, 1985. Boston. Rory grimaced as she wrestled her curls into a ponytail. She looked like she had during exam week, hollow-eyed and pale after pulling too many all-nighters. It had been 3 days since her meeting with Soline, and she couldn't shake the feeling that their chance acquaintance had been meant as a kind of wake-up call, a reminder that life rarely unfolded the way it did in novels. Love didn't conquer all, heroes weren't invincible, and lovers rarely rode off into the sunset together. Broken hearts stayed broken. She glanced at her watch, then back at her face. She wished she'd gotten up early enough to at least blow out her hair, or better yet, phone her mother to say something had come up and she couldn't make brunch, but it was too late for that now. The Veuve was already on ice and she was going to be late. Again. She was on her hands and knees, rooting under the bed for her left shoe, when the doorbell rang. She headed for the door, expecting a child with braids selling Girl Scout cookies, or a pair of well-dressed young men handing out religious tracts. Instead, she found Soline Roussel standing in the hall, holding a white pastry box tied with Sugar Kiss's familiar black and white logo. "Bonjour," Soline said brightly. "I hope you're hungry." Rory opened her mouth, but nothing would come out. She couldn't have been more flustered if she'd opened the door and found Princess Di in the hall. "What are you doing here?" she managed, stepping aside to let Soline enter. "It's your turn." "My turn to what?" "To tell me your story. I told you mine. Now it's your turn to tell me yours." "I don't have a story." Soline arched a nearly black brow. "No?" Rory felt her cheeks go hot under the pointed gaze. There was something troubling about those dark chocolate eyes, a combination of warmth and steeliness that made her feel agonizingly transparent. "How did you know where to find me?" "Monsieur Valentine was kind enough to give me your address." She smiled then, creating a fan of tiny lines at the corners of her eyes. "You see, I know my way around him too." "But why?" Soline's expression softened. "The last time we met, you left my house in tears, chérie. I don't know why, but I'd like to." Rory smothered a groan. To say the memory was cringeworthy would be the understatement of the year. "I'm sorry about that. My life's kind of upside down right now, and it just hit me all of a sudden. I apologize for rushing out like that, without thanking you or saying a proper goodbye. It was rude." "It was no such thing, but I didn't come for an apology. I came to make sure you were all right. I've been worrying about you these last few days, and it occurred to me that I didn't have to. I could come and see for myself that you were all right." Rory dropped her gaze, embarrassed that this reclusive woman had felt the need to schlep across town to check on her. "You didn't have to come. Really, I'm fine." "You don't have to pretend with me, Rory. It's all right to be sad." Rory's head came up slowly. The words, so different from her mother's well-meaning stoicism, seemed to unlock something in her chest, like a door suddenly swinging open. "Do you have coffee?" Soline asked when the silence grew awkward. "Coffee?" "I brought breakfast, pain au chocolat, and chaussons aux pommes." Rory blinked at her, nodding slowly. "Yes, I have coffee." Rory led Soline to the kitchen, hoping she wouldn't notice the basket of unfolded laundry on the couch or the jumble of snow boots still sitting in front of the coat closet. They hadn't had snow since March. In the kitchen, she gathered the containers from last night's takeout and slid them into the trash, then set about consolidating the dirty dishes in the sink. After a few minutes, she gave up. A sink full of dirty dishes was a sink full of dirty dishes, no matter how neatly they were stacked. "Sorry about the mess," she said as she finished measuring out the coffee. "I don't spend a lot of time in the kitchen these days. Cooking for one isn't much fun, so it's mostly takeout now, and Things sort of pile up. It's true, Soline said, grabbing a knife from the nearby block to snip the twine on the pastry box. Cooking for one isn't fun, but one must eat, and not always from cartons. Have you plates for the pastries? In the cabinet to your left. There should be napkins there, too. She watched as Soline worked her gloves off and began transferring pastries to a plate. She had no idea what her landlady was doing in her kitchen, but she suddenly realized she was glad. Though she did wonder how Soline had managed to get all the way to the South End without a car. Please tell me you didn't carry that box on the T and then walk all the way from the station. Of course not. I took a taxi. Come and sit. She waited for Rory to join her at the table, then slid the plate of pastries toward her. Que désirez-vous? Rory found herself wishing she'd paid better attention in French class. I'm sorry, I don't speak much French. Well, any French, actually. I asked, what is your pleasure? Right. The apple, I think. And I will have the chocolat. Soline slid a croissant onto her plate, then shook out her napkin and laid it on her lap. All right, she said finally, licking powdered sugar from her fingers. What happened? What do you mean? Soline cocked her head, one brow raised. Are we going to play games, you and I? I still don't understand what you're doing here. Why do you care? Why do you think? Because it's my turn? Partly, yes, but it's more than that. You remind me of someone I knew once. Who? Me, Soline said, pausing to sip her coffee. Life has done something to you, taken something from you. I don't know what or how long ago, but you can't find your feet again. This gallery of yours, you want to pretend it will fill the hole life has carved in you. But deep down, you know it can't, and you're afraid nothing ever will. Rory swallowed, her throat suddenly dry. It was true. Every word. But how? Did Brett say something to Daniel? Is that how you know all this? No, of course not. Then how? Soline's smile was both brief and wistful as she lowered her mug. We're kindred spirits, you and I. Strangers who share a common past. Rory wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it wasn't this. I don't understand. We're all a collection of our stories, chérie. Our joys and sorrows, our loves and losses. That is who we are, a tally of all our agonies and ecstasies. Sometimes the agonies leave a mark, like a bruise on the soul. We do our best to hide them from the world and from ourselves, too, because we're afraid of being fragile, of being damaged. That's what makes us kindred spirits, Rory, our bruises. A chill crept up the back of Rory's neck. Coming from anyone else, the words might have seemed ridiculous, the kind of woo-woo stuff one might hear from a palm reader at the fair. But she'd felt it too, hadn't she? The eerie overlap of Soline's story with her own. It's just so hard to get my head around. The way we met, the way your story feels so familiar. An unexpected rush of tears suddenly clogged her throat. She turned her head, wiping at her eyes. I'm sorry. We've seen each other twice, and I've managed to burst into tears both times. She sniffed noisily, shaking her head in disgust. What an idiot you must think me. What happened, Rory? My fiancé, she whispered finally. His name is Hux. Well, it's Matthew, actually, but everyone calls him Hux. 9 months ago, he left for South Sudan to work with Doctors Without Borders. He wrote to me all the time, 2 or 3 times a week, like clockwork. And then, all of a sudden, the letters stopped. It took a few weeks. There was some confusion about his next of kin, but they finally confirmed that he and several colleagues had been abducted. Soline's hand went to her throat. Mon pauvre enfant. Was he... Rory stared at the wadded napkin in her fist. I don't know. No one does. There wasn't a ransom demand, and there's been no news for months. She paused when her voice began to wobble and cleared her throat. They have no idea where he is or who has him, or if he's even alive. How long has it been? 6 months. I lie awake every night imagining 1,000 different scenarios, terrible things, and yet I can't make myself believe he's gone. I know it's crazy, but I feel like I would know if he'd been killed, that I would have sensed it somehow. Does that sound silly? Not to me. The empathy in her voice was like a balm on a wound. Kindred spirits. Perhaps they were. I've been reading a lot of books, she blurted. The kind where the hero always wins and love always triumphs. It's like an addiction. But they're not real. In real life, things turn out badly. That's why you wanted to know my story, Soline said gently. You were hoping for a happy ending. A real one this time. Like I said, silly. No. I know what it is to wait, to not know. You grab onto anything to get through another day. Rory dragged the elastic from her hair, blowing out a breath as she raked a hand through the heavy waves. I'm such a mess. Sometimes I think I'd rather... Know the worst? Soline supplied quietly. Rory clamped a hand over her mouth, ashamed of the thought. It's terrible, isn't it? To even think something like that. It's just... This limbo is torture. When you got the news, were you... She stopped, realizing they'd never spoken of it. How did you get the news? Soline sat very still, her eyes suddenly clouded. There was a telegram saying he'd gone missing. They found his ambulance abandoned, and a lot of blood. Someone reported seeing German soldiers marching him into the woods at gunpoint. Rory felt herself go pale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's just that people talk about closure, about it being easier once you know, and I was wondering... No, Soline said, before Rory could get the rest out. It wasn't easier. At least not for me. We tell ourselves we want to know, but when the truth finally comes and it isn't what we'd hoped for, we'd give anything to go back to that place of waiting where even a flicker of hope still exists. The other day, you said there comes a time when we have to let go of what's gone. But how do you know when that time is? Soline's face softened. I was speaking of myself, chérie. Only of myself. But how did you know? Her eyes dipped for a fraction of a second before coming back to Rory's. In the beginning, I couldn't believe it. I was certain there'd been a mistake, and even after, for years, I would take out Ensem's shaving kit and open the empty cologne bottle, because I swore I could still smell him, like a cool breeze coming in off the sea. And then, one night, I couldn't smell him anymore. He was just gone. That's when I put the box away, when I realized there was nothing left to hold on to. But it's different for you. You have time, Rory. Time for what? Time to have faith. Rory cleared her throat, determined to stave off another rush of tears. What you said before about the gallery filling the hole in my life, it's true. It was Hux's idea for me to open the gallery, and I was so excited. Then when they told me he was missing, I stopped caring about everything until I saw your building. It felt like fate was sending me a message. But sometimes I wonder if it's just a way to hold on to him, by doing the thing he wanted me to do.
Do you have a picture of him?
I keep one on my nightstand.
May I see it?
Yes, of course. I'll go get it. Moments later, Rory returned with the photograph. It was a shot of them standing arm in arm, beaming like the newly engaged lovers they'd been when it was taken. He asked me to marry him the day before it was taken. We drove out to the Cape to celebrate.
You're beautiful together,
Soline said, studying the photo.
And just look at that smile. You made him happy.
Rory found herself smiling too. It's mutual. I never felt like I fit anywhere until we met. Everyone had all these ideas about who I was supposed to be. The only thing Hux ever wanted me to be was me. He made it okay to want what I want. She paused to look at the photo when Soline handed it back, pressing her fingertips to the glass. Now that he's gone, I'm afraid
that you'll lose yourself again?
Rory's head came up slowly. Yes.
Then don't let him be gone.
Don't let him?
The night my mother died, she gave me a locket with my father's picture in it. I never knew him, but she asked me to keep him alive, for her sake. Here.
She paused, pressing a hand to her heart.
She said to keep someone in your heart is to keep them alive forever. You can do that for Hux, Rory.
Is that what you did with Anson? Kept him alive in your heart?
I tried.
Was there ever anyone else? After, I mean? Soline smiled sadly.
There is only so much room in a woman's heart, chérie. Anson filled all of mine.
Rory nodded. The thought of anyone taking Hux's place was simply unfathomable. Sometimes it's all I can do to look at his picture. Was it like that for you?
I don't have any pictures.
None?
We met during the war, at the hospital where I volunteered. There was no time for pictures.
Rory was about to respond when the living room phone rang. Her eyes shot to the clock above the sink, suddenly remembering that she should have been at her mother's an hour ago. That'll be my mother, she said, pushing back from the table. We were supposed to have brunch this morning. After a brief search, Rory located the cordless and braced for the inevitable. Why are you still at home? Camilla demanded, skipping right past hello. Brunch is ruined. I'm sorry, I got caught up in something and lost track of time. What was so important that you couldn't pick up the phone and let me know? Rory bit her lip. The surest way to blow up their tentative truce would be to admit she'd forgotten their brunch date because Soline had shown up with pastries. It was just some gallery stuff. You don't open for months. Whatever it was had to be done today? I said I'm sorry. I was ready to walk out the door and I got sidetracked. You sound funny, Camilla said abruptly. Stuffy. Like you're getting sick. Do I? She couldn't very well admit she'd been blubbering. Instead, she seized on the excuse with both hands. You know, I think I might be. My throat's a little raw. I was thinking about making some tea and crawling back in bed. That's a good idea. Do you have soup? Yeah, I think so. And tea? Yes, I have tea. Put some honey in the tea. It'll help your throat. Okay, I will. Thanks, and I'm sorry about brunch. Never mind that. Just get some rest. I'll check on you later. Soline appeared as Rory ended the call, carrying her gloves and handbag.
I boxed up the remaining pastries and put the cups and plates in the sink.
You're going?
You had plans. You should have said.
No, it was just brunch with my mother. We do it every Sunday.
And you let me spoil it?
Not really. In fact, I was dreading it. My mother and I... Well, let's just say it's been a little strained lately. She doesn't think much of my gallery idea, or my art, or anything else I care about. Soline's brows shot up.
You never told me you were an artist.
Oh, I'm not. It's just something I used to play around with. When Hux went missing, I gave it up. I haven't set foot in the spare room in months.
You keep a studio here?
A studio? No. It's just an extra room where I keep my supplies.
May I see this non-studio of yours?
Rory hesitated, uncomfortable with the idea of showing someone as accomplished as Soline her work. But how could she say no to a woman who'd taken a cab across town to make sure she was okay? Sure, I guess, if you want. At the end of the hall, she pushed the door open and waved Soline in. Like I said, I haven't been in here in a while, so it's kind of a mess. Soline stepped past her into the room, skirting bins filled with tools and bits of fabric. She peered about to say something, when her eyes lit on the seascape hanging behind the desk.
Oh, Rory.
Her head came around, her expression one of wonder.
You did this?
Rory nodded shyly.
It's exquisite, like a painting but with fabric. Are there more?
4 in the closet and 2 more on the frames behind you. Soline rolled her eyes.
The closet, mon Dieu.
She wandered over to see the unfinished piece on the nearest frame, a small schooner listing precariously on a dark and angry sea.
The stitching is so fine, nearly invisible. By hand, yes?
Yes.
Who taught you to sew like this?
No one. I taught myself.
Astonishing. And they'll go up in the gallery when they're finished.
Oh, no, this is just a hobby. Soline frowned.
Don't you want your work to be seen? Your name to be known?
The question made Rory uncomfortable. Instead of answering, she countered with one of her own. Is that what you wanted? For people to know your name? Soline stepped away, studying the fabric swatches littering the work table.
Once,
she said finally.
When I was a girl, I used to dream of having my own label. I was going to turn heads all over Paris. But then the war happened, and ensemble.
But you did it. You have an entire wall of magazine articles and newspaper clippings to prove it. You have a gift, and you used it to make people happy. You'll always have that to be proud of.
And you have this, Rory. Don't ever say it's nothing. It's the very opposite of nothing. Adding beauty to the world isn't vanity, chérie. It's a calling.
A calling? The word stayed with Rory as she pulled the door closed and led Soline back to the living room. Soline checked her watch, then collected her handbag and gloves from the coffee table.
Thank you for sharing your work with me, and please, think about what I said. You have a gift, Rory, and gifts are meant to be shared.
You don't need to go. I'll make a fresh pot of coffee and we can talk some more.
Soline smiled indulgently. Don't be silly. You don't want to listen to an old woman prattle all afternoon. Besides, I asked the driver to come back and collect me. He's probably out there waiting. I wanted to see that you were all right, and I have.
Her smile deepened as she crooked a finger under Rory's chin.
Une gentille fille. Such a sweet girl. Remember what I said about keeping Matthew in your heart. Until you know for sure, there is still hope, and hope costs us nothing.
17. Rory. Rory looked around the apartment, admiring her handiwork. After Soline left, she'd decided to put on some music, roll up her sleeves, and get the apartment in order. She'd made a good job of it, too, even managing to haul several boxes of giveaway books to her car. Not bad for someone who was supposed to be coming down with a cold. In the kitchen, she poked around the pantry. Pasta, but no sauce. Cheerios, but no milk. Peanut butter, but no bread. Which left takeout. Again. Soline was right. It was time to stop eating out of cartons. She'd make a list tomorrow and hit the market, but for now, Gerardo's would have to do. She placed a delivery order for eggplant parm and an antipasto, then decided she had time to start a load of whites and grab a quick shower before dinner arrived. She was surprised to hear the doorbell ring just 15 minutes later. Apparently, it was a slow night at Gerardo's. She grabbed a 20 from her purse, then clicked off the stereo, abruptly silencing the primal thump of Duran Duran's The Wild Boys. "That was fast," she said, pulling back the door. "Sundays must—" The words died in Rory's throat. Instead of the delivery boy from Gerardo's, Camilla stood, blinking back at her, a CVS bag dangling from her wrist, and a large orange Tupperware container tucked into the crook of one arm. She swept Rory with narrowed eyes, lingering on the $20 bill in her hand. "Are you having a party?" Rory stuffed the 20 into her pocket with a sigh. "No, I'm not having a party. I was just playing some music while I cleaned up a little." "I made soup with the little stars, like I used to when you were little. Sick soup, you used to call it. But I see you've made a miraculous recovery." Rory sighed. Camilla swept past her, charm bracelet jangling in her wake. Rory had no choice but to follow her to the kitchen. "I told you I had soup." "You told me you thought you had soup," Camilla replied sullenly, "and I didn't want you having to fuss if you weren't feeling well." She ran an eye over her daughter as she began emptying the contents of the CVS bag. Cough drops, Vicks, NyQuil, a thermometer. "I don't suppose you actually need any of this." Rory dropped her gaze. "I'm sorry." "Why, Aurora? Why tell me you're sick when you're not? Is spending time with me so terrible?" Rory swallowed another sigh. What was she supposed to say? Admitting she'd blown off brunch because her landlady showed up with a box from Sugar Kisses wasn't likely to sit well. Best to leave Soline out of it. "I felt bad about getting sidetracked, so when you mentioned that I sounded sick, I just went with it." "Went with it," Camilla repeated dryly. "Are you hungry, at least?" "I actually just ordered takeout." "Right." Camilla grabbed the soup container and opened the refrigerator. For a moment she stood, staring at the contents. A package of onion bagels, 2 sticks of butter, a single can of Sunkist, and a nearly empty jar of olives. She turned finally, a pale brow crooked in disapproval. "You haven't any food." "I know. That's why the takeout. I was planning on hitting the market tomorrow." "Don't you cook anymore?" She pulled open the pantry door, running her eyes over the thinly stocked shelves. "Look at this. Cheerios and canned soup. It's a wonder you're not sick eating like this." Her gaze settled on the pastry box. She lifted the lid, peering inside. "Pain au chocolat. Very nice. I see you weren't too distracted to go to the bakery this morning." "I didn't go to the bakery," Rory countered, weary of being scolded. "Soline brought them." Camilla's face went blank. "My landlady," Rory supplied. "She stopped by this morning just as I was about to leave." "Your landlady showed up, out of the blue, with pastries?" "Yes." "And that's what sidetracked you?" "We started talking." "About what? You barely know her." "Huck's, the gallery, my art." "I see." There it was. the cool, affronted look her mother pulled out whenever she felt slighted. Rory counted to 10, refusing to take the bait. "You're talking about your life to strangers now, instead of your own mother?" "We have things in common." Camilla closed the pantry door and stood with both hands on her hips. "What could you possibly have in common? The woman has to be in her 80s. "She's nowhere near 80, and we do have things in common. She lost someone she loved in the war, an ambulance driver who went missing." "Aurora, she knows what it's like to hear the phone ring and wonder if today's the day you find out your prayers weren't answered, to feel your heart tear open when you see other people being happy, to bury yourself in work because you can't stand to be alone with your grief. She understands me needing to open the gallery. She even likes my art." Camilla took a step forward, laying a hand on Rory's arm. "What's going on, Aurora? You're genuinely starting to worry me." "Please, not this again." "Yes, this again? You sound... I don't know what. You skip out on brunch again, then lie about being sick. Now you're talking about your art? What am I supposed to think? You've quit school, you live like a hermit, no one hears from you anymore. All you seem to care about is this gallery of yours, and this woman you've suddenly decided to befriend. I feel like I don't know you anymore." "Maybe you never knew me." Camilla's eyes widened. "Never knew you? I raised you." "No, Mother. You molded me, or tried to. And now that I'm doing what I want, you suddenly don't know me. That's what this is about. Not school or what's in my refrigerator. It's about me not being who you want me to be. Not liking the things you like or living the way you live. But none of those things are important to me, because I'm not like you." Camilla stiffened. "Sometimes I think you have too much of your father in you." Of course, it had to be about her father, because one way or another, everything was about her father. "Can we please leave Daddy out of this? I don't know who I'm like or why I have to be like anyone. Can't I just be me?" "Of course you can. I've never stopped you from doing what you wanted." "Stopped me?" Rory snapped. "No, you never stopped me. But you've never been shy about voicing your opinion any time I strayed from the blueprint you had for me. The clothes I wore, the sports I played, even the people I hung around with. When I told you Hux proposed, you asked if I said yes just to spite you." "I'm your mother, Aurora. It's my job to shape you, to keep you from making the same mistakes I did." "Are we talking about Daddy again?" Camilla looked down at the neatly stacked rings on her left hand. Wedding ring, engagement ring, the 3-carat eternity band her husband's secretary had picked out for their 20th anniversary. 3 years after Jeffrey Grant's death, she still wore them. "You said something the other day about my track record with marriage. It made me think. Maybe I'm just not wired for love or happiness. Some people aren't, you know." Rory found herself frowning. She wasn't sure what she'd expected her to say, but it certainly wasn't that. Not wired for love? That's a strange thing to say. Camilla smiled sadly. "Not when you look at the history. The Lowells aren't exactly known for their stellar marriages." She glanced at her rings again, spinning them absently. When she brought her eyes back to Rory, the smile had gone brittle. "But we do look good on the society page, which is what's really important. Or so my mother always said." It was Rory's turn to wonder what was going on. Camilla rarely spoke of her family and never of her mother, not even when prompted. Now, quite unexpectedly, she had introduced her into the conversation. "You never talk about your parents, about your childhood or growing up?" Camilla turned away, lining up the newly purchased cold remedies on the counter. "Your mother," Rory pressed, "was she wired for love?" "No," Camilla said simply and without hesitation. "I don't think she was." "Did you fight?" "Like us, you mean? No, we didn't fight. No one fought with Gwendolen Lowell. Gwendolen. Rory rolled the name around in her head, realizing just how seldom she'd heard it growing up. Why didn't anyone fight with her? Because she was never wrong about anything, and woe to anyone who crossed her, especially my father. He was 47 when he died. A heart attack. I used to wonder if he died to get away from her. I was furious with him for leaving me alone with her. Maybe it's genetic, Rory said quietly. Not being wired for love, I mean. Maybe it's passed from mother to daughter, like blue eyes or curly hair. It doesn't work that way, Aurora. You've said it yourself. The Lowells aren't known for their stellar marriages. What if Huck's... For heaven's sake, Aurora, you're not a Lowell. Rory blinked at her. What? Camilla closed her eyes as a pair of red splotches appeared on her cheeks. You're a Grant, Aurora. Aurora Millicent Grant. My mother and her wiring have nothing to do with you. I didn't mean to upset you. Camilla ran a hand over her already perfect hair, then smoothed the front of her blouse. I'm sorry for snapping. It's just that my relationship with my mother was complicated. Is that why you never talk about her? I don't talk about her because there's nothing to talk about. She paid for my schooling, exposed me to art and music, arranged for dance lessons, elocution lessons, lessons on which fork to use, everything she was required to do, and nothing more. You didn't mention love, Rory pointed out. Were you loved? I was groomed, Camilla replied carefully. Trained to live up to the position I'd been given as a Lowell, to do and be exactly what was expected of me. Something about her use of the word given made Rory bristle. She was starting to see why her mother avoided the subject of family. And did you? Live up to it, I mean? Almost never. The words hung between them as Rory stood studying her. It was startling to discover this unexpected chink in her mother's armor, a raw place in her childhood that had never quite healed. Perhaps they could find common ground after all. I'm sorry, she said softly. Camilla shook her head, her eyes clouded with emotion. She was hurting and doing her damnedest to pretend she wasn't. I didn't mean it the way it came out. It was years ago, when I was just a girl. Everything's a drama when you're a little girl. Please, forget I said it. Rory was torn between pressing her for more and letting the matter drop. Today's clash had started like all the others, but something new had crept into the conversation. Something that might finally explain the tension always simmering just beneath the surface of their relationship. You don't have to pretend with me, she told Camilla, aware that she was repeating Soline's words almost exactly. It's okay to be sad, or mad, or both. Camilla forced a smile. It's nothing, really. Spilled milk, as they say. Rory reached for her hand. We don't have to talk about it now. We don't ever have to talk about it if you don't want to. But I'm here if you ever want someone to just listen. The doorbell rang before Camilla could answer, but her relief was plain. You have company, she said, reclaiming her hand. I'll go. It's just my dinner. Eggplant parm and an antipasto from Gerardo's. Stay, we can split it. Camilla shook her head. Her face already shuddered as she sidled past. I'm sure you have work to do. Enjoy your eggplant. You're not interfering. Stay and let me make up for this morning. I'm fine. She tossed over her shoulder as she opened the door and pushed past the startled delivery boy. Fine, really. Rory paid for her food and carried the bag to the kitchen, convinced that her mother was anything but fine.
18. Soline. Every art
has a signature, a unique echo that ripples out into the world. And every echo has a match. When those echoes connect, they become so attuned that even if they be separated, they continue to seek one another. Esme Roussel, The Dress Witch. 23 June 1985. Boston. I stare out the window as I see that tomato. Perhaps I'll eat on the terrace and watch the sun go down. But even as the thought flits through my head, I know I won't. I'm in one of my moods tonight, the kind that calls for an especially good bottle of wine. I reach for my glass and take a deep mouthful, still brooding over this morning's conversation with Aurora. I wanted to check on her, to make sure she was all right, and I'm glad I went. She needs looking after just now, and a little cherishing too. More, I think, than even she knows. She was surprised when I told her she reminded me of myself, and a little embarrassed too, to be seen so clearly. But I was telling the truth. The girl, she is still a girl to me, is in a dark place, a limbo of uncertainty and darkness where no light can get through. She's so much in love with her young man. Hux. What kind of name is that for a boy? But it's what she calls him, so it's how I'll try to think of him too. He's certainly a handsome one, American in all the best ways, and a good heart into the bargain. She's lucky to have found him. It's true, I tell myself, she is. But I wonder, can it really be called lucky to find someone whose heartbeat matches your own, only to lose them? Her story is so much a mirror of my own that it was hard to sit across from her and listen. Like Anson, her ex was trying to do good, volunteering to do work most aren't brave enough to undertake. And like Anson, he appears to have paid a price for his courage, perhaps the ultimate price. I pick up my wine glass and swallow the rest, waiting for the slow wash of warmth to bloom in my belly, my chest. But it isn't enough. I refill the glass and abandon my salad, no longer hungry. Instead, I take both glass and bottle to my study and sit down at my desk, fumbling through the middle drawer for the engraved cigarette case and lighter I keep there. Gifts from an old friend. It takes several tries to get the thing to light. My hands are a little shaky tonight, but finally the cigarette is lit. I pull in a lungful of smoke, holding it there until I feel dizzy. It's been a while since I felt the need to smoke. It's been a while since I felt a lot of things. Eric Fried stares back at me from an enameled frame on the desk. Father, stranger, lover of Esme Roussel. Fate unknown. I've had the photo from Maman's locket enlarged and look at it often, because I promised her I would. And today I told her, no, she prefers Rory, to do the same with Hux, to hold him in her heart. I hope it will help. I have no photograph of Anson, no image to cherish, but I do have something. My eyes slide to the dress box, still sitting where I left it that first night. I can feel the pull of it, the whisper of its contents,
coaxing me to revisit the old sorrows. I've resisted until now, like a wound I can't bear to reawaken. But the wine and cigarettes are like old friends, reminding me of the many nights spent weeping over the remnants of my dreams. Holding his shaving kit, savoring the smell of him, untying the packet of letters and reading them one by one. I'd fancied myself a kind of historian, le gardien des fins heureuses, the keeper of happy endings. Except for my own, of course. But I was happy for a while. We both were. At a time when there was very little happiness to go around. The war ground on, until all of Paris felt grey and dead. My days at the hospital were long and taxing, a blur of haunted faces and broken lives that seemed to go on forever. But through it all, there was Anson. He was forever making excuses to hang around the mess, hoping to catch me on a break or lunch. I confess, I made a few unnecessary trips there myself, particularly after new casualties arrived and he was likely to be about. We would sip terrible coffee and make small talk about music and movies until the mess finally emptied and his hand would steal across the table and find mine. We fancied ourselves discreet, convinced that no one else knew of our blooming affection. There were rules about fraternization, but in those days, when life felt so precious and precarious, no one had the heart to come between young lovers. Eventually, we became more brazen, slipping away whenever we could for a quick bite or a walk. We took turns telling our stories. I couldn't tell him everything, of course. Maman had brought me up to be careful of our gifts, but I told him what I could. Our brides would come from miles away for a Roussel gown, about the letters people left when she died. And I talked about having my own salon when the war was over and the beautiful dresses I would make. Anson talked about growing up as Newport royalty, about parties at the yacht club, boarding school in Boston, endless summers spent sailing with friends. And he talked about his family, about his father, who came home a hero after being wounded in World War I and promptly seized the reins of the family business from his older brother, his mother, Lydia, who died after a harrowing battle with pneumonia, his little sister, who painted and wrote songs and wanted to be famous one day and live in a garret in Paris. The boats his family had built for generations, sailboats famous for winning something called the America's Cup. But my favorite topic that summer was Anson himself, hearing how he grew up, how he'd been packed off to boarding school at the age of 8, how he learned to race himself and became captain of his own team, then gave up sailing entirely after an ugly fight with his father, and the argument he and his father had the day he announced he was leaving school to join the AFS. I could listen to him talk for hours. But we never had hours. Our duties meant we had to settle for stolen moments when our shifts happened to allow, and it seemed petty to complain when so many were sacrificing so much. Then one day, he told me he had arranged a night off for a sport. I didn't ask how or whom he had spoken to. I didn't care. He took me to a cafe, not one of the noisy places frequented by the Boche, but a quaint brasserie on a rue Saint-Benoît that had music and candles on the table. We were shown to a booth in one of the back corners. Anson ordered a bottle of good red wine, which went to his head after only one glass. And we ate such food, no doubt procured through the black market. There was a velvety pink soup with bits of lobster, roasted pork with apples and onions, and for dessert, an almond meringue tart. It was the grandest meal I'd ever eaten, and must have cost Anson a fortune. But for those few brief hours, we could forget the war and simply be together. He walked me home after, our fingers twined warmly. I don't think my feet touched the ground the entire way. When we reached the door, I fumbled with my key, my hands suddenly damp. Finally, it slid home, but as I reached for the knob, he caught my hand, and his eyes found mine in the darkness. He whispered my name, touched my face, then pressed his lips to mine with maddening slowness. The night fell away as I swayed into him, until there was only his pulse and mine, his echo and mine. It felt like déjà vu, like finding something I didn't know I had lost, and I never wanted it to end. It had to, of course. There were rules for good girls, but the touch paper had been lit in earnest. By the end of the summer, I was in love with Anson Purcell, and he was in love with me. 19. Soline. To ensure a happy ending, a bride must be willing to give her whole heart to the man she marries. Her spine, however, must at all times remain her own. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 14 August 1943, Paris. Things have been getting tighter and tighter at the hospital. Food has begun to dwindle, despite the supplies the Americans continue to send. Our numbers swelled horribly as we entered the summer months. Nearly 500, counting wounded and staff, all needing to be fed 3 times a day. The mood has changed too. There are growing concerns that we will be shut down, our patients sent to camps, or worse. The Germans are becoming impatient, suspicious that somehow the hospital, Dr. Jack in particular, is involved in aiding the resistance to help soldiers and French Jews evade capture. Things got worse last month after an entire unit of American airmen managed to avoid capture when their planes were shut down. The Germans stepped up their efforts, mounting a sweeping search of the area, but the men appear to have vanished. Rewards are now posted for anyone having knowledge of groups or persons suspected of aiding them. Neighbors have begun turning on one another, offering up information, some of it true, much of it false, in exchange for a franc or two. Even the hospital has fallen under suspicion. Rumors spread through the corridors like a brush fire, and suddenly, the subject no one has wanted to talk about, the suspicious number of sudden deaths and empty beds, is all anyone can talk about, though only in hushed tones. We're all on edge. Collaborators are everywhere these days, snooping for information that might earn them a fat reward.
There's talk of a spy in our midst. Someone pretending to fight for the cause who's actually in league with the Nazis. And so we're all on our guard, for fear one wrong word will land the Gestapo on our doorsteps. It's whispered that Dr. Jack will be arrested any day, and that he keeps a suitcase packed so he'll be ready when the time comes. Meanwhile, we do our best to go about our business, because what else is there to do? The soldiers keep coming every day, a steady stream. Wounded, broken, hollowed out. We're all frightfully tired, and time passes slowly, despite the bustle. Perhaps it's how infrequently I see Anson these days that makes me feel so restless. After weeks of deliciously clandestine moments, breathless kisses stolen in a storage room or the back row of the cinema, quiet dinners and endless talk about what we'll do when the war ends, he has suddenly grown distant. I understand that his job is critical. The war never stops, not even for young lovers. But lately, Anson's work has been keeping him away from the hospital for longer and longer stretches. And then when I do see him, it's impossible not to mark the change in him. He seems edgy and distracted, always glancing over his shoulder, as if he expects to find someone on his heels. He's become evasive with me, vague and even distant. And he's begun to disappear for days at a time. When he finally reappears, he offers some flimsy excuse, and I do my best to believe. But this morning, I saw him talking to one of the nurses. Elise is her name. She's older than I am, and a good deal more worldly, with full lips and a deep, throaty laugh. They were huddled together on the stairs, their heads bent so close. Her mouth nearly grazed the side of Anson's neck as she slipped what looked like a note into his jacket pocket. I must have made some sort of sound, because he turned suddenly and saw me watching. He stepped away, but it was too late. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen, or hide my tears from Adeline when I came around the corner and careened into her. She didn't seem surprised when I told her what I'd seen. She said she always thought him too handsome for his own good, and that it was best that I learned the truth before things went too far. But for me, things have already gone too far. A few hours ago, I saw him duck out the door. He hesitated when he saw me, an awkward, unfathomable plea in his eyes. I turned away. If he wanted Elise, he could have her. At least, that's what I told myself. Now he's back from wherever he's been, wearing that furtive expression again as he slips down the murky flight of stairs that leads to the cellar. I know where he's going, and why. It's the perfect place for a rendezvous, dark and secluded, with its maze of crates and boxes. The thought of him meeting Elise there, catching them together, turns my limbs to jelly. And yet, I can't help myself. I wait a few seconds, then follow him down. I hold my breath, watching as he moves to the bottom of the stairs, then disappears into the murky warren below. After a few moments, he switches on a pocket torch. The beam makes him easier to follow, and I keep to the shadows, winding through the labyrinth of crates and cartons, cabbages, turnips, potatoes, ersatz coffee, even crates of cheap red wine. Finally, his footsteps go quiet, and I hear the faint jangle of keys, then the groan of dry hinges. I creep forward again, close enough to see a dingy slice of light appear between the open door and its frame. I can't see much through the opening, a naked bulb overhead, and a small cot with a blanket folded at the foot. Anson's shadow looms against the bare stone wall. In the quiet, I hear the zipper of his jacket, and then a rustling sound, like clothes being stripped off. I take an abrupt step back, then another. I thought I wanted to know the truth, to see it with my own eyes, but suddenly I find I can't bear it. I feel sick to my stomach and ashamed. I've been such a fool, such a stupid, lovesick fool. I turn to go back the way I came, but in the dark I blunder into a stack of crates. The sound echoes like a shot in the quiet. I see Anson's shadow go still, then straighten. An instant later he appears in the doorway, briefly silhouetted.
Who's there?
He waits, head cocked. I cover my mouth with both hands, willing myself to be silent. Part of me wants to confront him, to tell him I know what he's up to, but I can't bear the thought of being caught skulking in the dark.
Show yourself,
he growls. His voice is strange, wary and thick with menace.
Now.
I've never seen him angry, and it frightens me to think of his reaction should he discover me here. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing myself to be invisible as the scuff of his boots moves closer. I'm wedged between two stacks of crates, caught like a rabbit in a snare. I release a sigh of relief when I hear him move past, but seconds later, he reverses course and I feel the bite of his fingers on my arm. He yanks me from my hiding place, a wine bottle clutched in his fist raised high and ready to strike. I'm stunned by the look on his face, his features contorted with a mix of fear and rage. He's almost unrecognizable. He clamps a hand over my mouth and yanks me backward against him, still poised to wield the wine bottle. I can feel the energy in him, coiled, lethal. A sob bubbles up in my throat. The muscles in his arm go slack, but his grip remains firm as he jerks me around to face him. Seconds tick by as we lock eyes in the darkness. Eventually, I feel the tightly coiled energy in him begin to unspool. He lowers the bottle, then holds a finger to his lips, commanding me to be silent. I'm half marched, half dragged to the small room he's just left. It's not much bigger than a closet, and is furnished as a crude kind of living space. In addition to the cot, there's a small sink and cracked mirror, a narrow chest of drawers, and a battered leather case fitted with what looks like a homemade radio. But it's the empty leather pouch and the scattering of official-looking documents on the table that hold my attention. Carte d'identité, French identity papers, birth certificates, ration cards for both food and clothing. A dozen questions crowd into my head, but before I can open my mouth, Anson's fingers bite deeper into my arm, and I'm pulled around to face him.
What are you doing down here?
I stare at him, stunned that he can ask such a thing of me when he's the one sneaking around in the dark. But the glint in his eye withers me, and I find myself explaining. I saw you with Elise, whispering in the hall. I saw her slip a note into your pocket, and I thought. I swallowed the rest, letting my eyes slide away. I needed to know if it was true. He eyes me with astonishment.
That's why you followed me down here? Because you thought I had a date with Elise?
I look away, shocked to realize there might be something worse than catching Anson with another woman. I shift my gaze back to the papers on the table. Most are yellowed with age and deeply creased. A few are marked with stains, splotches, the occasional torn corner. Who do they belong to? And what are they doing down here? I reach for one of the documents, a certificate of birth, but Anson catches my wrist.
Don't touch!
He hisses. His eyes, stripped of color in the cold light of the overhead bulb, send a chill through me. My thoughts skitter to those suddenly empty beds, seemingly recovered men, dying without warning in the middle of the night and with greater and greater frequency of late. To the rumors of a traitor in our midst, a spy reporting back to the Gestapo. We've all feigned ignorance because it's safer than admitting what we all suspect. That those men hadn't died at all, that somehow they'd been smuggled out of the hospital right under our noses. That Dr. Jack is somehow at the back of it all, and the Germans know it, and are just waiting for proof before they make their arrest. Is that what Anson is doing in the basement? Helping Sumner Jackson smuggle Americans and Brits out of France and using forged papers to do it? If so, why not tell me? Surely he knows I can be trusted. A wave of dread washes through me as another thought occurs. A terrible thought. What if Anson is the spy we've all been worried about, and he's actually been helping the Gestapo gather evidence? The possibility makes the back of my neck go clammy. Has he been working for the Nazis the whole time, pretending to be a hero, pretending everything? Those papers, I say, nodding toward the table. Please tell me you're not doing anything wrong with them, that you're not... I let the words trail, unable to finish the rest. He studies me, his expression unreadable. The moment spins out, and we stand eye to eye as I wait for his answer, as if we're poised at the edge of some terrible precipice, waiting to see who will jump first. Just tell me you're not working for them, I say thickly. Please. A muscle begins to tick in his jaw.
That's what you think?
I don't know what to think, Anson. You're sneaking around down here with a flashlight, raking through papers that clearly aren't yours. I'm talking fast now, hating the words as they leave my mouth. I want so badly to be wrong, but what if I'm not? When he reaches for my hand, I pull away. He stares at me, astonished.
You're afraid of me?
There's been so much talk, and you've been acting so strangely. He takes a step back, raking a hand through his hair.
You think I'm the spy? And now that you've stumbled onto my little secret that'll be forced to, what, strangle you? Slit your throat?
His eyes are flinty as they lock with mine, but there's hurt there too, as if I'd drawn back my hand and physically struck him.
After all this time,
he says finally.
After everything we've shared, that's who you think I am?
Anson.
I think I liked it better when you suspected me of going behind your back with Elise. I think she'd prefer it too, to being called a Nazi.
I didn't call either one of you a Nazi, but what am I supposed to think?
You're supposed to trust me.
I lift my chin. The way you trusted me? He blows out a long breath, and I suddenly see how tired he is.
It's got nothing to do with trust,
he says wearily.
It's to do with being careful. If I'm caught, I couldn't put you in that kind of danger. I never meant for you to know any of this.
But I do know, or at least I think I do. So you might as well tell me the rest. He shakes his head.
No.
The men, I press, determined to confirm what now seems plain. The one who died so suddenly, all those empty beds. They didn't die, did they?
Leave it alone, Soline, please. Go back upstairs and forget you saw any of this.
I shake my head, refusing to be put off. I need to know it all, about the work he's doing and the risks he's taking. It was you, I press again. You helped them get away, using papers like these. It was you. He blows out a breath, annoyed by my persistence.
It was a lot of people, an entire cell risking their lives to save a handful of men, airmen mostly, along with a few friends of the resistance who managed to get themselves into the Gestapo's crosshairs. There's a man who does the papers, an artist turned forger, if you can believe that.
He pauses, pointing to the documents on the table.
This is his work. We give them new names and get them across the border into Spain, then on to England, even to the States now and then. Sometimes we need a guy's bed before we can safely move him down the line, so we hide him, down here.
I glance around the tiny room again, the sparse furnishings and contraband radio, the crude facilities. All this time, Anson has been risking his life to help others escape the Nazis, soldiers fighting to pry France from Hitler's grip, agitators and fellow resistors in danger of arrest. My thoughts wander to Eric Fried, the man my mother had loved but let go, of the family he might have gone on to have in Germany, a wife, children, with whom I share blood and history, and I find myself praying that someone like Anson helped them get out in time. You could have told me, I say softly. I would have kept your secret.
Except it isn't just my secret to keep. It belongs to all of us, Soline. Everyone who works for the resistance, and it's up to all of us to keep it.
Well, now it belongs to me too, I say flatly, but I want to do more than just keep the secret. Let me be a part of what you're doing, Anson. Let me help.
I can't let you do that.
Please. I don't know what I can do, but there must be something.
No.
I'll go to Dr. Jack then, I tell him. I'll ask him to let me help. And you needn't pretend he doesn't know about all of this. Nothing happens here that he doesn't sanction. Anson's face remains stony.
Soline, I won't.
I press the flats of my fingers to his lips, cutting him off. Don't tell me no, Anson. Tell me what I can do.
20. Soline. Without fate, even our work is doomed to fail. Fate is everything. Esme Roussel, The Dress Witch.
27 August, 1943, Paris. I've been stunned to learn what a handful of brave men and women has been able to accomplish under the watchful eye of the Boche. While Paris crawls with Goering's Gestapo, Dr. Jack and his staff have been quietly waging their own war against Herr Hitler, and I have become a part of it. If anyone had ever hinted that I would be involved in such a thing, I would have accused them of drinking too much wine. But I find it gives me a fresh sense of purpose, a way to feel less a victim while the Nazis overrun our city. And I fancy Maman looking down on my clandestine activities with approval, if only for the sake of Eric Fried. It also helps me feel closer to Anson, to know his cause is my cause, that we are passionate about the same things. We talk more and more about the future these days. We do not speak of forever. The war makes such talk feel imprudent. But we talk about our tomorrows, places we mean to go and things we mean to do. And in these sweet, silly musings, we are always together. For now, it is enough. As Maman used to say, the work must come first. I've received quite the education since that day in the cellar about the various specialties within the resistance. Clandestine radio operations, sabotage of supply transports, printing and distribution of underground newspapers, even the movement of weapons and explosives. Each cell operates independently of one another. Our work is less daring than the blowing up of bridges and railroads, but it's no less dangerous. To smuggle downed Allied airmen out of France requires intricate planning and many hands. The process begins with falsified death certificates and carefully forged identity papers for each escapee and employs a vast network of couriers, many of them women like me, and a series of safe houses along a carefully guarded route over the Pyrenees into northern Spain, and then onto the port of Lisbon. That is Anson's work, transporting the men when the moving day finally arrives. I dread those nights when he kisses me goodbye and promises to return safely, because we both know he can't guarantee anything of the sort. We all seem to be living on borrowed time these days, daring fate to catch us out, wondering not if our time will come, but how and where. It doesn't help that the hospital gates stand directly opposite the German headquarters and that guards are posted day and night. But I have work of my own now, as a courier. Finally, after nearly 2 weeks of training, I'm being given real assignments. I never thought of myself as particularly brave, but what I'm doing feels right. Not just for Paris, but for Anson. Helping the cause, even a little, means helping him. He was adamant that I not report to him, and so I've been assigned to Elise, whose fiancé, I've learned, has been sent to work in a German munitions factory as part of the forced service edict. She's brusque and all business, but not unkind, and she has trained me well. I work as a liaison, conveying information to other members of our cell, a rendezvous schedule hidden in a tin of coffee, a drop-off point scribbled on a scrap of paper used to wrap a wedge of cheese. Sometimes the exchange is verbal, a seemingly innocent inquiry about an aunt's recent bout of flu, or a question about the metro timetable. I'm to recite the line exactly as given, memorize the reply, and report back to Elise. I never know what any of it means, but that's by design. In the event that I'm picked up and questioned, I can't reveal anything because I don't know anything. But today, I've been trusted with something new. I'm to collect a pouch of papers from a man Elise referred to only as the painter. She told me to fill a basket with wine, bread, and cheese, and then pedal Maman's bike to a garret in the Rue des Saints-Pères. I'm nervous as I pull up in front of the dingy apartment building. My instructions are to appear as if I'm meeting a lover for an afternoon assignation. I take out a compact and a tube of lipstick, as I've been taught, and make a show of primping, all the while using the mirror to make sure I haven't been followed. It's the first thing they teach you, how to make sure you aren't tailed, and what to do if you are. What to look for on the street, how to melt into a crowd, how to get rid of anything that might tie you back to the cell. But nothing looks out of the ordinary. I chain up my bike, loop the basket over my arm, and climb the skinny flight of steps to the 3rd floor. 3 sharp knocks on the door, no more, no less. There's the clicking of locks, and the door cracks open, revealing one eye and a heavy brow. J'espère que tu as faim, I say, precisely as instructed. I hope you're hungry. The door inches back, 3/4 of a face now. The eye narrows as it runs over me. Eventually, the door opens enough to let me in. It's a tiny apartment, 2 rooms crowded with tables and lamps, made even more claustrophobic by heavy blackout curtains which are closed, though it's the middle of the day. There is a distinct reek to the place. Chemical fumes mixed with unwashed male bodies, scorched acorn coffee, and cigarette smoke. I remember my instructions while I wait. I'm to say nothing unless specifically addressed, to make no comment or question anything I see. The less I know, the better. But it's hard to curb my curiosity about what appears to be a kind of assembly line. There are small tables set up along the far wall, stocked with an assortment of inks, writing implements, seals, stamps, and glues. I count 4 men in all, the one who answered my knock, and 3 others, bent over various tables. No one speaks, and yet it's clear who's in charge. He's seated at the farthest table, surrounded by the tools of his trade. The painter. There's something almost desperate in the way he hunches over his work. Stained fingers twitching with small frenetic strokes, inventing human beings with paper and ink. He lifts his head, craning his neck to work out a kink. Our eyes lock briefly. He's surprisingly young, not much older than I am, with a long face, round wire spectacles, and a chin full of dark stubble. The moment is over quickly. He returns to his work, and the man who lets me in returns, handing me an oilskin pouch. I don't look inside or say a word. I simply tuck the pouch into the back of my skirt and cover it with my cardigan. No money changes hands. The painter takes nothing for his work. Like the rest of us, he cares only about the cause. When enough time has passed, I empty my basket, leaving the wine and food behind, and muss my hair and lipstick a little, in case anyone happens to notice me leaving. And then I'm outside in the sunshine again, pedaling away with a packet of forged documents tucked into my waistband. It's a relief to get back to the hospital and finally hand off the smuggled pouch to Elise. She's matter-of-fact in her praise, which isn't unusual. She's not the effusive type, but there's something unsettling about the way she won't meet my eyes. And then she tells me, Anson has failed to return from last night's mission. The news nearly knocks me to the ground. Elise makes me sit down and brings me a cup of coffee. There's no pretense that Anson and I are merely work colleagues. She's just a woman, comforting another woman, and I'm grateful. She tells me it isn't unusual. 100 things could have happened, and she's sure he'll be back any time now. But I can hear in her voice that she's worried, and as I go back to my duties, my mind runs to worst-case scenarios, to Anson shot dead or herded onto a train bound for one of the camps. Working with the resistance means expecting the worst, accepting that capture, torture, even death is inevitable. But I cannot and will not accept those inevitabilities for Anson. He must be safe, he must be. But the day drags into evening, and there's still no word, no sign of him anywhere. I think of Maman, her hands busy with her beads as she spoke of Eric Fried, and I suddenly understand. At such moments, we will trust anything, believe anything that allows us to hold on to hope. Adeline senses that something is wrong. I insist it's only a headache and there's no need to go home, but she continues to press me until I agree to at least go to the mess and eat something. I taste nothing as I try to swallow some soup. Adeline is beside me, insisting that I go home and get some rest, when he's suddenly there in the doorway. I nearly drop my spoon, gulping down tears I mustn't let spill. He looks spent, his eyes heavy and smudged with shadows, but he meets my gaze across the busy hall, holding it in a way that says everything I need to hear.
I'm safe. I'm sorry. I love you.
I stand on wobbly legs and duck into the nearest lavatory to sob out my relief. When I find him again, someone has brought him a cup of coffee. It's black, not light and sweet the way he likes it, but he doesn't seem to notice. I see Elise catch his eye from across the room, brows raised. He shakes his head, almost imperceptibly. I wonder what it means, but no better than to ask him anything with so many people around. Later, when the mess is empty and Anson has finished his second sandwich, I ask him what happened. I know it's breaking the rules, but I don't care. Where have you been? He shakes his head.
I can't.
I thought you were dead, I whisper raggedly. Oh, gone to one of the camps. Don't tell me you can't.
I need to talk to Sumner.
He says blankly, as if I haven't spoken at all.
Where is he?
His stare is empty, devoid of warmth or affection. He's in resistance mode, clandestinité, that stoic corner of his heart where there is no room for me, or for anything that doesn't involve the cause. 4 new casualties arrived a few hours ago, I tell him, trying to keep my voice even. I heard someone mention a double amputation, but he might be out by now. Anson nods, then drains his coffee cup and stands.
We need to talk, but I have to do this first. Go home and sleep. I'll come later.
I frown at this breach of the rules. It was a precaution we had agreed on when I joined the cell. He would never, under any circumstance, come to the apartment on Rue Legendre. So far as the outside world knew, we were colleagues and nothing more. For my protection, he'd explained, so there was never a chance of leading trouble to my door. But something has changed his mind, and I'm frightened. I thought we needed to be careful about them learning my address. His eyes darken.
We're past that now.
Why?
Because they already have it.
A shiver runs through me, like a cold finger sliding down my spine. The Gestapo know where I live?
They know everything, Soline.
21. Soline. Much can go awry between the asking and the doing, for that is when a union is most at risk, before the charm has been woven and the vows exchanged. The spellweaver must be on her guard against any and all tempests, and there will almost certainly be tempests. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch. 27 August 1943, Paris. I feel like a character in a spy novel as I glance over my shoulder, then slide the heavy brass shop key into the lock. No sign of a black Mercedes-Benz, the Gestapo's vehicle of choice, parked anywhere on the street. No man in a grey suit and black fedora loitering in a nearby doorway. They tell us what to look for. They also tell us what to expect if we're arrested. Beatings, being shackled and hung upside down, or forced into a tub of frigid water, held under until you nearly drown, then repeated again and again. The baignoire, it's called. The bath. It's also common to pick up and question a suspect's female loved ones, mothers, sisters, lovers, and interrogate them for hours. One technique, said to be highly effective, is to threaten to send them to one of the specialty brothels favored by German soldiers. The prospect makes me shudder as I push inside and bolt the door behind me. I come home only to bathe and sleep now. The apartment hasn't felt like home since Maman died, and with the blackout curtains drawn, the room feels claustrophobic and unsettlingly empty. I go up to bed, then try to lie down, but my thoughts keep churning back to Anson's words.
They know everything.
Eventually, I give up and get dressed. I try to scare up something to eat, but I've been taking most of my meals at the hospital, and there isn't much in the larder. I've just unearthed a tin of stale crackers and a jar of jam when I hear the bell ring downstairs. 3 sharp, shrill pulses. It's Anson, of course, but the sound still startles me. It seems an eternity since anyone's rung that bell. He's peering over his shoulder when I pull back the door, scanning the street for danger. For a moment, I forget myself and reach for his hand. He flinches, flashing a silent warning as he ducks past me. I bolt the door behind him, then watch as he tests the knob. Not once, but twice. He groans as he drops into the nearest chair, clutching the small canvas satchel he often carries when he leaves the hospital. His passport, as he calls it, because the AFS emblem on the flap keeps the Nazis at bay. If possible, he looks even wearier than when I left him at the hospital. But there's more than just exhaustion weighing on him. There's a barely tamped-down panic in his eyes, something I've never seen. Anson, what is it? What's happened? He rakes a hand through his hair, as if torn.
I shouldn't be here. We agreed.
I don't care what we agreed. I care about where you've been. And you're here now. If you were followed, the damage is done. Tell me what's happened. He nods, then drops his head in his hands with a groan.
I ran into trouble last night.
My heart does a little gallop. What kind of trouble?
The kind I've been dreading since the day you followed me down to the basement.
Tell me, please. He's eerily stoic as he pours out his story,
as if reciting it from memory. It set out just after dark to shuttle a man wanted by the SS to the next in a series of safe houses. The man's carte d'identité identified him as Marcel Landré, farm laborer, born 1919 in Chauvigny, France. But none of it was true. In truth, he was Raymond Lavoie, a fugitive wanted for printing anti-Nazi propaganda and engaging in degenerate behavior. Boche code for homosexual activity. He'd already spent a month in a safe house, driven underground after being denounced by a neighbor in exchange for a few francs and a pat on the head from the SS. Capture would have meant transport to one of the camps, Dachau probably, or Buchenwald, where he would have been made to wear a pink triangle on his shirt, until he was eventually gassed, beaten, or starved to death. Remaining in France had been out of the question. The handoff went as planned, but on the way back, the engine had overheated, forcing Anson to pull off and wait for the radiator to cool. He was found by the French police at 2 a.m, 5 hours past curfew, on a road where an ambulance with the AFS had no business being. They took him in for questioning. His cover story, arranged in advance, was that he had snuck away from the hospital to rendezvous with a sweetheart and had lost track of time. He gave them a name, Micheline Paget, and an address, neither of which fooled the police. A short time later, 2 men in grey-green uniforms arrived at the jail, Gestapo under orders from Major General Karl Auberg, known to many as the Butcher of Paris, to rid the city of resistors by any means necessary. They didn't want to talk about Micheline Paget. They wanted to talk about Sumner Jackson. Anson goes quiet. I cover his hand with mine. Why don't you sleep a little? Just an hour, and then you can tell me the rest. He shakes his head, but lets his eyes close.
I didn't give them anything.
Of course you didn't. I reach up to smooth the crease from his brow, but he pushes my hand away.
I didn't have to tell them anything, Soline. They already knew it all. Or most of it. The forged papers, the safe houses, the airmen we've moved. They know Sumner's involved.
But how? He offers a half-hearted shrug.
Someone inside, one of Oberg's informants probably, watching us for months and waiting for one of us to slip up. And I was the one. It's only a matter of time now.
This isn't your fault, Anson. You just said you didn't give them anything. How can you even... The anguish in his eyes is so raw. I'm almost relieved when he looks away.
They as much said it, Soline. They're coming for Dr. Jack. For all of us, I suppose. Oberg won't quit until he's got what he needs, and he doesn't care how he gets it. Which leaves me with a choice to make.
Of all the things he said, this frightens me most. What kind of choice?
One I don't know how to make or live with.
Suddenly, I can't breathe. I lace my fingers through his, trying not to think of whips and shackles and tubs of icy water. But the question must be asked. Did they hurt you? I've heard the stories about what they do to make people talk.
No.
His eyes are dull and unfocused, his voice queerly flat.
It wasn't like that.
He pauses, looking down at our hands, mine small and pale, his tan and work roughened.
The Germans have an arrangement with the hospital higher-ups. They leave us alone, so long as we don't make waves and spare them the expense of treating wounded Brits and Americans. It's the only reason Sumner hasn't been taken yet. Beating information out of me would have looked bad. So they threatened me instead.
With what?
With you.
My mouth works mutely, trying to digest the two words. With me? I don't understand. How do they even know who I am?
I told you. They know everything. Last night wasn't about finding out what I know. It was about telling me what they know. They know we're getting forged papers, but not where we're getting them. They also know we're using a network of couriers.
And they know I'm one of them, I supply quietly.
No. At least, I don't think they do. But they do know about us. That we're...
lovers. The world hangs unspoken in the air between us. Not strictly true, not in the physical sense of the word, but true in every way that matters. Is love a crime now too?
No.
He says, standing abruptly.
But it's useful.
I stare at him, rolling the word around in my head. Useful. And then, suddenly, it falls into place. They didn't have to threaten him. All they had to do was threaten me.
You have to leave, Soline. There's no way around it.
I get to my feet slowly, silently. They tell us what can happen, and we say we understand, but somehow we've all managed to convince ourselves it won't happen to us. That as long as we're careful, there will be no late-night knock at our door, no boots following as we slip down an empty alley, no neatly typed list with our name on it. We believe it until we can't believe it anymore.
Do you understand, Soline?
I nod, numbly. You're saying I have to leave the hospital?
I'm saying you have to leave France.
It takes a moment for the words to penetrate, and even then I can't make sense of them. Leave France?
It isn't safe for you here.
I wet my lips, my mouth suddenly dry. But where would we go? He looks at me, unblinking.
Not we, Soline. You.
The moment seems to slow, spooling out between us. I've heard people describe the moment they received bad news. They felt the blood drain from their face or the air leave their lungs. And for me, in this moment, every bit of that is true. Leave France without him? He can't possibly have just suggested such a thing. But when I look at him again, I realize he has, and that he means it. I won't go, I tell him flatly. Not without you.
I can't leave now, Soline. Surely you know that. There's too much left to do. Too many people depending on me.
You're one person, Anson. They can do without one person. And what about the Gestapo? You think once I'm gone they'll just leave you alone? They won't. You know they won't.
Of course they won't. But if you're safe, it won't matter what they do to me.
It will matter to me. He heaves a sigh, so very tired.
I need you to do this. Please.
I can't go, Anson. I can't live without you.
I've already arranged it.
I blink at him, astonished. Without talking to me?
There wasn't time. I've spoken with Sumner. You go tomorrow. A safe house first, then out through Spain like the rest.
No.
Soline, we talked about this.
Not like this, we didn't. We talked about going together. When the war was over, it was never supposed to be just me. Are you trying to get rid of me? Is that what this is? A way to get me out of your hair? It's an unfair thing to say. A horrible thing. But I've just had the legs knocked out from under me, and I want to hurt him, as he has hurt me. I turn my back, wiping my tears on my sleeve.
Soline.
I stiffen when he touches me, but I don't resist when he turns me around to face him. He hooks my chin with his fingers, forcing me to look at him.
I need you to do this. I need it for me. Do you understand?
He drops his hands to my shoulders when I try to pull away, holding me in place.
I can't quit, Soline. What I'm doing, what we're all doing, is too important. As long as Sumner's in, so am I. That's just how it is. But I won't be able to keep myself safe while I'm worried about you getting picked up. And you will, if you stay. Because they know all they have to do is tell me they have you. And I'll tell them everything.
You wouldn't,
But I would,
he says quietly.
without thinking twice.
Suddenly, I understand. It isn't just me he's afraid for. It's the cause, the lives that would hang in the balance if I were to be arrested. Because if he were forced to choose, he would choose me. But I wouldn't want that. Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't give in to them, not for me.
I have to know you're safe, Soline, so I can work.
I turn my head, blinking back tears. The decision has been made. The plans we made, the future we thought we would have together are over. We're over,
You can do this.
he says gently.
You'll be with our people. Your papers will be ready in a few hours. You leave at dawn.
Dawn. 10 hours. I look at him, eyes bleeding. Let me stay. I'll leave the hospital. I'll go out to the country, somewhere they can't find me, please.
I can't. I need to know you're safe and taken care of. It's done. But we still have tonight.
His words are like a knife, slicing into my flesh. I don't want tonight. I want forever. I know we never said it, but I thought you did too. Now, after everything, I'm supposed to just walk away, not knowing where I'll end up or if I'll ever see you again. He stares at me, his face a stunned blank.
Is that what you think? That I plan to just hand you off and that's that? We're through?
It happens, I whisper, thinking of Maman and Eric Fried. People get separated.
That isn't going to happen to us.
You can't know that.
But I do. I've arranged to get you to the States, though it won't be easy for you. I've written a letter for you to mail when you get to Lisbon, to my father. I told him we'll be getting married as soon as I'm home, if that's all right with you.
Married? The word is like a pair of wings unfurling in my chest, threatening to lift me off the ground. I've never said it aloud, but I've dreamed it hundreds of times. Yes, I whisper hoarsely. Yes, it's all right with me. But are you sure it's what you want? When I said forever, I wasn't asking. Are you sure you want to marry me?
I was sure 10 minutes after I met you, Soline. I love you.
Love. I've been so careful about not using that word until tonight. Not because I don't feel it, but because I feel it so keenly. Perhaps Maman has made me superstitious with her talk of curses. I can't help thinking of Lilou, widowed 2 weeks after speaking her vows, because she dared to love. But it's been said now. and cannot be unsaid, even if I wished it. Nor can it be allowed to hang between us, unanswered. I love you too, I say thickly, more than I ever thought I could let myself love anyone, and I want to marry you, but are you sure this is right? What will your father say when I show up on his doorstep, a stranger, expecting to move into his home?
I explained it all in the letter, or as much as I can explain. He doesn't know what I'm doing over here, and he can't. No one can. I mean that, Soline. No matter what you hear, or how bad things sound, you can't breathe a word about what we've been doing. Too many people would be put at risk. The safety of one person can never be allowed to jeopardize the entire cell. Do you understand?
Yes.
For now, all my father needs to know is that I drive an ambulance, I'm crazy about you, and I plan to make you a Purcell the minute I'm back on American soil.
He grins at me, taking both my hands in his.
I can't wait to show you where I grew up and introduce you to everyone. My sister will fall in love with you the minute you open your mouth. She's a sucker for all things French.
I manage a smile, but there's something niggling at the back of my brain. A talk we had once about his father, how he could be a hard man at times, with strong ideas about respectability and duty, and I can't help wondering if those ideas extend to his son's choice of a wife. Anson frowns, trying to read my expression.
Please don't be sad. I'll be home before you know it, and then we can start a real life together. But until then, I'll know you're safe.
And what about you? You'll still be here, with them. He cups my face, kissing me tenderly.
Nothing will keep me from getting home if I know you're waiting for me.
But how are you managing this? It's all we can do to get men over the border, let alone to America.
The Purcells have been Navy men since the days of John Paul Jones. Until me, that is. Anyway, I dropped dear Pater's name and called in a few favors. I doubt he'll be any too happy about it. He prefers to wield the power in the family, but that's a fight for another day.
I'm afraid, I say softly.
I know. But you're brave, too.
He kisses me again, and I can taste my tears on his lips, bitterness and salt, and suddenly, every moment, every touch is precious, because they're all I will have to take with me when the sun comes up again. He pulls away, holding me at arm's length.
I should go. You need to pack a few things. Bare necessity stuff, one small case. And then you should try to sleep. I'll be back before dawn.
What about you? You're exhausted.
I'll go back to the hospital to try to grab a few hours.
I reach for his hand. Stay with me, please.
You know I can't.
His voice is thick, his eyes churning like a hungry sea.
We're not.
He swallows hard and tries to step away.
There are rules, Soline.
I shake my head because suddenly it all seems absurd. Men are being shot in the street and butchered on battlefields, women and children packed into trains like cattle and shipped to death camps. But this, two people in love, spending what might be their last night together, is against the rules? I can't make sense of it. And I remember something I heard Lilou say to my mother the night she ran away to marry her Brit. I refuse to let someone else's rules cheat me of my bit of joy. I refuse to. I don't care about the rules, I murmur, pulling him back to me. It's our last night. Please, don't make me spend it alone. He says nothing as I lead him up the stairs. There's a moment of hesitation when we reach the top. Whether his or mine, I can't say, but it passes quickly, and the decision is made, the point of denial behind us. I feel shy suddenly and leave the light off. Until this moment, our rendezvous have consisted of brief, stolen moments, hurried embraces and feverish kisses. But tonight, there's no reason to worry. I don't know if it will be his first. I don't want to know. But he will be mine. I unbutton his shirt and push it back from his shoulders, letting it slide to the floor. I reach for his belt next, working with shaky fingers. He stands very still, his eyes on my face, and I wonder if he senses my nervousness. I've seen men without their clothes. I've bathed hundreds at the hospital, but I hadn't been in love with any of them. Finally, it's Anson's turn to undress me. I shiver as my blouse falls away, his fingertips like a whisper against my skin. There's a kind of reverence in his voice as he murmurs my name, his eyes filled with such tenderness that my throat catches with an unexpected rush of tears. Moments later, my clothes are on the floor, and I'm standing there naked, chilly, and trembling all over. I catch my reflection in a bureau mirror and wish I'd remembered to turn off the hall light too. I've lost weight since the war began, and my body looks sharp in the glass, sinewy and pale, and I worry that I'm a disappointment. And then Anson is behind me, wrapping an arm about my waist, bending his mouth to the curve of my shoulder. I close my eyes, abandoning myself to the moment. I want only him, his breath, his hands, his skin. He leads me to the bed, pulling me down with him onto the sheets. He smells of sweat and the strong carbolic soap they use at the hospital, earthy and astringent. Male. Our breaths mingle warm and wet as we find each other in the darkness. His hands insistent and everywhere, as if trying to map my body with his touch. And yet he's in no hurry, content to savor the moment, to savor me. And I let him, lost in the bittersweet magic of these few brief hours before we must say goodbye. I wait until Anson's breathing grows even, then slip from the bed. It will be light soon, and there's packing to be done. I know about the journey that awaits me. I won't need much. Plain clothes that are easy to move in, sturdy shoes with low heels, a few personal items. But there are other things too. Things I can't leave behind. I'm careful not to wake Anson as I move about in the darkness, gathering Maman's rosary, the locket containing Eric Fried's photo, the packet of letters I saved after Maman died. They're her legacy to me, a reminder that once upon a time there had been happy endings, and just maybe there would be again. Downstairs in the workroom, I flip on the light and stand staring at the dress I began sewing a seeming lifetime ago. It's been finished for months, languishing in a darkened workroom, denied its moment of triumph. But the dreams I had when I began it were very different from the dreams I have now. I'm leaving Paris, for good it seems, and there's something I must do before the sun comes up. I gather what I need: a white candle, a pen and paper, a bowl of water, another of salt, a needle, a spool of white thread, and the dress. I light the candle and close my eyes, then slowly begin to breathe, waiting for something to come up. I scribble a few words, cross them out, begin again, wishing I'd paid better attention to Maman's instructions about charm writing. There's so little time, and I still have this stitching to do. I try again. Finally, I'm ready to begin, but my hands are damp, and I have trouble holding on to the needle. Maman's voice is in my head, scolding.
You haven't prepared properly before beginning. Your charm is clumsy and overly broad. Your stitchwork is abominable.
Every word is true, but at last I lay down my needle and survey my handiwork. Over distance, over time, whatever trials may come, may the echoes of these two young hearts be forever joined as one. The untidy needlework is bad enough, but I've managed to prick myself several times in the process, leaving tiny smears of blood on the lining of the bodice. It feels like an omen. I feed the remaining thread to the candle and snuff out the flame. The work isn't up to Maman's standards, but I've done my best. The rest is in fate's hands.
22. Soline. To be effective, one must know one's treatments and when to use them. A charm is a spell used to create opportunities, a series of serendipities meant to help fate along, while a fascination or glamour is an instrument of deception meant to distort natural events. Soline Roussel, The Dress Witch.
28 August 1943, Paris. I'm already dressed, sitting in a chair near the window when Anson stirs. His eyes open heavily, the corners of his mouth lifting in that lazy American smile I've come to love. I try to smile back, but I can't manage it. All I can think about are the minutes ticking away. He dresses in the dark, then follows me to the kitchen. I scrounged the last of the coffee Maman hoarded before the war, managing 2 nearly full cups. It's stale, but better than nothing, and helps wash down the crackers and jam that serve as our breakfast. Anson drains his cup in one go and carries it to the sink.
It's time,
he says grimly.
The sun will be up soon.
I nod, not trusting my voice. I'm afraid that if I open my mouth, I'll beg him to let me stay, and we've covered that territory already. He nods in return.
I'll wait for you downstairs.
I take one last walk through the apartment, checking windows and turning out lights. Ridiculous, since I'm leaving everything behind. What does it matter if someone comes in? It isn't mine anymore. I close the door to my bedroom and go downstairs. Anson is standing near the door, peering through the split in the blackout curtains. He turns as I reach the bottom of the stairs, frowning at my empty hands.
Where's your suitcase?
I point to the dress box near his feet. He glances at it, then back at me.
A cardboard box?
It's a dress box, I correct, as if that explains everything.
Soline, you can't carry that. You need a proper suitcase.
I don't have a proper suitcase.
Well, that won't work. You need something sturdy, something you can carry easily.
He scrapes a hand through his hair.
Don't you have anything else?
I'm taking this. He glances at his watch, then nods grudgingly.
All right, let's go. Don't talk. Just keep your head down and keep walking. No matter what happens, keep walking and don't stop until you get to the hospital. Your ride will be waiting.
My stomach plummets to my shoes. Aren't you my ride? His eyes slide away.
No.
Why? It's what you do. You're the driver.
Not this time.
I stare at him in disbelief. You should have said, if I'd known. He silences me with a look.
You know how this works, Soline. The rules are in place to protect the cell. I'm too close to this one. Too close to you. I used my connections to set it all in motion, but I have to step away when we get to the hospital. For everyone's safety. Do you understand?
He's wearing that expression he gets sometimes, as if he'd flipped a switch and turned off his emotions. I've seen it before, but never directed at me. I incline my head stiffly, mimicking his stoniness.
The driver will have your papers. You need to memorize all the information, dates, places, everything. From now on, at least until you reach the States, you're Yvonne Dufour from Chartres. Say it.
Yvonne Dufour, I repeat numbly, from Chartres.
Good girl. You're going to be fine. Now, kiss me. There won't be time later.
I let him pull me into his arms, but stand stiffly, the dress box between us. I don't want to kiss him. I want to rail at him, not for sending me away. I understand why I have to go, but for being so cool while doing it. And for the danger I know he'll put himself in once I'm gone. The Gestapo have already questioned him once. They won't leave him alone until they get what they want. And when they don't get it, they'll arrest him. The thought sends a chill through me and reminds me just how much is at stake. I must be brave and do my part for the resistance, even if my part is to leave. But when he crushes me to his chest, I don't feel brave. I cling to him, clutching his shirt as tears spill down my face. The ache of missing him already too real. Finally, he pulls away.
We have to go. But first, I need to give you something.
He steps away briefly, retrieving the canvas satchel from the nearby chair. He fumbles a moment, but finally withdraws a zippered case of smooth brown leather and puts it in my hands.
I want you to take this.
I stare at it, at the initials AWP stenciled in gold in the lower right-hand corner, and I think of the handkerchief he loaned me the day we met.
It's my shaving kit. My mother gave it to me the Christmas before she died. I want you to take it with you.
But you'll need it.
I'm pretty sure I can scrounge up a razor at the hospital. Take it, please, and hang on to it until I'm home.
We lock eyes, saying nothing. He's making a promise, one we both know isn't in his power to keep. But I take the case, then reach into the pocket of my skirt and pull out Maman's rosary. I take his hand and turn it over, letting the beads trickle into his palm. They belonged to my mother, I say quietly. He stares at the loop of garnet beads, the silver crucifix with its tarnished savior.
I didn't realize you were Catholic. I never thought to ask.
We're not. We're not anything.
Then why the rosary?
I shrug. Insurance.
I can't take these, Soline. What if...
I press a finger to his lips, unwilling to let him finish the thought. I want you to take them and bring them back to me. He forces a smile.
We'll trade back when I get home.
My heart squeezes as I contemplate how long it might be before I see his face again, and the unimaginable possibility that this might be the last time. This man I have known for a handful of months has become the most important thing in my life, as necessary as air that I breathe or the blood in my veins. And yet, there are things I haven't shared with him, truths I haven't told. It seems wrong suddenly that we should part with a secret between us. Anson, there's something I need to tell you before I go, something about myself. He smooths the back of his knuckles along my jaw, smiling softly.
Are you going to tell me you're a Nazi? One of Himmler's spies?
The question nearly makes me smile. Of course not.
A communist?
Anson, please, don't be silly. I need to tell you about my family. Well, he kisses me then, silencing me with his mouth.
Save it until I come home.
But he shakes his head, cutting me off again.
I know I love you, and you love me. Nothing else matters.
He opens his palm, showing me Maman's beads.
I'll give these back when I get home, and then you can tell me your secret. Deal?
All right then, when you get home. He pushes the beads into his pocket, acknowledging the pact we've just made. I place the shaving kit in the dress box and refasten the cord. We've said what we need to, promised what we can, and now it's time to go. My contact is waiting as promised, the ambulance idling out behind the hospital mess. A Pole with a thin mustache and sharp, dark eyes, who gives me his name as Henrik. He wears a uniform like Anson's, with the familiar AFS patch on his shoulder, but I'm certain I've never seen him before. He says nothing as he opens the back door and helps me in. Anson stands off in the shadows, watching. I can feel his eyes in the darkened yard and will him to come to me, to say one last farewell. But I know he won't. We've done that part already. I sink my teeth into my lower lip, refusing to cry. Henrik slams the door, and I find myself shut in. I feel a frisson of panic in that abrupt moment of blackness, the realization that I am now at the mercy of strangers. Everything I know, my home, Anson, even my name has been stripped away. And then we're moving, gears grinding noisily as the ambulance gathers speed. I fix my eyes on the back window in time to see Anson step from the shadows, legs apart, shoulders squared, and with Maman's words echoing in my head. I will the image to burn itself into my brain as he recedes, then disappears from sight. As long as you keep his beautiful face in your heart, he will never truly be lost.
23. Rory. July 12th, 1985. Boston. Rory was already regretting her decision to venture across town in lunch-hour traffic. She eyed the orange leftover container on the passenger seat and briefly considered turning around. Her mother owned every piece of Tupperware they made. She wasn't likely to miss this one anytime soon. So why had she suddenly felt the need to return it now, on a Friday afternoon? Nearly 3 weeks had passed since that prickly afternoon at her apartment, but things between them remained strained. Neither had mentioned the incident, but the few phone conversations they'd had since had been stilted and cool, because that's how their relationship worked. They'd simply gloss over the episode as if it never happened. One of them would make the first move, some small gesture of conciliation, and the other would follow. Advance, retreat, advance again. And this time, she would make the gesture, because she'd glimpsed something that day in her kitchen that made her wonder if it might be possible to break the cycle. And because she'd spent the better part of the morning making her usual Friday calls about Hucks, working her way down her list of contacts, hoping there'd been word, a sighting or rumor, some new trail being pursued. As usual, she'd come up empty. Nothing new to relay, doing everything we can, so very sorry. She wasn't sure how it had become a Friday thing. She only knew that with each week that passed, the outcome was beginning to feel more and more inevitable. She wouldn't be the first to lose a fiancé. Women had been doing it for centuries, waiting for news that never came, weeping over news that did. Which would she be? How long could she keep hoping when there wasn't a scrap of news to cling to? When did she move on? And what did that look like? Was she already doing it? Was that what the gallery was about? A stand-in for Hucks? Camilla had once suggested it was. Now, with all her heart, she needed to hear that it wasn't true, that she was doing the right thing for the right reason, and that she shouldn't feel guilty. She wouldn't stay long, just long enough to return the Tupperware, and maybe a cup of coffee. The front door was unlocked. She slipped off her shoes in the foyer, then headed for the kitchen. By the time she heard the voices, it was too late. Her mother's high, tinkling laugh, Vicky Foster's nasal drone, and one more she couldn't quite place. She should have called first. She wasn't in the mood for chit-chat with her mother's friends. She was about to turn and leave when Camilla appeared in the doorway.
"Aurora, I thought I heard the front door. Is everything all right?"
"Everything's fine. I just came by to return this." Rory held up the Tupperware container. "I didn't know you had company, or I wouldn't have come."
"Don't be silly. It's only Vicky and Hilly. We've just finished lunch. Have you eaten? There's some bisque left and plenty of salad."
"I'm not hungry, and I'm not really dressed."
"Oh, no one cares about that. I know they'd love to see you."
Before Rory could protest, she was being steered toward the dining room.
"Look who I found, ladies,"
Camilla announced as they sailed into the room.
"She stopped by to return a leftover container, but when she heard you were here, she just had to come in and say hello."
Rory managed to smile. Vicky Foster and Hilly Standridge were members of the Women's Art Council and held prominent positions in Camilla's entourage. Hilly smiled at her with sad eyes.
"It's lovely to see you, dear. We were awfully sorry to hear about your young man, but we're keeping a good thought. Will you be joining us for dessert? I believe your mother's gone to bring it in."
As if on cue, Camilla reappeared with the dessert tray.
"Your timing is perfect, Aurora. I made your favorite, apple spice cake with brown butter frosting."
"Thanks, but I really can't. I just stopped by to bring back your soup container. I've got lots to do and traffic."
"Oh, sweetheart, stay for cake at least. I'm sure you can spare a few minutes and give your mother a chance to brag a little to her friends."
Rory shifted awkwardly, keenly aware of Hilly and Vicky looking at her with indulgent smiles. For a sickening moment, she was 8 again, wearing a yellow chiffon party dress, being hoisted up onto a piano bench at one of her mother's dinner parties, expectant faces all turned in her direction, her little hands hot and sticky, frozen on the keys. Her mother's voice high and tight from behind her camera.
"Come now, Aurora. You don't want to embarrass Mommy in front of her friends."
The photo now sat in a silver frame in her mother's curio cabinet in the living room, her humiliation captured for posterity. And here she was again, being called on to do her party piece. Her vision began to smear as she stared at Camilla. It's just the perfume, she told herself. Shalimar and white shoulders mixed with her mother's Chanel No. 5. She blinked the moisture away and dropped her eyes to the cake. Perfection, as usual.
"Here, sit by me.
Camilla said, pulling out a chair, "and I'll cut you a nice big slice." Rory dropped into the chair obediently, watching as Camilla wielded the cake knife with the skill of a surgeon. Vicky filled 4 of her mother's pretty china cups. 4 cups, not 3. Her mother had known all along that she would get her way.
"Your mother mentioned an internship in Paris when you finished school,"
Hilly said, spooning sugar into her coffee.
"You must be looking forward to that. We sent all our girls after graduation, though not for anything so exciting as an internship at the Musée d'Orsay."
"I'm afraid that's on hold for now," Camilla answered for Rory. "Aurora has decided to pursue interests closer to home." Vicky nodded. "Oh, yes, of course. But it's a shame to pass up such a wonderful experience after you went to so much trouble arranging it for her." She paused for a sigh. "But I suppose school can wait, and Paris isn't going anywhere." Rory had been fiddling with her cake, content to let the conversation go on without her, but listening to her mother being painted as the real victim was a bridge too far. She put down her fork and turned to Vicky. "Actually, I've decided not to finish school, Mrs. Foster. I plan to open a gallery instead. With any luck, this fall."
"A gallery?"
Hilly's mousy brows shot up.
"Why, that's wonderful! Camilla, why didn't you tell us about this?"
Camilla lifted her coffee cup and sipped before offering a tight smile.
"It's all still in the planning stages. I didn't want to jinx it." "Well, this is exciting. Your very own gallery. You've found a good location, I hope. You know what they say, location, location, location."
As a matter of fact, I did. I found a wonderful row house right next to DeLuca's.
"On Newbury? How perfect!"
"Wait," Vicky interrupted, waving her fork. "Isn't that where the bridal shop was? The French woman, with her magic dresses. Guaranteed all her brides a happy ending. Hilly, your daughter bought her dress there, didn't she? Back before it burned? What was it called? Something catchy."
"The Charmed Needle," Hilly replied. "The woman did stunning work, and all by hand, though I can tell you we paid for every last stitch."
Rory leaned forward in her chair, cake forgotten. "Did it work? The magic, I mean?"
Hilly smiled serenely. 3 grandbabies later, I suppose it must have. The doctor said she couldn't after she fell off that beast of a horse. But I am thrice a grandmother."
Vicky rolled her eyes. "Don't tell me you actually believe those silly rumors."
"I'm saying it never hurts to hedge your bet, darling. If I had to do it over again, at twice the price, I'd pay."
Vicky sniffed at her. "Whatever floats your boat, as they say, but it was a lovely shop. I remember the owner, I think. French and absolutely gorgeous. I seem to remember her being tapped to do a dress for one of the Kennedy girls. A cousin or niece or something. I can't remember which one, but I remember it being a very big deal. Heaven knows the Kennedys need all the luck they can get, and she certainly had the reputation for it. Whatever happened to her?"
"Died when the shop caught fire, I think,"
Hilly replied, fingering the strand of pearls at her throat.
"My daughter was terribly upset when she saw it in the papers. They said she was asleep when it started. I'm trying to remember her name."
"Soline," Rory supplied. "Her name is Soline Roussel, and she didn't die. In fact, she's my landlady."
"Your landlady? Well, what do you know about that?"
"The building wasn't really for lease. It had been vacant for years. But when she heard I wanted to open a gallery for new artists, she agreed to let me rent it." Vicky turned to Camilla, who had remained silent throughout the conversation. "You've been holding out on us, Camilla dear. You never said a word about Ms. Roussel, and it sounds as if she has an interest in the arts. Perhaps we should invite her to join the council." Camilla continued to stir her coffee, her expression carefully blank.
"I'm afraid it's Aurora who's been holding out. I've never met Ms. Roussel, Though I understand she's something of a recluse. Perhaps we could invite her to make a contribution instead.
Hilly turned to Rory.
Could you talk to her about joining our little group? Just, feel her out.
Camilla set her spoon down with a clatter.
Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves? 5 minutes ago you couldn't remember the woman's name. Now you're ready to invite her to join the council? Don't you think we should find out if she's our sort of person first?
Hilly rolled her eyes.
For heaven's sake, Camilla. It's the 1980s, not the 1880s. No one thinks like that anymore.
Vicky sighed and laid down her napkin. Personally, I'm bored to death with our sort of person, and in case you haven't noticed, Camilla, our membership numbers are in the loo, which means we can't afford to be snooty. Perhaps it's time to shake things up. She must know scads of people. Think of the buzz it would create.
Camilla looked genuinely astonished. She wasn't used to being countermanded, and certainly not at her own table.
I just meant it might be better to stick with people we know.
Vicky was undaunted. Why don't you drop a few hints the next time you speak with her, Aurora, and see if she'd be interested in joining forces?
Rory reached for her coffee, uncomfortable with being put on the spot. I really don't know when I'll speak to her again. I usually deal with her attorney on anything to do with the building. Which reminds me, she said, emptying her cup and pushing back from the table. I'm due to meet my contractor at 4. It was nice seeing you both again.
Camilla's face fell.
You're going already?
I told you I couldn't stay.
But I hoped you'd help us brainstorm for the fundraiser. We seem to repeat the same old themes, and you always have such creative ideas.
I'm sure you'll do fine, Rory said, turning to go. You always do. She was nearly to the door when Camilla caught her.
Aurora, you're not really going to talk to that woman about joining the council, are you?
Her name is Soline, but you know that because we've talked about her, and why would it be so terrible for her to join your precious council?
For starters, we know nothing about her.
Correction, you know nothing about her. I know quite a lot about her, and I like her.
That much is obvious. Honestly, the way you went on in there, like she's the patron saint of unknown artists or something.
I didn't go on about her. I was asked about her by your friends. I didn't come here to talk about her or to have cake. I came... Never mind. It doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter? What were you going to say?
Nothing. I wasn't going to say anything. I'm just having a bad day. I didn't expect anyone to be here. I thought we could talk.
We can. I'll get rid of them and we'll talk all you want. You can stay for dinner. We'll cook like we used to, or we can go out. You name the place.
But it was too late for talk. Somewhere between kicking off her shoes and sitting down for cake, the need to pour out her troubles to her mother had evaporated. I'm all right now.
But something's wrong, I can tell.
Something was wrong when I got here. I told you that. But I had to have cake with your friends and smile and make polite conversation so you could play hostess.
It isn't Matthew, is it? You haven't had news?
She shook her head warily. No news.
Then what?
Go back to your guests, Mother. With any luck, they'll forget about Soline.
I didn't mean...
Yes, you did. I saw your face. You hated that her name even came up. I don't know why, but you did. Or maybe it was me talking about the gallery that set you off. You twist my arm until you get me to stay, then when I commit the unpardonable sin of going off script, you get all huffy. You expect everyone to dance to your tune, even me.
That isn't true.
But it is. It was true when I was 8, and it's true now.
When you were... Aurora, what are you talking about?
Forget it. And don't worry, I won't mention your precious counsel to Soline. I don't see her fitting in, though not for the reasons you think.
Camilla blinked at her.
Meaning?
Meaning I don't see her wanting to be part of your court.
Rory paused, jerking her chin in the direction of the dining room. She isn't like them, and she certainly isn't like you. She sees me, not the way she thinks I should be, but the way I am. Maybe that's why I like her so much." And with that, she turned and stepped into the foyer, trying not to think of an 8-year-old in a party dress, perched on a piano bench and frozen with fear.